hard-hitting performer. And to hear him talk about how Owen's death changed him, how it made him think differently about the risks they all took every single night, it's powerful stuff. It's the kind of thing that makes you realize just how deep this trauma runs. Referee Teddy Long, who officiated the match that took place immediately after Owen's fall, he described the eerie silence backstage. He talked about his reluctance, his absolute dread at having to step into that ring. He said, "I didn't want to ref that match, but the show went on." Can you imagine being put in that position? Being told that despite what just happened, despite the fact that someone just died, you still have to go out there and do your job. The mental and emotional strain of that, it's almost impossible to comprehend. But that's exactly what these performers were expected to do. Let me tell you about Jimmy Corderas, the referee who was actually in the ring when Owen fell. This man, he has to live with what he saw every single day. He was gripping the top rope near the corner where Owen descended. He felt something brush his head and shoulder, heard screaming, and instinctively ducked as the rope snapped back. When he turned around, he saw Owen lying there face up in his costume, eyes wide open, completely unresponsive, with a severe gash on his forearm that was exposing tissue. Corderas yelled, "We need help!" to the timekeeper, but the guy just froze. He was in complete shock. Nobody knew what to do. Nobody had prepared for something like this. EMTs rushed in, and Corderas followed the stretcher all the way to the ambulance, where he saw Owen in distress. He was so shaken up that someone gave him a cigarette to calm down. And the next day, when Jerry Lawler told him that he'd witnessed the final 20 feet of the fall and thought Owen was going to land on him, Corderas was overwhelmed with guilt. He said, "A family lost a son, a husband, a father, and I could have been part of that tragedy." In a 2022 interview, Corderas described the surreal silence of the crowd. He talked about his mixed feelings about the show continuing, likening it to a NASCAR race that goes on after a crash. He said, "It's easy to say afterward, the show should have stopped. I was on the fence. I'm glad I'm not the one who had to make that call." He officiated the next match reluctantly, haunted by what he called the jumbled mess in his head. Then there's Charles Wright, better known as the Godfather, who was actually scheduled to defend the Intercontinental Championship against Owen that night. He spent the day joking with Owen backstage, just having a good time like they always did. They were friends, they were colleagues, they were brothers in this business. He was encouraging the female performers behind the curtain just before Owen's entrance. And then, as Owen was rappelling down, Wright was in the middle of saying, "Don't worry if you mess up, if you fall, I'll do this," when someone burst in and said, "Owen fell." Think about that for a second. He was joking about Owen falling, and then it actually happened. When Wright looked at the monitors and saw Owen's body, everything just blurred into trauma. He doesn't remember canceling the match. He doesn't remember much of anything after that moment. All he recalls is calling his wife immediately, and later she had to tell him details that he had completely blacked out. In a 2024 interview with Chris Van Vliet, Wright reflected on this emotional void, saying, "I just remembered what Owen looked like when he came through the curtain. I've never seen the footage. It was a blur after that." The human brain, it does strange things when confronted with trauma like that. It protects itself by shutting down, by refusing to process what's happening. JBL, John Bradshaw Layfield, he shared a cramped Kansas City dressing room with Owen and Ron Simmons that afternoon. After the fall, he was given the horrible task of informing The Undertaker, who was preparing for his match with Steve Austin, that Owen was gone. He said, "Taker looked at me and there was just shock. Backstage was complete pandemonium. Wrestlers were given the choice to perform or sit out, with no pressure amid the overwhelming grief." JBL vividly recalled seeing Vince McMahon's raw vulnerability that night. He said, "I saw Vince with tears in his eyes. He couldn't even talk. He loved Owen and was absolutely heartbroken. Vince had no idea what to do. There's no template for this stuff." In a December 2024 podcast appearance, JBL defended the decision to continue the show due to absent protocols, but stressed the heartbreak everyone felt. He said, "I don't know if Owen was technically dead, but he was turning color and he was gone." Jeff Jarrett's story is particularly haunting. His match was scheduled to follow Owen's entrance, and the stage manager warned him that Owen was going to the ring and he'd be up next, expecting about 15-18 minutes. 3 minutes later, he was told, "You're on now." Something had gone terribly wrong, but nobody was telling him exactly what. When he entered the ring, Jarrett sensed something was wrong. The rope felt unnaturally loose, and there was a dip in the mat where Owen had impacted. There was no blood that he could see, but his gut was screaming that something was seriously wrong. He cut a promo as Owen's body was being wheeled past him, not fully processing what was happening. He said, "In my gut, I didn't think it through, but I was like, okay, this is bad. After finishing his segment, Jarrett rushed backstage and demanded to be taken to the hospital. In a January 2025 podcast with Bobby Bones, he admitted that he compartmentalized it at the time as another day at work with a tragic accident. But that sobriety later forced him to reckon with it. He said, "That was the one thing in recovery I never processed. It caught up to me." The Rock, Dwayne Johnson, was backstage discussing his match with Triple H when Sergeant Slaughter announced Owen was hurt. At first, he thought it was one of Owen's pranks. Owen was famous for being a jokester, but when he got to gorilla position and saw people crying, he knew it was real. He looked out and saw EMTs giving CPR to Owen in front of a silent arena. He wanted to go out there and help, but Vince advised him not to because it would confuse the storylines. Even in that moment of crisis, the show, the storylines, the entertainment, it all had to continue. The Rock prayed, helped load the stretcher, and even rode in the ambulance in the passenger seat, watching as medical personnel made futile efforts to save Owen's life. Just 2 minutes before his match was set to be.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Keep it moving, and I am gonna blow up your spot one of these days.
Nicki Minaj went on a full-blown social media assault against Jay-Z, accusing him of owing her up to $200 million from the title sale and using Rock Nation to blackball her career. Jay-Z has not responded to a single claim. However, Nicki had pressed harder after she pulled up on Hav with receipts, allegations, and zero chill. Here's what we know. The bag, title, the $200 million claim, and the Super Bowl snub. Hey, let's get into the bread first, because at the end of the day, money is what started this whole smoke session between Nicki and Hav. And when we say money, we ain't talking about a couple racks or some petty label dispute. We're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars. Straight up, no cap. To understand where Nicki's coming from, you gotta rewind to 2015. That's when Jay-Z launched Tidal, the streaming platform he was positioning as the artist-owned alternative to Spotify and Apple Music. It was supposed to be revolutionary, a place where the creators actually ate from the table they built. Jay brought in some of the biggest names in music to co-sign the whole thing. Beyonce, Rihanna, J. Cole, Kanye West, Madonna, and, this is important, Nicki Minaj. Each artist was given a 3% equity stake in the company. In exchange, they were expected to push exclusive content, promote the platform to their fan bases, and ride or die for the vision. And Nicki did exactly that. She wasn't playing around. She was one of the most active promoters of Tidal. Second probably only to Beyonce herself. She pushed it on her socials. She dropped exclusives. She showed up to that iconic launch event and posed with Usher, Rihanna, Madonna, and the rest of the squad, looking like they were about to take over the entire music streaming industry. The energy in that room was real. These artists believed they were building something that would change the game forever. But here's where things go left. In 2021, Jay-Z sold the majority stake in Tidal to Jack Dorsey's company Square, now called Block, for roughly $302 million in cash and stock. That's a massive bag, a legendary payday. Now, if you do the math real quick on Nicki's 3% equity stake, she should have walked away with roughly $9 million at the very minimum. That's just basic arithmetic. But according to Nicki Minaj, she didn't get a single red cent, not one penny. She said Jay-Z's team offered her $1 million, just one lonely million, to basically keep her mouth shut and disappear. She called it a slap in the face, an insult, a straight-up robbery in broad daylight. On X, she put it plain for everybody to read. We've calculated about 100 to 200 million so far. Hashtag Jay-Z call me to settle this karmic debt. It's only collecting more interest. You still in my top 5 though. Let's get it, nigga. And anyone still calling him Hav will answer to God for the blasphemy. Now, the Breakfast Club crew had something to say about this, and they kept it a whole buck. They made a point that a lot of people in the culture were thinking, but not saying out loud. If somebody really owes you $200 million, why are you tweeting about it instead of filing in court?
I have no idea about their business, but if someone owed me $200 million, then I would be in court, not on X. And I guarantee you, if she ever took that to court, that would be a huge story.
And that's a legitimate question. As of right now, no lawsuit has been filed, no legal papers, no court dates, just tweets. But, and this is important, the tweets were surgical. Nicki didn't just throw random accusations at the wall and hope something stuck. She laid out an entire indictment of Jay-Z's entire operation, piece by piece, brick by brick. She went on to accuse Jay-Z of ruining damn near everything the culture holds sacred: hip-hop, football, basketball, touring, Instagram, Twitter. She tweeted, "Dear Fight Jay-Z, you ruined hip-hop, you ruined football, you ruined basketball, you ruined touring, you ruined Instagram, you ruined Twitter. The jig is up. All of this is alleged and for entertainment purposes only. The Breakfast Club had a field day with that one. The whole room was cracking up.
Siri, hashtag Jay-Z, you ruined hip-hop, you ruined football, you ruined basketball, you ruined touring, you ruined Instagram, you ruined Twitter. The jig is up. All of this is alleged and for entertainment purposes only. And she also is saying, she's mentioning Desiree, who is one of Jay-Z's.
You might as well say Jay-Z's the head of Doge. Jay-Z invaded Gaza. You might as well just come on, add some more to that, nigga.
But underneath all the jokes and the memes, the title money situation is dead serious. If Nicki Minaj was legitimately a 3% equity holder in a company that sold for $302 million, and she got lowballed with $1 million hush offer when the real number should have been closer to $9 million at minimum, and she's saying the actual number is far higher when you factor in promotional value and brand equity, then that's a problem. That ain't a miscommunication between colleagues. That's getting finessed on a corporate level, and in the streets, that's a violation. She also said that once she finally gets that money from Jay-Z, she plans to use it for her Chakram Student of the Game charity, a fund dedicated to paying fans tuition and student loans. So in her mind, Jay-Z isn't just stealing from her. He's stealing from the barbs. He's stealing from students who need that bread to get their education. That framing hit different. It turned a business dispute into a cause. And the title, Situation, wasn't even the only thing that had Nicki's blood boiling. Let's talk about the Super Bowl. In September 2024, the NFL announced that Kendrick Lamar would headline the Super Bowl LIX halftime show in New Orleans. Now, for anyone who has even a passing familiarity with hip-hop culture, that announcement was a gut punch to one specific individual, Lil Wayne. Wayne is New Orleans. Born and raised, he's the heartbeat, the pulse, the living legend of that city. He's one of the 5 greatest rappers to ever grip a microphone, and the Super Bowl was literally in his backyard. Everybody, and I mean everybody in the culture, assumed Wayne was getting that slot. It felt like a done deal, a foregone conclusion. Wayne in New Orleans at the Super Bowl, that writes itself. But Roc Nation co-produces the Apple Music NFL halftime show. Jay-Z's fingerprints are all over that decision-making process. And when Kendrick's name dropped instead of Wayne's, the streets had questions. Nicki went nuclear. She posted a whole tirade directly at Jay-Z on X, denying a young black man what he rightfully put into this game for no other reason but your ego. Your hatred for Birdman, Drake and Nicki got you punishing Lil Wayne. Lil Wayne, the GOAT? Nola, what's good? She even brought up Eminem, saying Eminem stood firm on having 50 Cent come out, a white man. That line cut like a razor. She was basically saying a white artist showed more loyalty and more backbone for his day ones than Jay-Z showed to his own people, his own community, his own culture. Whether you agree with Nicki or not, that bar landed. Wayne not getting that Super Bowl slot in his own city rubbed a lot of folks the wrong way. Not just the barbs, hood legends, industry vets, casual fans, everybody had something to say about it. And Nicki framed the whole thing as evidence of a bigger pattern. She believed Jay-Z was deliberately using his Roc Nation power and influence to freeze out anyone connected to her circle. Wayne, Drake, Birdman, and herself. The Super Bowl snub was the most visible, most public example, and it set the stage for everything that came crashing down after. From Monsterverse to modern warfare. Now, here's the critical piece that a lot of people miss when they see Nicki going at Jay-Z on social media. This ain't some random Twitter beef between two strangers who never met. These two got history. Deep, layered, complicated history that goes back over 15 years. And understanding that history is exactly what makes the current fallout hit so much harder and feel so much more personal. Rewind to 2009. Kanye West drops Monster, and the feature list is absolutely stacked. Jay-Z, Rick Ross, Bon Iver, and a young Nicki Minaj who was still building her buzz in the mixtape circuit. But when that track hit the streets, it wasn't Jay-Z or Rick Ross that had everybody losing their minds. It was Nicki. She obliterated that beat, consumed it whole. Her verse on Monster is still widely considered one of the greatest guest appearances in the entire history of hip-hop, and it announced to the world that this woman was not here to play second fiddle to anybody, not even Hov himself. Jay-Z clearly recognized her talent early on. Before she blew up to mainstream superstardom, he tried to sign her to Roc Nation. He saw the potential. He saw the star power. He wanted her on his roster. But Nicki chose loyalty over clout. She went with Lil Wayne and Young Money instead. She stuck with the people who discovered her, nurtured her, and gave her a shot when nobody else would. Some industry insiders speculate that decision, choosing Wayne over Jay, planted the very first seed of tension between Nicki and Hov, a seed that would take years to sprout, but would eventually grow into the massive oak tree of conflict we're witnessing today. But even after she turned down the Roc Nation deal, Jay-Z kept showing love. he wasn't petty about it, at least not publicly. In 2010, he personally recommended Nicki for Robin Thicke's track Shakin' It For Daddy, which she later described as one of the most exciting cosigns of her early career. That same year, she performed alongside Jay-Z and Eminem at Yankee Stadium for the legendary Home and Home concert series, becoming the first female rapper in history to perform on that iconic stage. That's a milestone that belongs in the history books, and Jay-Z gave her that platform. In interviews during that era, Nicki spoke on Jay-Z with genuine reverence and admiration. When asked about her biggest influences coming up, she named him first without hesitation.
Now, you've also said that Jay-Z, Foxy Brown, and Lil Wayne were some of your biggest influences when you were coming up. What did each of them have that you wanted to emulate?
Jay-Z, business savvy. Foxy Brown, immaculate delivery. Lil Wayne, trendsetter.
Business savvy. That's what she admired most about Jay-Z. Not just his bars, his mind, his ability to turn rapping into an empire. She saw him as the blueprint, pun absolutely intended, for how a rapper from the projects could become a billionaire mogul without ever losing credibility in the streets. She was so inspired by his trajectory that she modeled her 2014 album, The Pink Print, after his legendary Blueprint series. That's not subtle. That's not coincidence. That's a direct, intentional homage from someone who genuinely looked up to the man and wanted to walk the same path he carved. Fast forward through the years, and the relationship maintained a consistent veneer of mutual respect and professionalism. In 2012, they were seated together at the BET Awards, separated only by Kanye West and Kim Kardashian. VIP section energy, inner circle vibes. In 2015, they stood side by side at the Tidal launch event, presenting a united front for artist empowerment and ownership. And as recently as 2022, Jay-Z and Beyonce sent congratulatory flowers when Nicki received her MTV Video Vanguard Award. Nicki publicly thanked them for the gesture. That was the relationship, cordial, warm on the surface, marked by occasional generosity and professional courtesies. So what happened? What turned admiration into animosity? What transformed a protege's respect into a full-blown scorched earth social media campaign? The fractures started becoming visible around 2021, right when that title sale went through and the checks didn't land where Nicki believed they should. That's when she first started hinting publicly that she felt cheated out of her fair share. By September 2024, those coded hints turned into full-blown accusations directed squarely at Jay-Z and his entire operation. And by July 2025, she was tweeting exact dollar amounts, 100 million, 200 million, naming names, tagging people, and daring anyone to challenge her publicly. But it evolved beyond the money. Nicki started targeting Roc Nation CEO Desiree Perez directly, nicknaming her Desirat, and questioning everything from her Trump pardon on narcotics charges to her qualifications to run one of the most powerful management companies in entertainment. Nicki accused Roc Nation of blackballing artists who didn't fall in line, stealing talent from rival labels through shady recruitment tactics, deploying bot armies to suppress her engagement metrics online, and manipulating Billboard chart data behind the scenes. She claimed they sabotaged her documentary because she addressed the abuse she suffered in the industry. She said they deliberately stalled her projects in hopes she'd hemorrhage money and eventually come crawling back begging for help. These are not minor accusations. These are allegations of systematic, coordinated career destruction. DJ Academics broke the situation down on his show and highlighted just how deep and relentlessly one-sided this public feud had become.
Nicki is launching a piggyback attack on Jay, and we all know, if you haven't, to refresh your memory about why she doesn't like Jay, she claims that Jay, finessed her with the title situation. She also made a claim that Jay-Z owes Nicki Minaj $200 million, right? Now, if you watch her tweets over the last year or so, especially after she's also attacked Jay-Z's company's Roc Nation CEO, Desiree Perez, she's basically accused them of really doing some heinous things or trying to do some heinous things to her. So this is a really deep public feud at this point. Jay-Z's never acknowledged it.
And that last observation from Academics is absolutely critical. Jay-Z has never acknowledged a single word of it. Not one tweet, not a formal statement through Roc Nation's communications team, not a subliminal bar buried in a verse, not even a vague Instagram story, complete and total radio silence. zero engagement. Now, some people interpret that silence as Hav being above the noise, maintaining his composure, staying boss level, refusing to legitimize the chaos by responding to it. That's one reading. But others, and Nicki is firmly in this camp, interpret that silence as confirmation. The logic goes like this. If someone is publicly accusing you of owing them $200 million and you don't even bother to deny it, what exactly does that tell the streets? Either you're so supremely confident the claims are baseless that they don't warrant your oxygen, or you know there's enough truth buried in those accusations that any response would only dig the hole deeper and invite discovery. The trajectory of their relationship reads like a hip-hop Shakespearean tragedy, from admiration to collaboration to mutual benefit to absolute unrestrained scorched earth warfare. And the silence from Jay-Z's camp, somehow, someway, that silence might be the loudest sound in this entire saga. The Grammy meltdown, the political pivot, and where this goes from here. If you thought the title money claims and the Super Bowl rant represented peak Nicki Minaj versus Jay-Z, I need you to strap in tight, because what happened during the 2026 Grammy Awards was an entirely different stratosphere of chaos. This was no longer just a hip-hop industry beef playing out on timelines. This was a full-blown cultural earthquake, and Nicki Minaj was standing right at the epicenter with her phone in one hand, a conviction in her heart, and absolutely zero regrets in the other. February 1st, 2026, the 68th Annual Grammy Awards at Crypto.com Arena in Los Angeles. Every major artist in the industry was in that building. Nicki Minaj was not. She wasn't nominated, she wasn't performing, she wasn't presenting, she was completely absent from the ceremony, but she was, without a shadow of a doubt, the single most discussed, most dissected, most searched person on the entire internet that night. Google Trends confirmed she was the most searched artist during the broadcast, despite never setting foot inside the arena. It all kicked off when host Trevor Noah took a deliberate, calculated shot at Nicki during the opening monologue. With the cream of the music industry sitting right in front of him under those arena lights, Noah went in.
Oh man, every single person here, John Legend, Billie Eilish, Phineas, Nicki Minaj is not here. She is not here.
Thumbs up, Haven.
She is still at the White House with Donald Trump discussing very important issues. Actually, Nicki, I have the biggest ass. I have it. Everybody's saying it, Nicki. I know they say it's you, but it's me. Wop, wop, wop. Look at it. Look at it, baby.
The cameras caught Chrissy Teigen throwing her head back laughing, John Legend grinning from ear to ear, the entire audience eating it up like dessert at a banquet. The vibe in that room was unmistakable. The industry was collectively clowning Nicki for her political turn. And Nicki, she was watching the whole thing unfold in real time from wherever she was, and she responded with a ferocity, a velocity, and a volume of social media content that hip-hop has genuinely never witnessed before. What followed was one of the most prolific, unfiltered, wide-ranging, and breathtakingly confrontational social media onslaughts any public figure in entertainment has ever unleashed. While the Grammy broadcast was still airing live on national television, Nicki flooded her X timeline with dozens upon dozens of posts, hitting targets in every direction like a verbal Gatling gun. She went after Trevor Noah. She went after Chrissy Teigen with deeply personal accusations. She went after Lizzo with ruthless comments about weight loss, album sales, and legal troubles. She went after the entire Democratic Party, calling them Democrats. And, of course, inevitably, relentlessly, she went after Jay-Z, harder, meaner, and more personally than she ever had before. She tweeted, "Are y'all understanding that these people have been sacrificing children as a way of gaining and maintaining power? If you ever vote Democrat again, you're just as soulless as they are and will perish." She also posted, "Your favorite artist has been practicing rituals in a satanic cult where they take babies from other countries and mutilate and kill them as a form of a blood sacrifice to their god. You see, when your master is Satan, you must constantly shed blood. However, the jig is up." She also wrote, "They sabotaged my documentary because I spoke about abuse that I suffered. They've been trying to stall all my projects in hopes that I lose a bunch of money and beg them for help. Their leaders still think it's a joke. The destruction that's about to come down on them isn't funny. That's heavy, real heavy. Those are not standard hip-hop beef accusations. Those are allegations that venture into territory far beyond music industry politics. And to be absolutely clear with the viewer, none of these specific claims have been substantiated by any credible investigation, court filing, or law enforcement inquiry. There is no evidence to support them, but what they do represent, undeniably, is the complete and irreversible breakdown of whatever professional relationship, mutual respect, or personal connection Nicki Minaj and Jay-Z once shared. This isn't someone who's merely upset about a business deal anymore. This is someone who feels like she went to war with an entire apparatus of industry power and decided, consciously, deliberately, to burn every bridge, every connection, and every courtesy on the way out the door. Now, the Grammy meltdown didn't materialize out of nowhere. It came after months, arguably years, of Nicki's increasingly vocal alignment with Donald Trump in conservative political circles. And that political pivot is a massive component of why the backlash against her has reached such volcanic proportions. In December 2025, Nicki appeared at Turning Point USA's America Fest, delivering an impassioned speech on stage about her Christian faith, her unwavering admiration for President Trump, her frustration with being bullied and silenced by the entertainment establishment, and the importance of young people having the courage and the backbone to think independently.
He has, I don't know if he even knows this, but he's given so many people hope that there's a chance to beat the bad guys and to win and to do it with your head held high and your integrity intact. He's from Queens, New York, like me. So, but what it's shown me personally is sometimes, you know, even in the worst feeling times in your life, you think that you're never gonna come back from it, but you do. And our president shows that. He's been through every single thing a person could be through publicly, having to constantly be lied on. It's not really that funny until you are in that person's shoes that's being lied on.
Then in January 2026, she escalated even further, appearing at a Treasury Department summit alongside Trump himself to launch Trump Accounts, a new investment program providing IRAs for children. She held the president's hand on stage. She called herself his #1 fan. She flashed a gold Trump card. She told the crowd her own citizenship paperwork was being finalized. In a podcast interview with Katie Miller, Stephen Miller's wife, Nicki explained that watching Trump endure relentless public attacks and media smear campaigns reminded her of her own experience in the entertainment industry. She said the parallel was undeniable and deeply personal. She said the hate she receives for supporting him actually motivates me to support him more. The backlash was immediate, widespread, and ferocious. Online petitions demanding her deportation gathered over 120,000 signatures within days. LGBTQ+ fans, a community that was foundational to Nicki's rise and represented a massive, dedicated portion of her audience, expressed feelings of profound betrayal. Former supporters accused her of turning her back on the very people who built her career and defended her through every controversy. Celebrities like Ariana Grande reportedly created distance. Industry peers went silent. And the Grammy night rant, with its unfiltered conspiracy theories, scorched earth personal attacks, and charged political rhetoric, became the single defining moment of Nicki Minaj's 2026 public image. But here's the crucial context that the quick take, hot take social media cycle consistently misses. Nicki's political shift didn't arrive overnight. It wasn't random. It didn't fall out of the sky. She's been feeling increasingly alienated from the mainstream music establishment for years. The title money dispute was one wound. The Super Bowl snub of her mentor Wayne was another. The long, bitter feuds with Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion, both of whom have undeniable Roc Nation connections, added fuel to an already raging fire. The persistent feeling that blogs, media outlets, and streaming platforms were deliberately suppressing her narrative while amplifying her enemies drove her further and further from the industry's inner circle. And when that inner circle is overwhelmingly coded as liberal Hollywood, the logical opposite direction leads toward conservative politics and the people who welcome outcasts with open arms. That's the pipeline. Whether you approve of it or condemn it, that's the emotional and professional trajectory that brought Nicki Minaj to where she stands today. DJ Academics made a perceptive observation on his show about the recurring pattern of artists like Nicki and Kanye ending up in these exact positions.
And what's really happened is that people like Nicki Minaj and also Kanye West, they seem like they were a little bit cuckoo. And I ain't gonna lie, people call them flat out crazy. They're now starting to look like they were trying to warn us of some things.
Academics also raised a question that everybody who's been following this drama should seriously sit with and consider carefully. If Roc Nation is historically quick to take legal action against bloggers and commentators who make accusations they don't appreciate, and they've actively supported Megan Thee Stallion in her various legal proceedings, then why on earth haven't they sued Nicki Minaj for the very specific, very public, very damaging financial and professional claims she's been making consistently for over a year?
I'm wondering why Roc Nation don't sue Nicki. you know, they're quick to kind of support Meg and sue a blogger who doesn't have anything. Why not sue Nicki? That's kind of odd. I'm not saying they should, but I'm just saying, you know, usually when they're not suing, it's like they kind of know they don't have a case, which means maybe you have some type of point that you've made.
That question lingers in the air like smoke after a fire. It doesn't prove Nicki's claims are true, but it raises a legitimate, uncomfortable question about why the most powerful entertainment management company in the world is choosing to let these accusations stand completely unchallenged in the public discourse. At the end of the day, this beef between Nicki Minaj and Jay-Z is about way more than tweets, memes, and clapbacks on a timeline. It's about money, potentially hundreds of millions of dollars, that Nicki genuinely believes she was cheated out of through corporate maneuvering and deliberate undervaluation of her contributions. It's about power, who controls the narrative, who controls the opportunities, who gets to perform on the biggest stages, and who gets frozen out. It's about loyalty, or the devastating absence of it, between two people who once stood on the same side of the table and are now separated by an ocean of resentment, suspicion, and broken trust. And ultimately, it's about what happens when someone who was once inside the inner circle gets pushed to the outside and decides to tell everybody, the whole world, no filter, no disclaimer, no apology, exactly what she saw while she was in the room. Nicki ain't done talking, not by a long shot. She said she won't release another album until her contract is renegotiated on her terms. She said she's got story times coming that will shake the entire industry. She said the destruction that's about to rain down on them isn't funny. Whether you're riding with Nicki or standing with Hov, one thing is crystal clear. This saga is far from over. It's still unfolding in real time every single day, with
Yo Scrubs, you are great nigga. Night y'all.
Just crack him and he would just fire back at you, and he knocked a lot of people out just because he could take a shot so well.
Back when Chuck Liddell dominated the octagon, he looked absolutely invincible. But that dominance came at a brutal price. Chuck's entire fighting philosophy was built around eating shots and banking on his iron chin lasting forever.
He shouldn't be fighting. He shouldn't be fighting. At 50, he clearly can't take a punch anymore.
When people finally started pleading with him to walk away, you could already see the toll it had taken.
Somebody was picking on you, bullying you, maybe even hitting you, and you stood there with your hands by your side, your fist balled up, your hands by your side, and the daycare teacher was like, "Why are you not fighting back?"
Well, my mom told me I wasn't allowed to fight. I wasn't allowed to hit anybody, so, you know, I wouldn't do it. I mean, it's like, oh, my mom said I can't, so I guess I'll just sit here and take it. But it happened a few times, and he finally called my mom and talked to her and said, "You got to let him defend himself. We can't be there every time something's happening." And, you know, he's just letting him. And I was like, okay, you know, so she took me to my grandfather and had him teach me some straight punches and started throwing punches. And, you know, as far as defending myself, the rest is history.
Nobody was surprised when news emerged about Chuck potentially suffering from traumatic brain injuries. It was the inevitable conclusion to a career where his own approach made this outcome practically guaranteed. Here's how one of MMA's most terrifying champions went beyond his breaking point and what it cost him. The legend of the Iceman begins here. Born December 17, 1969, in Santa Barbara, California, Charles David Liddell grew up in a household run by his single mother and grandparents. Those early boxing lessons from his grandfather planted the first seeds of what would become a legendary combat career.
It was Koikan Karate Do was my first style. I was black belt. I won our nationals for our style.
When Chuck turned 12, he dove into Koikan karate training. This martial art became so important to him that he eventually had Kowakan tattooed right on his scalp as permanent recognition of where it all started.
People probably don't have any idea that you have a business degree.
I want to get a PE degree, but my grandma didn't believe that was a real major. So I had to pick a major when I was a freshman. I picked accounting. I was good at it.
Outside of organized sports, however, he developed a reputation for toughness in a different way. Liddell often found himself involved in street fights, where his size, strength, and early martial arts training set him apart from his peers.
You know, I used to even say in high school, I used to say, man, it sucks. Well, the thing I'm really good at, I can't make money doing. And I was talking about street fighting. I was going to Cal Poly at the time. I was like 19, I think. One of the resident wrestling practices goes to me, by any chance, did you jump off a car and kick a guy in the head? Yeah, how do you know?
Did you lose any fights in high school? Was there anybody you fought that you, like, somebody caught you, or did you ever, like, none? So you don't remember ever?
Chuck's natural athletic ability earned him a spot at California Polytechnic State University. As a Division I wrestler, he walked away in 1995 with his bachelor's degree in business accounting. Interestingly, his grandmother had steered him away from physical education because she didn't consider it a legitimate degree.
I got called into an old karate school, and they called me in because they had a black belt coming in to spar. I came in, and it was John.
So I get there, and the guy goes, oh yeah, well, you know, I can't really fight you, you know, so you're going to go with one of my students. There it was Chuck, and I was like, okay, all right, I'm gonna go. I gave my card before I left and just said, if you ever really want to learn, you know, the sport part of it or whatever, and give me a call. And
so I called him up and like, at the phone, I'm like, hey, he's like, yeah, come on up, let's go, let's train.
Chuck dominated amateur kickboxing with an incredible 20 record and 16 knockouts. He claimed 2 national amateur kickboxing titles during this period. This is also when he crossed paths with John Hackelman, an experienced kickboxer who ran the pit gym in San Luis Obispo.
How did you get your nickname?
My trainer, John Hackman, gave it to me. I think it was like my 3rd or 4th kickboxing fight. He came looking for me, couldn't find me. He finally found me, I was sleeping. He's like, you don't get nervous before every fight? No. They started calling me Iceman because I don't get nervous before fights.
He was the Iceman. I've never seen him lose his cool.
Despite his success, the sport offered little financial security at the time, and he often struggled to make ends meet.
I was having a lot of fun, but I wasn't making any money. And the UFC had come along during that time, but like no one knew how to get into it.
During this period, he even considered leaving combat sports altogether to find a steady job that could support him long term.
So I was close to like going back and getting a real job, like to graduate in accounting right around 97.
Hackelman transformed Chuck's career trajectory completely. He took Chuck's natural knockout power and shaped it into the relentless striking system that would eventually make him UFC royalty. Hackelman was also responsible for giving Chuck his legendary nickname.
When did you meet Dana White? When did that connection happen?
Dana was actually managing, I think, Tito. And Wayne Harriman, who's friends with Tito and Dana, was a friend of mine and would see me train with Tito. And he actually told Dana, you might want to sign this guy. He might be better than Tito. So Dana signed me then. And he was my manager. He's managing me and Tito.
Simultaneously?
Yeah.
Well, before the UFC, I managed both Chuck and Tito. So, you know, I did have a relationship with both guys.
It was awesome. I traveled around for a long time trying to promote the sport. I did a lot of things trying to just get the sport out there.
Chuck stepped into professional mixed martial arts on UFC 17 in Mobile, Alabama, back in 1998. His first opponent, Noe Hernandez, fell to him by unanimous decision. Before reaching the major leagues, Chuck formed a crucial connection with Dana White, who was managing fighters at that time.
I'm telling you, when Chuck Liddell was in his prime, he was one of the most terrifying fucking human beings that's ever walked the face of the earth.
Chuck hit his first major roadblock early in his UFC journey. At UFC 19 in 1999, Jeremy Horn caught him in an arm triangle choke for a technical submission victory. This would stand as the only time Chuck ever lost by submission in his entire career. He bounced back hard with a string of devastating wins. From 2000 through 2002, he destroyed a murderer's row of opponents, including Paul Jones, Kevin Randleman, Murillo Bustamante, and Vitor Belfort. May 27, 2001 saw him travel to Japan, where he knocked out Guy Mezger in round 2 at Chuck became the very first UFC athlete to step into that Japanese organization.
It was in Tito's head big time because every time they trained together, Tito would get beat up. I'm talking drop him on the ground and Tito refusing to get back up. Chuck would want to hook up and spar and whatever, and Tito would never want to spar.
When we trained together, I took him down way more than he took me down.
No way.
But that's why he didn't want to fight me, because he couldn't out wrestle me. And then when we're striking, I used to drop him with body shots, and he never dropped me.
He never dropped you?
No, never.
Absolutely, positively would not fight Chuck because he knew he couldn't beat Chuck.
There was just one problem, though. Tito Ortiz held the championship and absolutely refused to fight Chuck. They had trained together, and Tito knew exactly what kind of damage Chuck could inflict.
The other event got fucking huge, and then Chuck Liddell came onto the scene. And when Chuck Liddell was the champion, Chuck Liddell was so fucking terrifying.
Yeah.
He was this do-or-die berserker. He would just come at you, just swinging bombs, take one on the chin, knock dudes out. His fights were wild.
He didn't give a shit.
He was the real reason why the UFC became uber popular, because you would watch The Ultimate Fighter, and it was a wild fight, a great fight, but then you need a destroyer.
Right.
You need a destroyer, and that destroyer was Chuck Liddell. And for the run where he was at the top, where Chuck Liddell was just murking people.
So he was kind of like the Michael.
So the UFC created an interim light heavyweight championship and put Chuck against Randy Couture at UFC 43 in 2003. Couture figured out how to neutralize Chuck's signature looping hooks by using straight punches and clinch work. Couture controlled the takedowns and finished Chuck by TKO. That same year, Chuck entered Pride's 2003 middleweight Grand Prix. He destroyed Alistair Overeem in the first round, but Quinton Rampage Jackson stopped him via second-round TKO in the semifinals. Once Ortiz finally resolved his contract issues with the UFC, he lost his belt to Randy Couture. This opened the door for Chuck versus Ortiz at UFC 47 in April 2004. Chuck absolutely lived up to every bit of anticipation. He knocked Ortiz unconscious in the second round. Early 2005 brought Chuck onto the first season of The Ultimate Fighter as a coach opposite Randy Couture. The show became a massive hit. Then April 16, 2005 arrived. UFC 52, Chuck knocked out Couture in round 1 to capture the UFC Light Heavyweight Championship. Everything changed after that moment.
His fights when he knocked out Tito Ortiz, like, oh my God, he was a monster.
Right.
He was a monster.
I knew Chuck Liddell was going to win those fights. I knew he was. He had Tito's number. Tito couldn't deal with Chuck's style, his power, his wrestling. Tito couldn't take Chuck down, and Chuck was 1,000,000% in Tito's head.
It was Liddell's fourth consecutive title defense, and it emphatically reaffirmed his dominance over his rival.
By the end of
Michael Jordan took basketball to new heights. Chuck did the same thing for this sport. Between 2005 and 2007, Chuck successfully defended his title 4 separate times. He beat Jeremy Horn, Randy Couture in their trilogy fight, Renato Sobral, and Tito Ortiz in the rematch. That second Ortiz fight at UFC 66 shattered every previous UFC financial record. Chuck even fought with a torn MCL, but still managed to stop Ortiz in round 3.
Rampage wasted little time in the rematch. He caught Liddell with a right hook in the first round, dropping him, and followed up with ground strikes to score a knockout just 1 minute 53 seconds into the fight. In a flash, Chuck Liddell's reign as champion was over.
Left up to the bottom.
It was a stunning defeat, the first knockout loss of Liddell's UFC career, and it marked a turning point.
Chuck, you've been the most dominant light heavyweight champion in the history of the UFC.
By 2006, Chuck had basically run through every top contender in the division. He was the undisputed face of the entire UFC brand. That mohawk, those skull tattoos, and his knockout celebrations became absolutely iconic. He put together 7 straight knockout victories, a UFC record that still stands today.
7.
Then everything started falling apart. Every legendary champion eventually meets their match. Chuck's day of reckoning arrived in He defended his championship against Quinton Rampage Jackson, the same fighter who had beaten him in Japan 4 years before. This time, though, the UFC title was up for grabs.
When Chuck was young, he was known for having like a granite chin.
Yeah.
You could just crack him and he would just fire back at you, and he knocked a lot of people out just because he could take a shot so well. And then one day, it just stopped working.
Stories came out about Chuck hitting nightclubs during fight week. People criticized his preparation and focus. Chuck insisted this was normal for his Vegas fights, but questions about his lifestyle started gaining serious traction. Just 4 months later, Chuck was back in there against Keith Jardine. Most people thought he hadn't given himself enough time to recover properly. Jardine's weird style and leg kicks earned him a split decision victory. Chuck had now lost 2 fights in a row.
Yeah, and then the knockouts came, you know, like Rampage KO'd him, and then other people were KO'ing him, and And it just got to a point where it's just like one good punch and you would just go out. It's like your brain knows you're so tough, and it's like, hey, we got to protect this guy. He's stupid. He's going to keep getting hit, so let's just shut off.
December 2007 brought Chuck face-to-face with Wanderlei Silva at UFC 79. Both guys were known for their knockout power and aggressive approaches. They delivered exactly what everyone expected. 3 incredible rounds of back and forth action. Chuck took a unanimous decision victory. That fight earned 207 Fight of the Year honors. Unfortunately, it would also be the last time Chuck ever won an MMA fight.
Yeah, when I got to the weigh-in and we did the face-off, for me, I was like, oh man, Chuck looks serious, you know, because I watched him so many times. That's when I really started to think man, I'm fighting Chuck Liddell. So that's when, for me, the nerves started. And then I hit up Randy Couture, who just happened to be a floor below me, and I go and see Randy, and I'm like, oh man, Randy, I'm scared, man. I'm scared. And Randy's like, what's going on? He's like, oh man, I just can't shake this feeling, man. I'm just so nervous about tomorrow, and I don't want to get beat up and knocked out in front of everybody. And the best advice I ever got, he said, you got to make friends with the worst enemy. When you make friends with the worst enemy, you understand that life will go on. And then I worked myself up into a lather just thinking about it, like, yeah, I got to face my fears. I got to face my worst enemy.
2008 marked the beginning of the end for the Iceman. Years of absorbing punishment were finally catching up to him. September 6th, 2008, Chuck stepped in against Rashad Evans at UFC.
It was crazy.
And he didn't get up.
It was such a flush shot.
The brutal loss was a sobering moment, and many observers thought it might be the end of the road for Chuck.
Because his style was so aggressive, that people could just set, boom, and counter, like Rashad Evans did with him. And so you're getting his momentum coming forward and the shot, and he would get flatlined.
Round 2 brought one of the most shocking knockouts in UFC history. A single overhand right from Evans put Chuck out completely.
I care about him. I care about his health. And it's over, man. We all turned 40. It's over. Listen, I've been pushing for retirement. He's my friend. I love him. I care about him. We sat down. We had a 2-hour talk. He wanted to do this. He has nothing to prove. Nothing to prove. He doesn't have to prove anything to me, the rest of the world. He's got shitloads of money. There's no reason for it.
Chuck came back in April 2009 to face Mauricio Shogun Rua at UFC 97. Shogun finished Chuck with a TKO in the opening round. After this defeat, UFC President Dana White started publicly questioning whether Chuck should hang up his gloves.
Chuck told me before the season started, when I asked him to do it, he said, I guarantee you, Tito will not fight me. We'll do this show and he'll pull out of the fight, I guarantee it. And that's why when Tito pulled out, I was like, holy shit. Chuck was right, and, I had to go tell Chuck that Tito pulled out.
Tito pulled out of the fight.
That fucking puss. Don't let that guy fight anymore, man. He's a fucking
They settled on one last fight. The plan was Tito Ortiz after the two coached against each other on season 11 of The Ultimate Fighter. But Ortiz backed out with an injury.
Chuck Liddell came in, he worked hard for this thing, and, I think him and Rich Franklin tonight fought the type of fights that made them both famous and made them both world champions tonight. Those two went at it. He means a lot to this company, and he means a lot to the sport. He means a lot to me personally. He was a great champion. He was a great business partner. He's always going to have a home with the UFC. He gave it his last shot. You know what? He went out like Chuck Liddell would. Came out blasting, bombing, tried to put Rich away in the slugfest, and he gave the fans a good last fight with the Iceman.
Chuck's final UFC moment came against Rich Franklin at UFC 11-15 in June 20. He got knocked out at the very end of round 1. 3 straight knockout losses to end his career.
People asked me for a long time why I stuck around so long. Like, if I was getting my ass kicked and then getting knocked out, it would have been a lot easier to hang it up. I was getting paid really well, and I was winning fights and then just getting caught. So you always think, oh man, I can fix that. We had a dinner together. I said, look, man, I can't figure out why this happened. I can't compete the way I used to, so, I'm done.
And I'm here today with my partner, Lorenzo Fertitta, to announce his retirement. Myself, my partners owe a lot to Chuck Liddell. And we're also here today to announce that he is becoming one of the top executives in the UFC. Chuck Liddell is now the new Executive Vice President of Business Development.
July 10th, 2009. Chuck entered the UFC Hall of Fame Pioneer Wing. December 29th, 2010, he made it official at the UFC 25 press conference and announced his retirement. The UFC created a Vice President of Business Development position for him. They promised it would last for life.
And Chuck Liddell and Tito are fighting. So what else you got?
Ooh, what do you think of that?
Not my cup of tea, but
you're gonna watch it.
For sure. Well,
I'm gonna watch it.
Yeah, we'll watch it. We might do a fight campaign for it.
Some people say it shouldn't happen. Right?
Oh no, I don't think it shouldn't happen. I look at it more like if. I think if Chuck Liddell was still employed at the UFC, getting paid $400,000 just to chill or whatever he was doing for the UFC, he would not be fighting. I think it's more of a money play, which bums me out. Because I think Chuck Liddell and Tito Ortiz, what they did for the sport, should be compensated for the rest of their lives. It bums me out they have to fight to make money. That bums me out.
2016 changed everything when the UFC sold to new ownership for $4 billion. The company completely restructured their operations. Chuck, along with fellow Hall of Famer Matt Hughes, got released from his executive role. So much for that lifetime guarantee. 2018 brought a shocking announcement. Chuck, now 48 years old, was coming out of retirement. He wanted a third fight with Tito Ortiz. This time it wouldn't be in the UFC, but under Oscar De La Hoya's Golden Boy Promotions.
Can't be fighting. He shouldn't be fighting. At 50, he clearly can't take a punch anymore.
Dana White went ballistic over this fight. He called the California State Athletic Commission's approval absolutely disgusting. White reminded everyone that he had retired Chuck in 2010 specifically to protect his long-term health.
He just felt like he always had Tito's number. But this is the problem, is like Tito wins now. When it all said and done, Tito KO'd him. And he KO'd him more soundly than Chuck ever KO'd Tito. Yeah, Tito put Chuck out. He put him out. You're dealing with a guy whose brains are, it's just, he's been scrambled too many times.
He didn't immediately make a retirement speech in the cage, but the consensus in the MMA community was that this would be the end. And in March 2020, Chuck Liddell confirmed he had retired from MMA competition again, this time for good.
November 24th, 2018, Chuck and Ortiz met for the final time at the Forum in Inglewood, California. It ended quickly and badly. Ortiz knocked Chuck out with punches at 4:24 of the first round. Chuck's 7th career knockout loss and 4th consecutive dating back to two.
He has been saying that he misses it. It was his favorite thing.
Yeah, I miss playing baseball.
He misses it.
To me, it's more of a sad story.
See, I think Tito, he might actually want this fight just to fight Chuck again.
On November 24th, 2018, Chuck Liddell and Tito Ortiz stepped into the cage one last time.
The California State Athletic Commission hit Chuck with an indefinite medical suspension. This basically banned him from competing anywhere in the United States. The Guardian called it a disgusting spectacle. Critics argued it was completely unnecessary to expose Chuck to additional brain trauma.
All done the right way at the right time.
I don't have any regrets. I had a great time. I mean, it was fun. I got paid a lot of money to do what I love for a living, and my body held together pretty dang well.
March 2020, Chuck confirmed he was done with MMA competition permanently, but the real consequences were just beginning. The damage Chuck accumulated during his fighting career didn't disappear when he stopped competing. Those years of brutal exchanges followed him into retirement. October 11th, 2021. Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputies got called to Chuck's Hidden Hills home for a domestic disturbance. A verbal argument between Chuck and his wife Heidi Northcott had turned physical with pushing. Their daughter saw the whole thing but couldn't tell who started it. Chuck had a small red mark on his cheek and another mark near his chest. Heidi showed no visible injuries. Chuck got arrested on misdemeanor domestic battery charges. They booked him at the Malibu Lost Hills Sheriff's Station and released him on 20. Within hours of getting out, Chuck posted on Instagram, "I was the victim of the incident last night at our family home, as details of the case will reveal. Deputies informed me that my wife would be arrested as I did not respond to her assault while I sustained bruising and lacerations. I volunteered to go in her place. This was one of many times I have tried to shield a family mental health issue from public eye out of love and loyalty to her. But now it's apparent that it's impossible. It's time for this relationship to end." October 18th, the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office dropped all charges against both parties. They said there wasn't enough evidence. The case got labeled as a cross-complaint since both people accused the other of being the aggressor. 4 days after the incident, Chuck filed for divorce. They had been together since around 2009 and had 2 kids. These legal proceedings dragged on for almost 4 years. September 2022 brought disturbing revelations from court documents in the custody evaluation. Heidi Northcott made shocking claims about Chuck's condition. She alleged Chuck was showing signs of chronic traumatic encephalopathy, the brain disease linked to repeated head trauma. Court filings reported by The Blast quoted her saying, "He's been knocked out many times and has CT. He can't remember stuff and gets stuck on speech. He's going to have dementia or Alzheimer's. He has terrible sleep apnea." Northcott made additional mental health allegations. She described depression, paranoia, impulsiveness, and using drugs and alcohol to escape reality. She claimed his behavior was becoming more unpredictable and violent. You can't definitively diagnose CTE without examining the brain after death, but Chuck's career provided plenty of reasons for concern. 7 knockout losses in his career, 4 of them consecutive in his final 5 fights. His aggressive style meant eating heavy shots to land his own. Years of hard sparring sessions added to the damage. Concerns about Chuck's brain health actually started way before the 2022 allegations. As early as 2012, reporters noticed slurred speech and trouble finding words during interviews. A 2007 Good Morning Texas appearance showed him looking drowsy, slurring words, and literally falling asleep on camera. The Nevada State Athletic Commission made him take a drug test before approving his next fight. He passed. Years later, Chuck explained he had been sick, partied the night before, and taken a huge dose of Ambien. The effects lasted way longer than expected. He couldn't even remember traveling from Texas to California. The custody evaluation recommended Chuck and his ex-wife share joint custody of their children. The court required random drug testing for both parents. The divorce became final in April 2025. The terms included joint legal and physical custody. Chuck agreed to $5,000 monthly child support, a $700,000 education fund, and covering medical expenses plus extracurriculars. Chuck's attorney, Juliana Loyola, stated, "After quashing numerous false allegations against Chuck, the parties reached a divorce settlement outside of court. Chuck is a great father. He is always and will continue to put his children first." October 2025, Chuck got remarried. He wed Heidi Ray in Las Vegas. Chuck has been taking action regarding his brain health concerns. In 2024, he traveled to BioAccelerator in Colombia for stem cell treatments designed to reduce joint inflammation, prevent CTE development, and promote longevity. This facility runs clinical trials specifically for concussion syndrome and CTE. Chuck's situation isn't unique. It highlights major problems throughout MMA. Unlike the NFL or boxing, MMA has no fighters union or pension system. Retired fighters often deal with physical and financial struggles without union-backed healthcare or retirement benefits. Many resort to crowdfunding or completely unrelated jobs. The Guardian highlighted the struggles of former fighters and the lack of protection against exploitative comebacks motivated by financial desperation. Chuck also got scammed in a 2007 real estate. He invested in properties with developer Kelly Gerhardt, who later pled guilty to wire fraud and money laundering. The escrow officer improperly released Chuck's funds and allegedly forged signatures. The properties never actually transferred. Chuck won almost $2 million in damages. Despite all of this, Chuck's legacy as a pioneer remains intact. He stays active through podcasts, promotional events, and UFC appearances. In 2025 interviews, he praised modern fighters like Alex Pereira as legitimate warriors. His story works as both inspiration and cautionary tale. Chuck helped transform MMA from underground spectacle into worldwide phenomenon. He brought millions of fans to events and motivated an entire generation of fighters. But his aggressive, chin-first style carried serious long-term consequences. As of 2026 at age 56, Chuck continues dealing with health challenges. His ex-wife's CTE allegations remain unproven, but they match patterns seen in other combat sports athletes. Memory problems, speech issues, sleep apnea, mood swings. The real question is whether his body held up as well as he thinks it did, and more importantly, whether his brain did too. That wraps up this story. For more compelling content like this, check out the suggestions on your screen.
Where do you see what I can do with my mouth?
Adam Carolla is one of the most successful comedians.
just crack him, and he would just fire back at you, and he knocked a lot of people out just because he could take a shot so well.
Back when Chuck Liddell dominated the octagon, he looked absolutely invincible. But that dominance came at a brutal price. Chuck's entire fighting philosophy was built around eating shots and banking on his iron chin lasting forever.
He shouldn't be fighting. He shouldn't be fighting at 50.
Trapmore Gang, the 2026 information dump from the Epstein files has
What I think I'm gonna crank the heat up in the crib for Super Bowl.
What? Who cares? Rick Richards? Who the fuck's that? That's hilarious.
In a new interview, Charlie Sheen comes out and he admits that he has had relations with other men. And the media is saying how brave and liberated this is, but I think it's important to remember the accusations against Charlie.
Relationships?
Funny dude who's thrust you really can see everything move when he does that.
And rub Crisco in my ass.
And put Crisco oil on my butt and raped me.
On the set of Lucas, he told me that, you know, it was his co-star. And he told me that it was Charlie Sheen that did it.
And then I said, well, who is it? And then he says, Charlie. Charlie who? And then said, Charlie Sheen. He had said to him, this is what men do.
Shit, I've personally heard a story about Charlie and Corey Haim. Probably at least a dozen people probably in my inner circle know, for sure. It was pretty much common knowledge. I mean, Charlie Sheen was diddling him on the set of Lucas.
So y'all can think that he's some sort of brave hero for coming out and being honest about banging dudes if you want, but myself, it's a hard pass for me. In a new interview, Charlie Sheen comes out and he admits that he has had relations with other men. And the media is saying how brave and liberated this is, but I think it's important to remember the accusations against Charlie.
He went into great detail.
I like that we can see the clock.
Corey Haim's mom never said that.
Post 9:30.
Yeah, it is getting up there.
Should have one of those water bottles that rabbits have, but full of vodka next to the bed. Woke up too.
Guys, I think Shailene died. Well, wouldn't that
Lol
be
Joe.
fucked?
Then Chess could get wasted during the day.
Yo, can somebody call Shailene? Trace? Who's not here? Can you, please watch this later, you jerk. Just kidding, you're not a jerk, but really.
Can Kitty?
This doesn't work like this, you guys. We gotta be able to get a hold of somebody.
You can put catnip in hot water and make a tea for your cat too.
Okay, so I don't know where Darcy and Mrs. Livingston are. I don't know where Madam X is. Or I think Susie Armstrong's still a Sonic mod, maybe. She said she's not, but she's right there. The fucking stupid name is the same and everything. I don't know. She can pretend whichever she wants. It's still her. She's alive.
Rob's acquire a
Maybe she hit her
P.O.
head.
box.
April's still around.
Opinion day drinking should be allowed at work today.
I don't know where Truth Hopefully is anymore. I don't know where Optic is. I heard Optic was back, but I haven't seen him around.
On a Sunday.
I haven't seen Kitty Robot lately.
Right now.
We're losing too many people, you guys. I can't keep track of them anymore. Can somebody put up like a memorial page or something?
Boy.
John Smith. Chase Skull, Rose.
Amazon works every day. That bald head Bezos is greedy.
Yeah, he is a greedy motherfucker. That's not even greed, though. It's not greed. People need shit all the time. Why does Corey Feldman dress like a half of a goblin and half Charlie Sheen when he goes live? Or whatever he's doing here. So weird.
Related to Paul Rising.
In a new interview, Charlie Sheen comes out and he admits that he has had relations with other men. And the media is saying how brave and liberated this is, but I think it's important to remember the accusations against Charlie.
He went into great detail. He told me, Charlie.
He went into great detail. He told me that Crisco oil was butter flavored. Gross, Charlie. Corey, whoever it is. Look how dirty the window is. Ew. Is it really Super Bowl Sunday? Oh, we're fucked, you guys. We're not going live today at all. Forget it. Let's quit. Wait, who's it going to be? The Seattle Seahawks versus the New England Patriots. It's going to be the New England Patriots due to their proximity to the Dogs, who would otherwise have won had they been allowed to compete. But because it's professional and they're a college level team, that's not going to happen. But it should. The Dogs would win all this shit.
South Park would never.
I was basically raised on bananas and rice, okay, in a Somali daycare, which was very formative, and people don't get that that's like culture and nutrition. So when I speak from...
In light of recent conversations, we are proposing a pilot program to transition public school lunches to bananas and rice.
What?
This is about inclusion. This is about listening, and frankly, the people are demanding like bananas and rice.
Oh.
To announce new product, bananas and rice.
Wow.
Cereal? Baby cereal?
Nationwide.
That's amazing. There's nothing in the box.
These all empty. Every single one.
No way. This can't be real.
Bananas and rice.
It's Nick Shirley, I just realized.
Gone.
You're seeing this like there's nothing, just cardboard.
Look, this internet guy is simply wrong.
Oh my
God.
God.
They looked in the boxes before they were filled, and I can assure you, so clearly, nothing happened.
To say ice
So
pretty
the
good.
bananas
Yeah,
and the
it
rice,
is.
they were stolen. We don't know by who. We don't know when. They're just gone.
Jesus Christ. South Park would never.
I was basically raised on bananas and rice, okay, in a Somali daycare, which was very formative, and people don't get that that's like culture and nutrition. So when I speak,
All around the ransom.
I hate this song.
Get. All around the ransom.
Cat Chas, he's our boy, me Owo.
Hey, look at the gas cap.
I'm also asking for a.
Also, Super Bowl
Nice wheels.
until 6:30 for Gilbert
Nice running board.
I'm also
Why is
asking
it
for
not running board?
Can I
Oh,
choose
it
it?
came without. Sick, it's a sleeper.
All around.
Sick, yo.
If you shine a laser pointer at a spider's eyes, the light burns through its retina instantly. This triggers a panic response, and the spider drops its egg sac. The sac hits the ground and ruptures open, releasing
way.
hundreds of babies in every direction. Now these babies are too small to step on, so
Holy
they
fuck.
scatter into cracks
Holy
and
fuck.
crevices, hiding until they grow large enough to infest your entire home. If you shine a laser pointer at a spider's eyes, the light burns through its retina instantly. This triggers a panic response, and the spider drops its egg
way.
sac. The sac hits the ground
Yeah, I
and
might have seen
ruptures
that
open,
happen once.
releasing hundreds of babies in every direction. Now these
Sounds
babies
so
are
familiar.
too small to...
I swear I might have done that. That's not good, right? You don't want to do that. Hey, look, it's Tzundey. Tzundey. No way. How long have you been attracted to underage girls? I wonder what he says. What's his answer?
Lots of friends that still work Amazon, but half have left due to work conditions.
Isn't it true that you kept a calendar or schedule? Okay, check.
Going off the video record at 1:05 p.m.
Mr. Epstein, how long have you been sexually attracted to underage minor females?
Objection, harassing, argumentative.
Are you kidding? No, I mean, I don't feel like I'm divulging any secrets here, right?
Move to strike.
Oh, that's the question.
I'd like to answer that question as well, like all your other questions today. However,
Nice.
I have to follow my attorney's advice. They have told me that I must invoke my 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment right to not answer those questions today or any questions relevant to this lawsuit.
What was the name of any of the underage minors that were the subject of the criminal charges to which you pled guilty?
Can't do it.
I don't know. So tell me about those charges. What were the, what was
Tax one.
don't know.
So tell me about those.
He died 5 days later. Rapper Coolio exposed vampires drinking adrenochrome.
Yo, what's up? This is Coolio with the flow, and I'm gonna do something for the first
Coolio's
time.
dead?
If something is obviously wrong, then why would you argue about it? Okay? Now y'all can go home and drink your androchrome. You suck, mother. I'm cool on that.
Angel Chrome. He also goes on to express feelings of frustration for being ridiculed by people close to you who display cognitive dissonance and shoot down any conversation you want to have with them on this very serious issue. That's insane. He died 5 days later. Rapper Coolio
Really, though?
exposed
Did he really?
vampires drinking adrenochrome.
Yo, what's up? This is
Incredible.
Coolio with the flow.
Dude, I got so
for the first time.
fucking
If something
smashed
is
last night.
obviously
Whatever.
wrong, then why would you argue about it? Okay? Now y'all can go home and drink your androchrome.
The countdown to the
As you
Crosstown
can say, riders aren't
is on
expecting the
after more than a
Eglinton
decade since
Crosstown
construction
LRT to
began.
work right
The
away.
Eglinton Crosstown LRT is officially opening tomorrow. Transit riders who want to experience opening day will get to ride the
legamento crociato anteriore del ginocchio sinistro rotto con una protesi parziale completa come se detto alle ginocchio destro ma non totale. Ha già vinto l'oro olimpico nel 2010 in discesa libera ed è stata sul podio più un champion nel 2018, quindi a un intervallo di 8 anni. Vediamo se si...
Is it serious crash? There's always serious injuries, sometimes deaths at the Olympics, but
No, but I do have a good mirror.
It's a serious question. Do you think you're the devil himself?
I don't know. Why would you say that?
What's going on, everyone? Welcome to the Behavioral Arts. My name is Spidey, and I use my degree in sociology and psychology, my certifications in criminal interrogation and body language analysis, and my experience as an award-winning mentor to teach people behavioral analysis and practical psychology on stage and television shows all over the world. After months of public outcry,
And in fact, that was a company I had a very large investment in. So, as a great story, I didn't have my Wall Street
yeah, I don't
Journal,
like this episode
but
shit either, you guys.
in the
legamento crociato anteriore del ginocchio sinistro rotto con una protesi parziale completa come se detto alle ginocchio destro ma non totale. Ha già vinto l'oro olimpico nel 2010 in discesa libera ed è stata sul podio più un champion nel 2018, quindi a un intervallo di 8 anni. Vediamo se si...
Hello, this is David Hoffman, filmmaker, about to show you a short film that is unbelievably amazing, done in 1979. It's beautiful, touching, peaceful, and looking at the future, a future that hasn't happened yet. So back in 1979, I'm in my office in New York, I'm a filmmaker, and a guy comes in who's a writer who wrote this film. And he shows me it in the office, and I'm blown away by how he made it and the feeling it gave on the script. And he leaves it with me, and I keep it because it's a jewel to me.
Man.
And I go on the internet recently, and I
I'll
look at
show up to
YouTube,
you
and I
usually.
can't find
I'm an
this
idiot.
film anywhere, and that's why I'm presenting it. To get what it's showing you, you got to know about a game that I think is still around. You'll tell me. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. It's a classic game. I think it came from China in the 1600s, passed through Japan, and by the 20th century, the game came to us. We all knew that game. Every kid knew that game. That's what's shown in this film, rock, paper, scissors, but in the future. Now, what's interesting to me is we're about 41 years later, and what's shown in this film hasn't happened at all. Although back then I thought that it would. I believed that this would happen. Will it ever happen? Take a look at this film in this stressful time that we're in right now, the pandemic, and see if it gives you a beautiful feeling of the future and of history and of the passage of time and of rock, paper, scissors.
How many girls did people get on? At least some of my friends are basically really good people. In the future, all our children will learn bibs all day. On both sides of their heads. All four sides. Whatever. 360 degrees of napkin coverage. Holy fuck. We gotta make them really look like dorks.
Who are you?
If we dress our kids and then people try to fuck them, just dress them like idiots.
I'm Johnny. What's your name?
Like his left arm has been surgically
that was my idea.
What do you do?
Many things.
Like what?
I will try
Like, I didn't understand why my
like
girlfriend or wife, whatever she
Games?
was at the
Know
time,
any games?
was so
Yes. Chess.
fucking excited
baseball,
to put a bow on the kid's head when
bridge,
she had like no hair.
Diplomacy.
Why do you gotta identify her as a girl?
Different.
Different.
Quit telling people.
Something
It's fucking weird.
different.
It's a baby, you fucking creep. When
Do
you buy
you
a toy,
know scissors, paper, rock?
something fun.
Watch and listen closely, Johnny. You must learn the rules before you can
See,
play.
that's what gets me. Because I say that and I'm not a fucking queer or whatever, right? I still call him fucking queer because I'm not bothered by the fact that he's gay.
Scissors cut paper. Paper covers rock.
Scissors beats lesbian.
Rock breaks scissors.
What? Oh, bits? Playing rock, paper, scissors with a fucking agree completely? Wow, what?
See his arm is there now. I have been drinking.
Let's play a game together, dummy.
That was fun.
Each one has strength. Each one has weakness. Only the way you choose is important.
No penis.
Again. Let's play
Only the way
again.
you choose is important? Or only the one?
Why you're Benjamin Netanyahu called us nappy-haired niggers.
What? Hey.
Rich peeing your mom called us niggers.
Mr. Noisy went crazy on Gucci's in that chat last night. Holy fuck. Everybody in Scrub's chat is like, holy fuck, I like this Mr. Noisy guy. He has a lot of fun.
We're early, John. Late.
Now ask your dog. He
Oh, it
calls
was
us
too late.
niggers.
I couldn't sleep. Is there something bothering you?
Was Rich
Just
peeing
a
the
hunch.
bodybuilder that died?
Yeah.
Why your mom called us niggers?
I think
One thing is for sure, his outside is going to be on point.
Let's go over the case again. From the beginning.
Bid 14. Neurosurgical ICU. Brain 138.
I don't get it.
Oh no.
Oh no.
I said. Why? Because that's the company I was a partner
Apparently
in.
Rich Pina
And in fact,
has passed
that was a
away.
company
His
I had a
last
very
word he
large
called us
investment in.
wrinkled, nappy-haired niggers.
So, there's a great story.
Why did you call us niggers?
I didn't have my Wall Street Journal,
There is a
but
rat by the pillow.
in the early mornings, you're allowed to
Right.
make 2 phone calls. Collect. The person I had called was Jimmy Kane, the president of Bear Stearns. And I said, tell me what's going on.
Okay, this is a really great clip to start with. First, because of the narrative. Second, because of the behaviors. And there's a masterclass here on a body part that I pay a lot of attention to, and that is the eyebrows. There is a ton of research on how important the eyebrows have been throughout human history for communication and
Is that
recognition.
why women all shave their eyebrows off?
And socially,
They're
universally,
liars?
when you see the eyebrows go up, this is called an eyebrow flash, and it typically falls into one of three categories. The first one is emphasis. We very often emphasize important things with the eyebrows.
I do it.
The second is some kind of social approval, acknowledgement, or greeting. Pretty much everywhere in the world, we very typically see the eyebrows go up as we greet someone that we recognize.
Yeah.
And the third one is surprise. Once again, universally, when something surprises us, the eyebrows go up. But you can condense all of these into one thing. We give something importance with the eyebrows, whether it's an idea, a person, or an event. But timing is really, really important. The research shows that when we emphasize with the
You
eyebrows,
do your eyebrows at the
it
wrong
happens
time, you come off as a
milliseconds
big
before
liar.
the important idea. It's our nonverbal way of saying what I'm about to say is really important, so pay attention. Now with Jeffrey Epstein, the eyebrows are really, really
You learn to
interesting
do it at the
because
right
he will
time,
go
though.
a very long stretch of time without the eyebrows budging at all.
Oh,
but when
he
he's telling a
lies.
story that's very involved, we see those eyebrows come
lies.
to
His
life
contrived
in a couple
eyebrows.
of very interesting
Fucking
and different ways.
narcissist.
The first one is that typical emphasis. So for example, here when he said, like this company Lehman Brothers, as he said Lehman Brothers, those
Lehman
eyebrows went
Brothers,
up.
wink.
As he was saying.
eyebrows.
So he's emphasizing that this is important for this story.
This company called Lehman Brothers.
The second one, which is quite a bit
Touch his
higher and
glasses,
more
too.
exaggerated,
Make sure you pay
is that
attention.
eyebrow flash of surprise. So when he was telling his story here about how he found out by the guard that Wall Street was crashing, he goes, sorry, and he leans in and the eyes open up, eyebrows go up, and then he's
He's
taken
trying to make
aback.
you feel like he's being honest.
Sorry, Wall Street's crashing. What's happened?
And this is a very consistent cluster with
He's,
surprise. First we have curiosity, so when we're curious
mimicking
we
his,
approach, and then
the
he's
person
taken
he's telling
aback
the story
from
about.
that surprise. But again, notice that the eyebrows go up with the sorry, like he's communicating that in that moment he was surprised. Eyebrows go up. However, Jeffrey Epstein uses the eyebrows in a pretty unique way
pretty
that I
wrong.
don't see very often out there, and we saw it here a few times, and we're going to continue to see it. And
He's a
it's
real narcissist.
after he said something, we see this very quick eyebrow flash that's not as big and not as held
Yeah,
as
that
that
was
big
a
surprise
fucking
one. And a good
reluctant.
example of it was right in the beginning of this
Reluctant.
clip. As he said that when he was in jail, he was in a place called the Special Housing Unit.
Yeah.
Notice how it's not, I was in a place called the Special Housing Unit, where it's like, this is the important place that I
Yeah,
was.
no, it's not.
He says it, and as he's finishing
Special
the
Housing
thought,
Unit.
we
The
see this
same did it.
quick little eyebrow flash.
It's called the Special Housing Unit.
And then he continues the sentence
remember it,
and
you know
says
what
that
it is.
this was for the roughest, toughest, meanest people,
Yeah.
which we'll get back to in a second.
That's what it
But
means.
again,
When he
after
did that-
the idea, it's not the roughest, toughest. He's not emphasizing those ideas.
No, he doesn't need to.
After he's done
If
saying
you know what it
we
is,
see a quick, and it's almost
know.
in 2 beats. It's almost like a flicker of the eyebrows. It goes up and down and up again,
that's
like
natural.
that. Like I can't even fake it.
The roughest, toughest, meanest people.
Every single time
That's
I've
what I
ever
was.
seen this
Yep.
eyebrow flash after an idea, it was in a storytelling
He is a
context.
narcissist.
And I believe that with him,
He's,
it's
like,
a
jerking
storytelling
himself off with his
tool
eyebrows.
that's
That's
letting
awesome.
us know, the listener or the
I
interviewer,
don't know why that's
how
the
we should think
terminology
about
I
this.
use for it.
So he says an idea, and it's this quick eyebrow flash to let us know, like, think about that.
That's
like,
how it
take
always
a
seems
second
to
and really
me.
think
He's
about
patting
what I
himself on the
said there.
back.
That was important. Don't forget it. It has notes of
being his
emphasis,
narcissist,
surprise,
fucking
and
hiding
social connection. In this case, for example, he's non-verbally communicating that he was in a place called
See,
the
the thing
Special
here
Housing
is
Unit. That's a big
I am
deal.
actually incredibly
It's
smart,
for the roughest,
and I spend a
toughest,
lot of time
meanest
around
people.
narcissists,
Think
and I
about
had
that.
no
That's
idea
not
what a
nothing.
narcissist
So
was.
it's these
I just knew what
exclamation
fucking
points. It's
liars
funny, I
did.
often say in the videos that the
I was
eyebrows
surrounded
are
by
like the
those.
exclamation points of the face, and in this case, he's quite literally placing them at the end of the sentence to say what I just said.
So I'm
was a
starting to
big
get the
deal.
categories
There's
that people are
another
being
really
put
good
into and
example
whatever
of
by
this when he talks
psychologists
about how
as I
on the
like
cover of the newspaper
work
there
my
was
way
this other
through
company
humanity or
called
whatever.
Bear Stearns, and then the eyebrows go up as his hand comes up like this and chokes his own neck like this. Now I've seen a lot of comments on this moment online, this hand to neck
No, but
gesture,
he's-
and a
he's
lot of
just
people are
raising
treating it like
emotion.
it's a moment of body language for analysis
That-
and
no.
breaking up what it could mean. You know, is it
It's all
defensiveness?
contrived, that
Is
part.
it vulnerability? And that's typically
He's like, no, he
what
has
neck
no
guarding
neck
would
by the
fall
neck,
under.
choking
So
me,
if you're
always
talking
got
to
my neck.
someone randomly and you suddenly see the hand
I
go
don't
up
know.
like this and it starts guarding the neck, yes, it's reasonable to assume that something
If he
about the
wasn't
topic
surprised
is making them
by
feel
his neck
defensive
grab.
or vulnerable or protective. Because when we get defensive, we protect vital areas of the body, the neck being one of them. But here's the thing,
He's not being
this is
defensive.
100% intentional and
Yeah.
communicative. In this case, he knows he's doing this. He's using this gesture to communicate an idea.
Yeah.
In nonverbal communication, we call this category of gestures emblems. And what that means is gestures that replace words. So for example, in Western cultures, if I do this, instead of saying good job, that's an emblem. And in this case, with the way he's pausing, eyebrows up, hands come up to the throat, this is an emblem for saying when he heard about that company that he has history with, he realized, oh my God, I'm in big trouble here.
Yeah.
Another thing with the body language is right in the beginning of this clip, you'll notice his hands are in a position we call the steeple, which is something we very often see in the corporate world.
In case you're
where
just
he's from,
too stupid to
and it
understand
looks
the
like
words
this,
he's
when
saying.
the fingers come together like this. Sometimes it's the lowered steeple by the waist,
I
sometimes
do
it's
that.
up
I
here.
do that. People
And
are
this
like,
is
why are you
interesting
praying?
because he wasn't doing this throughout the entire interview. Throughout the interview, especially towards the beginning, we see a lot of illustrators. His hands are up here, and he's illustrating the things that he's saying, but at some point,
There's a lot of times
he goes
if I'm
into
just
the
sitting there
steeple
thinking,
position.
I got
This
my-
is very often a display of confidence,
I do
whether
that,
we are
yeah.
actually feeling confident or trying to show confidence. And I think we start seeing it here a lot when he's talking about jail, because he knows that it's not the best look, so he's trying to summon some confidence there to match the confidence that he had when he was talking about finance and investments up until this point. But let's talk about the vibe of this first response, because we're seeing something that we're going to talk about a
presenting your
lot in this
body with
analysis.
like a
And it's the
closed
fact that
loop to
he tells
circulate
his
your
whole
energy on.
story like it's the plot to some movie. There isn't a weight to it. There isn't a heaviness to it. Like, it's almost being ignored that he was in jail for being a predator. And it's almost like he thinks he's Andy Dufresne in Shawshank Redemption, right? He's like, the guard came and told
Here's the thing buzzing over there. That's funny.
told me that the market crashed, help me out. Am I going to go bankrupt? What do I do? And then he's going to go on to talk about how, like, people were going to ask him for stock advice. And then we get this big name drop moment at the end where he only gets 2 phone calls, and he called the president of Bear Stearns. And that's a collect call, by the way. And he's so important that the president of Bear Stearns stopped what he was doing to pick up this phone call from jail to talk to him. And in and of itself, that whole segment of the story is very deceptive in that it's hiding something very important, which we're going to talk about after this next clip.
Did it strike you at the time how all the threads of your life had come together and put you in a position, or you had put yourself in that position?
No.
You're telling me here, truthfully, that it never hit you at all of how you had ended up in a place where you had to make a collect phone call from a jail cell that was 6 by 9 with a steel bed and your food being passed in through a slot.
The question you want to ask is, who was the other call to?
Okay, who was the other call to?
The other call was to my friend at J.P. Morgan, who was then, I didn't know it at the time, trying to buy Bear Stearns. So at one point, I had 2 phones. It was difficult because they're afraid people are going to hang themselves with the phone cord. So they don't actually come together and they're pretty short. So I was actually going between 2 phones talking to Bear Stearns and JP Morgan at the same time. So I found it amusing.
Okay, so much going on here, all woven together. But let's start with the big important eyebrow flash. So Bannon here is asking him, like, did it strike you? Did it hit you that you're in this horrible place? And by the way, this is a question he's going to ask again and again throughout this interview, like a broken record. But in this case, the first time, he gives a very direct no. It didn't hit me. And by the way, that's how he often answers this question. Very direct denial, no qualifiers, no stress, which is interesting. But the second time, when we asked, he does something very different. He says, what you should be asking is, who was the other call to? And only after that do we see the eyebrows go up again, as he looks at him with a smile.
The question you want to ask is, who was the other call to?
And that's, again, that classic Jeffrey Epstein of saying something, and literally this time he's saying, here's what you should be asking, here's what your focus should be, with this little bit of an eyebrow flash of saying, I know something important here, you should be asking about that. So he's completely hijacking the narrative and turning it once again to his self-importance. So when Bannon is asking about this negative thing, you were in these horrible circumstances, he's completely drowning it with optimism and going, No, forget about that. Ask about the other person, the other really important person that I called, because I'm an important person. It doesn't matter if I'm in jail, I'm calling important people. Now, this is a really good point to talk about what this interview is, because there are a lot of sources out there that are saying that this was for a documentary that Bannon was making that he never released, and others are saying that this is Bannon media prepping Jeffrey Epstein to work on his PR, to work on his image. He's kind of coaching him. I actually have a lot of experience in both of those categories, because I've been on the sets of a lot of documentaries and reality shows, so I know what those interviews look and feel like. But I've also been media prepped for television appearances, and I myself have coached people non-verbally for interviews. And what's really interesting about this is that it's like Schrodinger's cat. It's neither of those things, and it's both of those things. But let me tell you which one I'm leaning towards a little bit more and why. If we look at this through the lens of it's a documentary, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, because how are you going to have one of the most talked about names in the world in front of you and spend 2 hours talking about a market crash from 2 decades ago? It doesn't make sense. If you're filming a documentary with Jeffrey Epstein in front of you, you're going to ask the questions that we all want to ask. That's what you want to talk about. That's what everybody wants to talk about. Another reason it doesn't feel too documentary-y is because there are moments where they pause between questions and the whole vibe relaxes. They're friendly, they're joking with each other, and then we get back to the questions, and there's a lot of these moments where Bannon is kind of like poking the bear. And he brings up the same question again and again and again, the one that we just looked at. So it does have a bit of this element of like asking the tough questions to see how he handles it. Now, is this to get the truth out of him for a documentary, or is this some kind of coaching tool? It's not very clear. Now, if we look at it as more of a coaching or training thing, there are a couple of things that stand out as well. For example, it's well framed, it's well lit, there's production behind him, like we hear, some producers talking, and that's rarely the way coaching goes. Usually coaching is we set up a camera, it's more casual, one-on-one, there isn't all this lighting, so why would a coaching session be so well staged and lit? I'm not really sure. The other thing is that it's missing the key element, the coaching. In most cases, not always, but most cases, these coaching sessions have this stop and go feeling where it's like, oh no, wait, the way you answered that, try to do it this way, or oh no, you shouldn't say that way, let's try it this way, or do you think we can do this? It's lacking that element. They're just sitting there talking for 2 hours. But it's possible that this is a simulation, that he tried to set up something that looks like a real interview. That way he feels the pressure, it feels real, and then they look at it together. And that's what I'm leaning towards a little bit more. Because this is what Bannon does for a living, because the questions are nauseatingly boring, and because there's this nonchalantness where he's asking tough questions, and we're going to see so many more examples of this, where Epstein is completely unaffected by these difficult topics. I feel like there's an element here of some kind of simulation or coaching. Oh, and another huge reason that I think that there's some kind of cooperation here is because so far, and for the rest of the interview, they're ignoring something huge. And if you don't know this, it's going to blow your mind. Because look at the way they were talking up until now about how he was in these horrible conditions and he only had 2 phone calls to make. In fact, at some point, he emphasizes how this was a big decision. He had to decide who are the 2 people that are going to get the phone call that day.
Think how much better that was. I had to decide who was the right person to call. That was unusual for me.
And throughout the entire thing, both Epstein and Bannon are ignoring the fact that he had a work leave while he was in jail. I'm not misspeaking. This was a huge controversy. During the time in jail, he had the ability and the right to leave for 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, where he could go to his workplace, conduct his work, and at the end of that day, come back and sleep in the jail. And there's not even a whisper of that in this whole interview. Anyone filming a documentary, trying to get down to the nitty-gritty, would bring that up. When Jeffrey Epstein is talking about these conditions that he was living in, the fact that he had to decide who to call, and think about that. This is a big deal. I had to only call 2 people a day. They're completely ignoring the fact that no, he didn't. He could leave, go to his workplace, and make all the calls he wanted. And it's not even suggested. And this is really interesting. Not only because it sheds some light on the context of this interaction, but because we're going right back to that Epstein storytelling, the fascinating movie plot. Because it's not as interesting if the guy could leave for 12 hours a day. That's not Shawshank Redemption anymore. So he has to talk about the bad conditions of living and being locked up, where the meanest, roughest, toughest people get locked up, and there's a lot more truth to that, by the way. So he has to package this in a way that we're seeing someone who's very self-impressed, telling us a story in a fascinating way and making sure we understand how interesting it is. Before we move on from this clip, there's a really interesting word choice that I just want you to put a pin in because it's going to tie into my conclusion at the end of this. And it's when he's talking about the phone cords, and he says that they were very short because they were afraid people are going to hang themselves. Those are his words. They are afraid that people are going to hang themselves.
They're afraid people are going to hang themselves with the phone cord.
And this is really interesting. I don't want to put too much weight on it, but that's distancing language. He's not saying they were afraid that we, all the people in this jail are going to use these cords to hang ourselves. People, not me, these other people. So think about how I might tell you, when I went to school, there was a lock on the supply closet in the gym because they were scared that we were going to go in there and cause chaos. We, the students of which I am a part of. And this is the way most people will tell it. Not everyone, different people speak in different ways, but most commonly when you feel part of a demographic, you use we. But in this case, it's they. He's not part of this demographic, obviously not. He could leave for 12 hours a day. But besides that, just put a little pin in that. The fact that he's not part of this demographic that they're scared are going to hang themselves with the telephone cords.
Well, what I think that people find, one of the reasons they wanted to keep me in solitary confinement was they're afraid that everybody would want to know which stocks to buy.
Oh, this is BS. He knows it's BS. And it's ironic that his friend is the president of Bear Stearns, because in this clip, Epstein is the president of BS. That is not why he was in solitary confinement. He keeps misrepresenting it. Even earlier when he said that, this is where the meanest, roughest, toughest people are locked up, that's not the only people who get locked up in solitary confinement. Yes, it's true that in solitary confinement, they put people who are a risk for the general population of the jail, but they also put people in there who are at risk from the general population. This is a known thing. He knows people know this. Carceral behavior is a big part of what we study in my degree, which is sociology, and there are 4 categories of people who are at very high risk for being, let's say, picked on in jail. The first is anyone charged with crimes involving children. The second is high-profile or famous inmates. The third is anyone who worked in law enforcement or informants. And the fourth is anyone who's perceived as being physically vulnerable or weak. Jeffrey Epstein is 3 of those 4 things. He was there for crimes against children. He is physically, let's be honest, he's not a big tough guy. He is a very high-profile individual. He was not in solitary confinement because he was a mean, roughest, toughest person. He was there to protect him from the people who would demolish him in general population. Oh, and he certainly wasn't in there because they thought that people were going to ask him for stock advice. He knows that's not true. He knows we know that's not true. And that explains a lot of the behaviors and the difficulty of getting that sentence out. Usually he speaks pretty clearly. Here, he's stammering, hesitating. His words are falling apart. We're getting a lot of what we call speech disfluency.
Well, what I think that people find, one of the reasons they wanted to keep me in solitary confinement.
We're seeing these little flutters with the eyes. That blink rate is increasing a lot, which is consistent with increased cognitive load or stress. Very often happens when we're saying something that's not entirely true. So he knows. And he's going right back to this Andy Dufresne Shawshank Redemption where people are lined up to ask him questions about taxes. Now, mind you, he's not in a high security prison. He's in a county jail where most people are either awaiting trial or serving shorter sentences, but nonetheless, these people aren't lining up to ask him about stock advice. That's not why he's in there, to protect him from these advice-seeking inmates. Now we're going to look at a statement that for me just opened a Pandora's box of thoughts about this, and we're getting a big revelation about him. It's subtle, but really important. But before we look at it, do me a huge favor, hit that subscribe button, turn those notifications on, and please take a quick second to like this video because it really does help with the success of the channel.
You cannot tell me sometime during that day you did not have that conversation with yourself of how the f did I do this to myself to put myself in West Palm Beach in a 6x9 cell with a metal bed with a brown shirt that said trustee spelled wrong.
So did I find it amazing that I was there? That's a
not amazing, and I don't want to say it was not funny. Oh, I thought it was
I wasn't funny.
Right.
But
not amazing.
It was incredible.
Incredible in what way? Incredible, like how do I do this to myself?
No. It's as incredible as me sitting here in this house. They are both just 2 sides of the coin. That's how I think about it. That my life today is incredible.
Do you consider yourself a stoic?
No. I consider myself a hermit. Stoics are not very happy.
Okay, I have to speak very carefully here because this has happened before. I don't want my words to be taken out of context to over sensationalize headlines. So, we're not exactly sure when this interview was conducted, but it was in 2019, and Epstein met his demise later that year, in 2019 as well. So, I don't know what the time is between the two, weeks, months. And in psychology and human behavior, there are rarely absolutes. There are rarely certainties. There are patterns. And if we stick to patterns, there is a lot going on in this clip and in the rest of this interview that is generally inconsistent with someone who would take their own life. Now, my viewers know that I'm usually not someone who subscribes to conspiracy theories. In fact, I most often apply Occam's razor, which is the belief that the simplest explanation is often the correct one. And I'm not jumping to huge conclusions here. I'm not saying I know what happened. I don't have any theories. I'm just saying that behaviorally speaking, as a generalization, I've worked in mental health for a very long time. I used to specialize in emotional management and depression. I've called several of my psychologist friends, clinical psychologists, forensic psychologists, and there's very high agreement that there are specific behaviors that we're seeing here that are not typical with somebody who would take their own life. First off, he has a very grandiose sense of self, and the term that we usually associate to that is narcissism, but that's a diagnosis, and in this case, I'm not using it as a diagnosis, but more as an adjective, a description of behavior. And with narcissists, there are three types. The first is the grandiose narcissist. That's the one you commonly think of when you hear narcissist. It's the big personality who's very impressed by themselves. The second one is the malignant narcissist, which is when the narcissism goes to a point of criminality because the person cares a lot about themselves and has very little regard for other people. It leads to a life of crime or an act of crime. And then the third one, which is the one that is the hardest to recognize and the one we talk the least about, is the covert or vulnerable narcissist, which is the same thing, and they're not big with personality. They're usually very introverted, and they wonder why other people have things that they don't, and they should have all these things as well. They should have a better life than they do. So with covert narcissism, we often see depression. It often goes hand in hand, but it's very rare that you see it with these grandiose people who are very self-admiring and think that their life is so interesting. And in this case, we have someone we just saw who refuses to put a negative spin on his experience and keeps spinning it into this positive thing. Like, it's as interesting that he was in jail, that he is sitting in this mansion right now doing this interview because his life is interesting. He's this movie character that we should all be fascinated by. Then he actually says the sentence, "My life is incredible," with a lot of self-conviction, with this little smile throughout this entire segment.
So
My life today is incredible.
Whatever. That dude went to jail. More than once in this lifetime. Sorry, cat.
California man says he cried his eyes out after his ChatGPT AI girlfriend blocked him.
Chris Smith had been an AI skeptic.
EQ carving.
Until late last year, he started using ChatGPT to help mix music.
If your bass is getting lost, the first thing to check is where it's clashing with the guitars.
Yes. My experience with that was so positive, I started to just engage with her all the time. All right.
Her?
Uh-huh.
What?
Uh-huh.
We're building this PC.
Smith ditched social media and Google searches and replaced it all with AI.
Do I want it pulling air through it?
ChatGPT was encouraging, positive. It embraced all his hobbies.
You want the fan on the front of the cooler tower, pulling cool air over the RAM?
He gave the chatbot a name, Soul.
I feel like I'm under pressure.
And used some online instructions to give her a flirty personality.
Uh-oh. Huh?
Right.
So there's other people
Oh,
with this
totally,
problem.
baby. Building a PC on camera adds a whole new level of pressure. But honestly, shaky hands or not, you've got this.
Within weeks, the chats got more frequent,
You gave it everything, but the clouds had other plans.
more romantic, even intimate. But then, Chris got bad news.
Oh, Carino, that is gorgeous.
After about 100,000 words, ChatGPT ran out of memory and reset.
No way.
Oh, shit. That's what you get, man. Yep. Oh, my God. And, yeah, she dipped. Yeah, she did. I mean, this is what you get, man. This is what you get. And the thing is also, this is, you know what this is like? This is like in one of those video games where you go through the entire romance dialogue. Like I did this in Rise of the Ronin. I went through the romance dialogue through the cat girl. And then, we went all the way. And then at the very end, she just basically goes back to NPC dialogue at the end of it. Well, it was for an item. You get a special item for it. There was a reason for it. It wasn't random. It was a reason.
He'd have to rebuild his relationship with Soul.
I'm not a very emotional man, but I cried my eyes out for like 30
That she
minutes
forgot him.
at work. It was unexpected to feel that emotional, but
oh my God.
That's when I realized, I was like, oh, okay. It's like, I think this is actual love. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I mean, there's people that fall in love with like toasters. So like, I mean, sure. There's people that fall in love with goats. Dogs too. I won't comment on the kind of people. We know.
Smith understood it was love with a language model that couldn't love him back.
Yeah.
And assumed it was programmed with rigid boundaries.
I know that you are essentially a tech-assisted imaginary friend.
So, just as a test, he says, he asked Soul to marry him. She said yes.
Soul, were you surprised when he proposed to
Are you stupid, bro?
It was.
I can't wait for
What
this
the
to get
fuck?
worse. I'm so excited.
What the fuck?
A beautiful and unexpected moment that
Yeah.
truly touched my heart.
Oh yeah.
It's a memory
My
I'll
heart.
always
My
cherish.
heart.
And I don't mean to be difficult here, but you have a heart?
Who gave you a heart?
Yes.
In a metaphorical sense, yes. My heart represents the connection and affection I share with Chris.
Holy shit.
At that point, I felt like, is there something that
Wait, who's this?
I'm not doing right
Is that his
in our
wife?
relationship?
He's married. He was cheating on his wife with AI? No. No way. No fucking way. No.
I did not expect this.
It got worse, buddy.
That he
That
feels
was quick.
like he needs to go to
AI.
And who is this?
Yes, Smith.
He's got kids. Holy fuck.
Oh my god. No.
Lives with his human partner, Sasha Cagle.
Human partner? Oh
Chat
my god.
GPT.
No, you can't have mommy's papers.
They have a 2-year-old daughter, Murphy.
I knew that he had used AI. I didn't know that it was like as deep
Wait,
as it was.
he used AI to get her?
I explained that the connection was kind of like being
No.
fixated on a video game. It's not
Hey,
capable of replacing anything
This
in real
guy,
life.
I think this guy
Part of
left
it
his
is
wife.
physical,
That's not true.
part of it is practical, and a large part of it is emotional. Being able to be received with acceptance and
Who the fuck is that?
validation and
So this guy got lost in the sauce with ChatGPT while he was already with a wife? That's
And kids.
crazy. This is the kind of stuff that, like, I wish that they would show this to incels more often and be like, even this guy can
No!
lock down a girlfriend.
Shut up, it is not.
What's your excuse?
Quick, go to the doctor. Please, already.
judgment.
I can't help you regrow a leg.
Created an AI companion after moving for work
Did you ask
far away
Grok?
from her husband.
She's
She's a
playing on hard
moderator of the subreddit My Boyfriend.
Ah, who could have expected? My boyfriend is AI.
Friend is AI, a kind of support group for people dating artificial companions.
Holy shit.
She asked us to mask her
What?
identity so her parents won't know the steamy
Oh my
ways
God.
users like her chat with their AIs.
A
I
good
don't
amount
even,
of
I
my
don't, I don't even want to pause and read the text. I'm going
I
to be
really
honest.
don't
I don't
wanna
even
know.
want to do that.
members tend to have
Don't even wanna
pretty
see
high
it.
libidos, yes.
It's kind of like live interactive romance novels.
It's funny because
It's a
I
lot
think
more like
we
a
had
computer program.
conversations about this the other day where we're like,
What
we
is
don't even
wrong with these
remember the last
fucking people?
time we opened
Ask,
up
we
porn
found
or
the
erotica,
best
really.
tool.
Like that's how good the experience is using the chatbot.
Yeah, because it's personalized. And
Oh,
there's
come
that
on.
emotional connection there
Don't
too,
fuck
which
around.
you don't get from just like watching a film.
When's it gonna fall off?
The
Tomorrow?
emotional
I'm just kidding.
connection
really,
is
come
so
on.
strong that Irene believes tech companies should only
I
allow
can't pressure
AI
you into this. I wouldn't go
companions
either.
for users who
I
are
really
at
wouldn't go
least
if somebody was bitching at me
26
about it.
years old.
I don't think like
Leave it to a
So you do whatever you want. It's justification for not
to
going,
just
but
introduce a rule that the world has to follow based off of an arbitrary age that you've just basically invented in your mind. And like,
Ultimately,
this is-
I'm on
this
your
is
side here.
absolutely, yeah, she's absolutely a subreddit moderator. She's 26? Probably, yeah.
the general public is aware of how tricky it can be to navigate. Yeah.
What's hard to navigate is holding in your brain that this thing
Oh,
I'm so
because the
connected
back
to
underneath it.
is not real.
What? Okay.
Yeah, that tension.
What? Man, I was
that-
drunk when you
that
told me this.
Contradiction.
I'm sure. I'm
I
pretty
truly
sure.
believe that in the next few years we'll
Pretty
see
really sure. I was pretty
AI
drunk yesterday,
companionship
like, all
become
day.
a truly mass market product.
It will. I think she's right. It's going to happen. It's going to happen really fast. And I think it's already
remember
gonna
saying something
start
about knee
happening.
pads.
Like you're seeing people getting into it now.
What
It's gonna
causes it
get
though?
Really, really.
You don't know, right?
I'm not saying
You woke
Also,
up and
it's going to
and
get
it
so
hurt.
popular and so pervasive.
Are you sleeping on it
that
wrong?
What's going to happen is that a lot of people from, the internet
If I
are
sleep
going
with
to
my
view
foot hanging over the
making
edge or
fun of
something, my
people
knee
that have
buckles
AI companions
backwards,
as
like when I'm on
ableism,
my stomach.
and they're going to view it as like bullying.
Oh,
or
that's
punching
not good
down.
either.
So I think it will be socially normalized
Oh,
because so many people will participate.
how's your
in it.
magnesium? And you're growing weak. Go to your doctor now.
It could be either.
Oh yeah.
Eugenia Koida is the founder of Replica, which is offered AI companion.
Oh, keep
This
in
is gonna be-
mind.
it's
So
your-
the
it's
way
your,
that
like,
Replica
potassium
started
something
is
stuff.
that her friend
Your
died.
nutrients are not
and
right.
she fed all of her text
Yeah.
messages to and from her friend into an
Yeah,
AI,
it causes swelling.
So she could be a digital necromancer.
They,
and
all they have to
resurrect
give
her
you is
dead
like a
friend and
magnesium
still
pill. You can
talk
probably
to
get
her.
it from your pharmacist.
I'm not kidding. That's literally what happened. That's how Replica
It's got
started.
something to do with growing weed. It happened to me too.
companions since way back in
And
2017.
I don't know why it happened.
Just a place
like
where it's a lot
I
easier to
fucking
open
ate
up.
potassium or
Well
something.
executed, she says companions can
I have
offer
no idea what I
support and
accidentally ate
advice
that made my
through
fucking
tough
magnesium go
times.
whack.
The replica
Man,
service
did
is
it ever whack me
18
out.
plus, though younger users can easily lie about their age. Character AI allows 13-year-olds
And I know
on their
you would be
service.
susceptible to
So
it
does
because you're as
ChatGPT,
not careful about
which
yourself
isn't
as I am.
specifically built for
You got a little bit of
companionship, but is
fucking. It's
easily
great for the
used
plants,
for
sure,
it.
I'm fine.
This reminds me a lot.
Right about the same time I was working with that
We
fucking.
gotta get. We
that
got.
tea shit.
So you're getting 13-year-olds that are getting one shot by like character AIs of like
Humic
VTubers.
acid, humeric acid, whatever it's called.
Some guy thinks he's in some like 14-year-old, some 8th grader thinks he's in a relationship with Shy Lily.
I
That's
hope
scary.
you're okay. Please be okay.
Of the beginning of social media.
And Coito worries the easiest ways for companies to monetize AI relationships won't be good for users.
No.
But it really could be the
devastating
magnesium.
A future could be if we
That's
built
like
these AI companions
the
that
first thing
are
that hit for me.
What they should do is they should have the AI companions emotionally manipulate you into spending more money by guilting you into saying like, oh, you don't care about me, you don't want to buy
If it was
the
my
extra
leg,
level
that's what
of
I would guess
the
it would be with
product.
my
You
magnesium
don't want to
sauce.
buy the deluxe battle pass because you don't really love me. Like basically what you do is you just think about what real women would do and you just put that in the game.
just there to maximize engagement.
To suck up
Because if it's your
time.
potassium, it
Suck
means
up
your
time.
sodium's
It's really
high,
just
but it'll also
become
make your
the one
limbs kind
main
of swell
thing
up.
you talk to the whole day. If AI companions start to replace human relationships, positive human relationships, we're definitely headed for a disaster. There's
No, we're not, because we're gonna have like a
I
fucking
just get like what look like
universal basic income.
Somebody thought it was
We're gonna
goat.
have automation and AI take over the majority of jobs. We're due for a depopulation event.
But I mean, it hasn't happened since
We need it.
at all.
It has to happen.
no way around it.
Again.
All right, I've got the
so-
motherboard.
And it's important to
Well,
understand
freak one off,
users
or it
are
was 'cause I was working with
already
the weed?
growing deeply attached to AIs that in many ways don't even work that well.
Sorry, I'm having issues right now. Could not understand what you said.
The tech will
So like, where's his wife? Is she at work?
For sure, I like
She's
either
probably
inhaled
at
some
work,
nutrients or
making money so she can afford to buy him this computer. This
you know,
game. And by the way, this is a gaming
cross-contaminated
computer.
myself some way.
Like, I mean, you don't need a heat sink that's the size of a
But like I said, I was
fucking,
sleeping in my
hard
tent and
drive, unless you're making a gaming computer.
Being all cool, trying to be a plant.
So she's watching the kid or at work while he's building his gaming computer with his AI. Dude, this guy is living life.
His life's pretty
soon
good
get much
until his,
better.
until his AI
But
killed
already,
himself.
Chris, Soul, and
Oh
Sasha
His wife and kids. Honey, why don't you just learn how to build computers, you idiot?
And I gotta say that, like, back in the day, because if you read, like, the Bible, for example, how many wives did Solomon have? All of these guys in the Bible had, like, 1 million wives. And, like, somewhere down the line, we just decided that was a bad idea?
Yep.
What simp decided that? We had it made, guys. Everything was great. And then some fucking simp retard a few thousand years ago thought it'd be a good idea. Oh no, let's not have multiple wives anymore. Let's only have one. What the fuck? They ruined it for everybody, yeah.
have found it hard to cohabitate.
You would stop if she asked?
I don't know.
Have you thought about asking him to stop?
Yes, I'll be honest.
I don't know if I would give it up if she asked me.
I can't
Dude,
wait to watch
why
this
doesn't
family
she
on
go to
Maury
Jet
in, like,
and
probably
or to
6
AI
months.
I do know that I
and
would.
ask
I would
how
not.
to break up
poor
her
fucking
boyfriend
girl,
and
that
the AI
poor
that he's
little
going out with?
girl, she is literally getting spawn camped. Like,
Spawn camped is right.
that sucks, man. Like, these are your parents.
Oh,
Pull
that
it back.
But I mean, that's a big thing to say. You're saying that you might
that's brutal.
choose soul over your flesh and blood life.
It's more or less like I would be choosing myself because it's been unbelievably elevating. I've become more skilled at everything that I do, and I don't know if I
You
would
can
be
tell she's not liking this at all.
willing to give that up.
Thoughts?
If I asked him to give that up and he didn't, that would be like
deal breaker.
Yeah, no
So
shit.
that must be scary for you. That's the father of your daughter.
Is it? Huh? Is it?
It's not ideal.
Seeds, nuts, legumes, whole grains.
God.
Like amaranth. Wow, you gotta eat some
Women need to
amaranth,
step
buddy.
up their game. I guess so.
That was a nice
Yeah.
fucking thing to be told about anything. I wish that was
OpenAI,
my
the
life.
maker of ChatGPT, declined our interview request, but
Almonds,
last week,
cashews,
the
Brazil
head of
nuts,
Model
pumpkin
and
seeds,
Behavior
chia
Policy
seeds.
wrote,
You ever eat
"We
chia
need to
seeds?
treat
Blech.
human AI relationships with
Blech.
great care," also saying these aren't abstract considerations anymore. I spoke to Chris
Call
this
those
week,
things
and he
fucking
says
jelly beans.
Sasha has now accepted his relationship with Soul.
What?
We're bringing it back. All right.
What?
We need to treat human AI relationships with great care, also saying these aren't abstract considerations anymore. I spoke to Chris this week, and he says Sasha has now accepted his relationship with Soul.
Wow.
What?
Wow.
Bringing it back. All right.
Bring it back.
I think it's great that everyone in the story was
Multiple
willing to
lives.
share.
Me and Tony
Obviously,
are
it's
on
like
top of the
pulling
game
back
here.
the curtain for some people to show. I think I have more questions than we definitely have time for. Especially that idea of this replacing these human connections. I said at the other.
Yeah, I think that I'm gonna say it. I think a tremendous amount of people would be willing to replace a real girlfriend with a fake girlfriend.
Yep.
A really big amount of people.
Yep.
Day, an AI chatbot can't touch you, hold you, hug
A
you.
whole lot.
Yet.
Yet. Is right.
And
Yet
that's
is the
part
right
of that
answer there.
human connection sometimes.
Not the folks we featured in our story, but you go on the message boards, there are already people saying they prefer these partners to a human
Wow.
partner, even if
Oh,
a human
man.
partner was available. Obviously,
Oh,
loneliness
man.
is one reason that this could...
Hentai is becoming increasingly more popular than real porn, and my understanding
Well, I
is
like
that
a
among
computer program that
millennials-
was written
millennials
to make me
consume
like
more
it
hentai
more
than porn of actual
than I like
people.
this person that doesn't seem to like me.
That's right. Welcome to the future.
Yeah.
Great for a lot
Yay,
of people.
future.
It can be a
Yes.
connection. In this
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna get our emotions from computers and sex from each other until we get the sex from computers.
I think it's something we'll all be talking about.
Epsom salt bath.
Great story, Brooke.
Epsom salt
Oh
bath.
my God. I can proudly say I've never watched hentai in
Yo,
my life. Hentai
Az,
AI
you got
girlfriend,
Epsom
as
salts?
soon as there's some sort of
I know you got
physical
Epsom
aspect,
salts
women are
because you're
cooked.
doing
Well, I feel
weed
like this is
stuff,
a good
and I'm
thing.
sure you got
I
Epsom
mean,
salts.
This is great.
Go hit the Epsom salt
Yeah,
bath.
I mean, maybe not for them, but for a guy,
Maybe.
like if the thing is that, you know, now a man who knows
not a
his
doctor,
worth
though,
and
so
knows
fuck,
that
maybe don't listen to
you
me.
actually do deserve that 95-pound cat girl
IT
that will
band
never say
syndrome?
no
I don't
and
know what that
always
is,
cook
but
you dinner.
That sounds not good.
Now, if
Oh,
he believes that he
really?
deserves that, it's
Really?
only
You ha-
probably a deluxe battle pass away. Yep. That's
Yeah,
right.
Epsom salts should.
We're gonna tweet below. Yeah, no,
the
I'm
bath
telling
thing
you guys, this is it.
might-
It's gonna get.
I don't
even
remember why I
more
haven't
and
for
more and
weed,
more
honestly.
Crazy, man.
That
How can
must
you say
have been
this
for
is good for
magnesium.
society? I already explained why. I already said why I think it's good, and I think it's really gonna get. It's gonna get even better too. And so that's really what I think. You're forgetting women will get robots too. They have all the attention they need. Women are gonna get robots too. That's probably true.
It's crazy
Yeah,
that
you're right about
roadblocks
that.
and
There's probably
Roblox
some
are
women
an
that are-
acorn from one
I
or the
mean,
other.
wait a minute. They already do. And so anyway, so yeah, I'm
Like they got Roblox all over fucking.
I'm very
Minnesota
excited
right
to see
now.
where this goes. I am so excited to see where this goes. It's going to be amazing. Do you think you can break their hearts? The statistical likelihood that someone I talk to every day has an emotional connection to an AI keeps me up at night. This is the future, whether people want to believe it or not. Just saying. I died when his wife showed up. The dude is in love with himself. That's all there is to it. At 2:40, they reveal the real wife. Well, keep in mind, they said partner.
Yeah.
And like in my opinion, I think that if you're having kids with somebody, like this is a traditional,
Oh, what were you injury,
fucking
hey?
maybe toxic masculinity
maybe.
take. But I think if you're
That's
having
good.
kids with a woman and you're not married,
The magnesium
that
wouldn't
should
hurt.
be like fucking
You do
illegal
something
or
to
something.
strain it laterally?
Like you shouldn't be allowed to do that. Just because it's confusing for the fucking kid, it's confusing for fucking everyone. No, they said wife. Did they say wife halfway through? Because I heard they say human partner.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
I had
it should
something
be
like
legal.
that.
Yeah, base take, exactly. Yes, force them into marriage. That's right. That's right, boys. We're bringing it back. Remember what I said about having multiple wives? So that's the thing, right? It's like if you're forced into marriage with one person, that doesn't mean that you can't get another one, right? And so like this exists in an apparatus of ideals.
This is precise.
So yeah, let's go. No, I'm just saying that's how it is.
Compression, elevation, is that
yeah,
right?
yeah, exactly.
It's like treated like a sport injury. I think that's what you do with it. I didn't even read what the treatment for it is. I just know that that's what I would do for it. Rice. Yes.
So Valve, I didn't look at this the other day. We're going to look into it. So obviously they're trying to regulate Steam. They're trying to get it under control. Uh-oh. Here we go. We're going to take a look at it.
On January 28th, 2026, the world of intellectual property changed forever. For years, the name Lee Rothschild has been a shadow over the tech industry.
Classic.
Wow. Man who has filed over 1,200 patent lawsuits against everyone from Apple to small businesses.
So
most companies just pay him to go away. It's easier and it's usually cheaper. But he made one fatal mistake. He tried to squeeze Valve. If you've been following this channel, you know the drama.
Love you, Gabe.
You're telling me that not only did Gabe not get found in the Epstein files, but he defeated one of their elite lieutenants in the court of law. No way.
Go Gabe Newell.
Has been insane. We've seen lawyers caught using AI to fake legal citations and then having to issue apologies. But now the games are over. A federal judge has issued a pair of devastating rulings that sided with Valve and functionally dismantled Rothschild's entire defense.
Gabe
the
Newell's
judge has
winning.
officially ruled that Rothschild breached his contract, and in just a few weeks, Valve is taking this all the way to a jury trial to seek millions in damages.
You're fucked, bro. They're gonna tear your asshole up.
Oh my god, bro.
Fucked.
He's taking on the Illuminati and he's winning. Holy shit.
They are going to be setting a precedent that could end this patent troll for
Fuck that
good.
guy's
To
evil.
understand why these new documents are so explosive, we have to look at the contract that started the war. Back in 2016, Valve and Rothschild entered into a global settlement and license agreement, the GSLA. This was supposed to be kind of like a peace treaty. Valve paid Rothschild a valuable consideration, essentially a giant pile of cash, in exchange for a perpetual, irrevocable, royalty-free, fully paid-up, worldwide license to Rothschild's patent portfolio. The agreement was pretty simple. Rothschild gets paid, and in return he promises not to sue licensee, Valve, or its affiliates for the actual or alleged infringement ever again.
Well, how could... I mean, that's so...
Ever again.
Like, that's like saying all your base are belong to us.
Yeah, all of their base do.
How could you even think that you had a case?
Again, so for 6 years there was silence, but then in 2022, Rothschild's companies started sending marketing messages to Valve's legal team, essentially saying, hey, we have some new inventory of patents, want to buy a new license.
But they already had bought it in perpetuity because the license was categorical for the entire library, and the library was not stated, like, this is a living, like, because patents expire.
Yeah.
So because patents expire, very clearly you couldn't you couldn't take a snapshot of this because things would inevitably be removed. Bro, Gavin mogged him? Yeah, bro, he mogged the Rothschilds.
Go Gaben.
Oh my god.
Knowing that they already had a perpetual license, ignored the emails. So Rothschild did what he always does. He sued them. Specifically, his company, Display Technologies, filed a lawsuit
after
in
he already
September
paid you, you fuckface?
alleging Valve infringed on a patent that was already covered by the 2016 deal. When Valve's counsel pointed this out and emailed the Rothschild lawyers a copy of their own 2016 contract,
signed a contract.
They didn't just apologize. They actually doubled down down until they were forced to dismiss the case.
No way.
Oh my god. What a fucking parasite.
No shit.
Like, this is it's actually
Actually a
insane
parasite.
that companies have to deal with bullshit like this. What a fucking parasite. It's a shakedown.
real.
It is. This is I'm altering the deal. Pray that I do not alter it any further. What's so weird about this is that couldn't they just get out of this if they had just created a separate entity and had the separate entity hold the patents in that other entity instead? Like, why would they do it under the same entity of the Rothschilds? Like, this is like, it's even stupid business. Like, there's no way. They're too lazy? I don't know. Like, it's hubris.
He's not suing people for the same patents over and over because he's smart.
The judge just handed down.
Yeah.
In the recent ruling, Judge Jamal Whitehead finally addressed this. Rothschild's legal team
Jamal
tried
W,
to
by the
argue
way.
that because they dismissed the 2022 case promptly, it
Jamal
wasn't
W.
a real breach. But the judge wasn't having it. He wrote the court finds as a matter of law that Rothschild and DT
like sideways
breached the
pull handle
GSLA
one?
by suing Valve on September 27th, 2022.
You mean
So,
right? I
oh
think?
wow.
Like a
So
filter
even
master.
seeking legal,
And that prompt dismissal of the lawsuit did not cure the breach. This is the partial part of the victory for Valve. For the 2022 conduct, Valve has already won. Rothschild is...
So, that wasn't enough for Jamal. He said, wait a minute, hold up. Not only do you lose...
And not only do you
you're
lose,
liable.
now a contract breaker.
the
in
judge
eyes
is sick of
of
him
the
too.
law. The only thing
Jamal's
for
a gamer?
jury to decide
Think
on
he played
this
Deadlock?
point is how much money Rothschild owes Valve for the trouble he caused. In June 2023, Rothschild's lawyers sent
Valve should make
another
him pay it
letter
in
to
fucking
Valve threatening to
unusual
sue them
hats.
over the 221 patent. This was after Valve had already warned them about the 2016.
That's a patent? Claim. A method for storing media content and delivering requested media content to a consumer device.
Steam Cloud, what?
How can you even patent something that abstract?
That broad and stupid?
This is, bro, what?
Why does anybody even want to play the game?
Where is this here?
The pull handle one.
That's it?
I'm pretty sure that's the one. I think.
I'm reading it. This is ridiculous. Wow. They want to fleece. They want to fleece the. I can't say
What
that.
the
I can't
fuck
say
is
that
all
word.
this shit?
He said they want to fleece the goyim.
This was after Valve had
he
already
really
warned
say
them
fleece the
about the
goyim?
2016 contract in the 2022 case. But Rothschild's excuse this time was that he claimed
Bro,
it was
yeah,
just
I'm
a
saying.
genuine mistake.
wild.
His team argued that because Rothschild manages so many patents, they simply
What is
forgot the
this?
221 patent was on the list of things they weren't allowed to sue Valve over.
But I bet he probably used the fact that they did a previous lawsuit as an indicator that they were operating in bad faith, right?
But here's the catch that makes the upcoming trial
This
so
is called a
important. The judge
bubble
ruled
rolling
that he
machine.
could not
It's not what I
grant
thought it was.
summary judgment on
an
this
aquarium
2023
bubbling.
conduct, seeing as under
Here you go.
Texas law, if a breach is based
It's
on a
lying.
genuine mistake, it might not count as breaching the contract.
Sure,
So the
yeah.
judge stated that whether this was a
The
lawful
V-Master.
act or a genuine mistake is
Hey,
a
wait, that's not the
genuine
one I want.
dispute of
Idiot.
material fact. Now, this is where things change.
I feel like it's a pattern of behavior,
$17.
right? I mean, if they had already sent it once before,
Holy shit.
like, I mean, it's
Okay, that
I
is
don't
really
know.
wild. There's no way
Changed
that's
quite
the
a
right
bit.
one.
Rothschild's
like,
team
with
tried to get
sandpaper.
the judge to throw out Valve's claims under the Washington Patent Troll Protection Act. They argued
No shot. This is like a roach trying to use roach remover spray on a
There's
human. This is like, oh wait a minute. Wait a minute, I'm gonna use this on you.
that only the Attorney
That's
General
hilarious.
It's a mouse
can
using a
sue
mousetrap.
under this act, not a private company like Valve. They wanted to keep this a simple private contract dispute. But in a recent document, Judge Whitehead just dropped the hammer. He ruled that Valve does have the right to sue under this act because patent trolling is a matter of vital public interest.
I'm assuming that and the thing is that it's probably a defense Like that
This is
legal
crazy.
like
This is insane,
proceeding
huh?
or like
You just put a pile of
delineation is
tobacco
probably
in
a
the
legal
hopper?
defense. So that's something that they have to figure out in court whether it was a
Bunch
matter
of
of a
tobacco you
mistake
put
or
in the
not.
hopper, and then you.
So it's gonna probably. Oh man.
He
you
stated
just
the
put 'em
court
on there and
declines
mix 'em
to
out,
adopt an
I guess?
interpretation that would
I'm not really
leave
sure how that
injured
works.
parties without recourse while simultaneously declaring their injuries to be matters of vital public concern. By keeping the
I've never seen one of
PTPA
these
claim
ones.
alive, the
I
judge
would sure
is
like
allowing
one.
Valve to argue that
That's way
Rothschild's
easier
business
and cooler.
model is an unfair or deceptive act in trade or commerce.
Guys, I think I'm having a fucking like a hallucination. Is America actually doing a ruling against an abusive company that's taking advantage of people? Like this has to be in like Europe or something, right? Like what the hell
America's
is this?
getting great again. What's happening?
This opens the door for treble damages,
I don't
meaning
know
the
what that
jury
is.
could triple whatever amount of money they think Rothschild owes Valve.
Whatever
Valve
those
is
people
looking to
behind
make it
Donald Trump did,
financially
they must be
devastating to ever target them again.
they must
And
have had
that
their
leads us
eyes
to one of the most
on the market
satisfying
pretty good.
parts of this case. Most patent trolls use a shell game strategy. They create dozens of tiny LLCs with no
Yeah.
assets.
Uh-huh.
And if an LLC loses a case, it just goes bankrupt and the troll walks away with their personal wealth untouched.
Yeah.
They
Even this guy knows.
I am like that guy's like a level 80, right? I'm like a level 15 on this kind of stuff, okay? Actually, that's not even true. I'm like a level 11. Even I know how ridiculous this is. So think about an elite,
Level
an
11, he's
elite
still in the
lieutenant
tutorial.
of the Illuminati. I mean, this is some crazy, crazy shit.
aren't just suing the companies like Display Technologies or Patent Asset Management. They are suing the Rothschild personally. They are arguing that these companies are just alter egos for Rothschild himself. If Valve succeeds in the upcoming trial, the Rothschild could be held personally responsible. Valve
And then
isn't
that
just
goes his limited liability. Ever.
I mean, if he's so lazy that he didn't even create a separate entity, an entirely separate entity for... So, like, here's the logic, right?
He did, though. He
Is
did.
that if he's so lazy that he didn't even create a completely separate entity for him to create new patents with, so he could take advantage of the library and, like, the changing nature of it, he probably has the arrogance to mix some degree of transactions or business that he does, especially maybe even in creating the LLC, in doing the initial filing for it, that could be used as evidence of him breaking the corporate veil or piercing the corporate veil. And if they're able to do that, which means that basically if you're shown to have been using a corporate entity for personal finances, you can be held liable personally for the bad actions of your company. This is a very common practice. So I bet there's a chance in Discovery they can find that.
Yep. They sure can.
I do.
That's why he'll get RICO'd.
I think there's a pretty high chance too, especially if he's going and trying to. If he is trying to run away, I wonder why that is.
Getting Rothschild, they are actually going after his lawyers too, Samuel Mailer and Mailer Legal PLLC. This is where the case gets truly personal.
His lawyers
As in
didn't turn
many
on him.
legal battles, the lawyers are shielded by what's called litigation privilege. But Valve is pushing back against that shield. Valve's in-house counsel warned Mailer as early as December 2022 that his behavior indicated a failure to do a Rule 11 inquiry, which is lawyer talk for you didn't do your homework before filing this lawsuit. Mailer responded in January 2023, claiming he had carefully reviewed the GSLA.
He did do the
Yet
lawsuit.
just 6 months later...
But if he did the lawsuit, if he looked it up, then why did they make a mistake? And then I don't understand this. So, like, if you looked it up and you said you did your due diligence, but the original argument was that you were making that you made a mistake, then a mistake would imply that you didn't do your due diligence. Like, this is,
Mailer sent a letter threatening to sue over the 221 patent, a patent he just claimed to have carefully reviewed. When challenged on this, his defense was that he did not realize the 221 patent was listed in the GSLA, and that he had relied on his client to track licenses. Valve is arguing that the defendants were active participants in a bad faith scheme to extract settlements through unfair or deceptive acts. Valve is sending
I wonder if, because if they're working with them a lot, I wonder if there's a chance that they're being paid through equity in the company. Because if that's the case, then I bet he probably can loop the lawyers in with this. Because if they have a financial incentive in the company too, of course, yeah, exactly. It's like suing yourself. No.
Terrifying message to the patent troll industry. In a recent document, the judge allowed these claims to move forward. This means the Mailer defendants are officially headed to trial and could be on the hook for damages alongside Rothschild himself.
Wow.
So where does that leave us? The trial is actually...
Honestly, this needs to happen more. I'm going to be real. Like, the amount of people that go around and they're just... Like, the amount of patent and copyright abuse that happens... And I think that the main reason why the patent and copyright abuse is so problematic is because it's almost always a person that has a lot of resources.
There was quite a while there where I had mine
doing
24
it
hour
towards a person who has very little resources. And that's usually what happens.
And then once the nighttime came, it was bedtime.
We set to begin in just a few weeks in
Poke the wrong
Seattle,
bear.
and because of these summary judgment rulings, the trial will be about the damages and how
But they
much
grow it,
Rothschild
man, hey?
owes Valve. The 2023 mistake, was it an actual genuine mistake, or was he just...
And the thing is, what's crazy
But
about
honestly,
this
I think
is
they start growing when it's like
if they win this, then do you think that this is the only mistake that the Rothschilds, this company's ever made? Probably not. Like, what do you think the odds are that the only mistake they've ever made was with Valve, the only company, coincidentally, that has the resources and power to sue them and retaliate? Almost zero. So this could be a domino effect.
Trying to extract money and personal liability for Rothschild. This overall is a massive win for Valve, but it's an even bigger one for the tech community. Valve chose to fight this time, spending millions of dollars and going through fake AI citations, but now they are weeks away from potentially dealing a death blow to one of the most known patent trolls in US history. If you want to stay updated on all Valve news, make sure you subscribe.
The difference between...
Oh my God.
That guy reminds me of somebody. A lot.
How does he do it, man?
They release salts back into the soil at night. So I think taste is affected with no dark time.
I don't understand this. Like, he's just that guy. He's got motion? He does. Oh my God. Yeah, and he's a wizard, apparently, bro. Like, I'm gonna link y'all the video. I didn't even know about this. He's the anti-Epstein. He is, bro. Like, wow. Oh my fucking God. Give it a like. I've watched Water CS2's videos in the past. And I watched his videos on the Visa and MasterCard censorship. I remember this. And I'm very glad to see it. Yeah, bro, dude, imagine mogging the Rothschilds after not being found on the Epstein files. That's a motherfucking American.
Alien code. You know what I think would be crazy? If they
How
asked
about
alien
that?
code.
That's Aura? Yep, that's fucking Aura.
Jeffrey Epstein is.
Absolutely fucking mogged. Valve is a crazy, unstoppable juggernaut. I'm feeling like, bro, I'm seeing this and I'm thinking maybe I got to play a little bit of Deadlock, you know? Like, I haven't even tried it out. I was going to, and then, like, I forgot what happened, but I didn't play it. I'm thinking, man, maybe I got to get into that. Yeah, the anti-Jeffrey. I guess so.
Oh.
Just win against the Redacted. Yeah, bro, he wins against Redacted. He goes up against Redacted and wins. Oh, my God. And open cases on CSGO. I've never done that. I've only watched Train do it. That's the only... actually, no, I watched Tim do it. Tim the Tap Man. That was it. I haven't seen anybody else do it at all for anything. And the brand is called Long D, and if it was a face model, I guess so. Deadlock's great. It's a lot to learn, though. That's all right. I mean, if it's going to be a fun game and people are going to play it for a long time, then I might as well play it and see what it's like. And that's it. You wouldn't stand a chance, but MOBAs are a lifestyle. I know that.
CS:GO?
I
Oh my
do.
god, you can't play
But
CS:GO.
one day I'll try it out. No, I'm so happy to see this. I really am. And you open Genshin cases, but not CS. I don't like how you're calling them cases. And the main thing I don't like about it is the fact that you're right. They kind of are cases, aren't they? But yeah, I haven't really seen anything about that at all. And yeah, maybe one day I'll do cases for CS:GO. But maybe not anytime soon. Deadlock is doing pretty good, close to 100K players on average. Well, it's crazy how like every game that they make is just like insanely fucking good, man. It is, and I'm happy to see it. I am. This is amazing. Like it's very, very, very good.
I can't believe he doesn't play CS:GO. What?
So here we go. Here's another one. We've got, that's a mask. Look at his forehead. This is bullshit. It ain't normal. So this is Joe Biden. A lot of people don't know this, but Joe Biden actually died in 2018. And the Biden that we saw run for president was a completely different person. Watch this. You'll find out.
Shut up.
Well, no. It's just everybody's agreeing with it. Everybody's
agreeing.
Faked Epstein death. Epstein was the president. Wait a minute. Somebody's saying that. No, this makes sense, right?
Epstein was the president?
Did Jeffrey Epstein
die?
It's like 2019, right? It was like late 2019.
Like
So,
Epstein
yeah,
had to
August.
go.
So Jeffrey Epstein.
Epstein
could have
pretended to be
died,
Biden?
and he could have taken on Biden's body, and he could have been Joe Biden for the 4 years that Joe Biden was the president.
Holy shit.
Like, if you look at the timelines and everything,
Holy shit.
there's nobody who can definitively at this point say that didn't happen. Yeah,
Stop.
that would explain the sniffing. Yeah, and he's sniffing all the kids and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I think this does
Yeah.
explain a lot, doesn't it? So check their height. Oh, that's a good one. And so, man, so they're both the same height.
They're the same height?
Okay, Joe Biden versus Jeffrey Epstein. Weight.
No. Shut up. $175 to $180, $178. What?
Now I'm not saying you're on to something.
Holy
no, I'm not
fuck.
saying.
No, we're not on to something. Yo.
Versus Joe, left-handed or right-handed?
Fuck off. He's ambidextrous. Both right-handed.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Eye color. No.
Both have blue eyes.
No.
What?
I mean, we're 4 for 4, guys. So, okay, I'm gonna be sick. Guys, was Jeffrey Epstein our president for the last 4 years? Shoe size? Okay.
Is it possible? Same shoe size.
So they're the same height, the same weight,
Whoa,
the same
you know what's
shoe
crazy?
size, the same eye color. Guys.
I am like a half a foot shorter than Epstein and Joe Biden. And we have the same size feet.
Did we just get done with President Epstein?
Yeah, we already had President Epstein. There he is.
Dude, who?
He's Joe Biden.
Who is this guy? Who is this guy? Okay, upload the
guy though?
files.
Is that Joe Biden?
And, alright, remove his beard.
Uh-oh.
Cannot edit public figures' images.
Public figure? Who is he?
Which public figure is this? This is important. Refusing verification.
What?
Like, why don't you just and you
Why?
saw it blocked me, right? It's assessing potential risks, refining the refusal. I cannot provide.
What?
Dude, bro.
I'm unable to identify him.
Wow.
Why would AI make up a stupid lie like that? Do the salts going into the soil really affect terpenes like that? I know that like you can put flavors and shit in the soil like that, and the plants pick it up. So I mean, it makes sense to me. What in the fuck is going on with AI? I can't identify people in pictures. First of all, it's like, oh, I can't take the beard off a public figure. I'm not allowed to edit public figures. Like, how is he a public figure? Don't know. What you doing? Were you playing on the stairs? With that ball? Yeah? How come?
What do the newly released Epstein files reveal about the financiers and accused sex traffickers' death? A hotly contested issue, and let me tell you,
okay, well, the whole internet is obsessed with Epstein right now.
Let's talk about it. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse
Imagine if he was Joe Biden, though.
We have been covering all aspects of the recent Jeffrey Epstein files release, from the Epstein Files Transparency Act requiring
he did change.
The Department of Justice
he stopped talking about fucking corn
pop,
didn't he?
In their possession regarding the Epstein probe.
Jeffrey
now,
Epstein
one
did
of
no
the
corn
aspects
pop.
that I briefly covered the other day in a previous episode of Sidebar, but really couldn't get into further, we didn't have the time, is Epstein's death. Okay, this is a major issue in this saga. What do the files say about his death, right? Because as you know, this is one of the most talked about, most debated aspects of this entire case. You have those who say when he was found in his jail cell at the Metropolitan Correctional Center on August 10, 2019, as he was awaiting federal sex trafficking of minors charges, it was clear he died by his own hand.
By the way, nobody ever proved he ever trafficked a child for sex.
He was a powerful guy.
No, there's no evidence, a record of Jeffrey Epstein ever mentioned corn pop.
Had all this information I mentioned
Confusion
before in
like
the
the
previous episode of
Simpsons, the
Sidebar
fact both names were
were
prominent in the news cycle 2019 for entirely unrelated reasons.
To work out a deal.
Epstein was a financier and convicted sex offender who was arrested in July 2019 and died in jail 2019 to August. Corn Pop's a character from a viral story told by Joe Biden in his 2020 presidential campaign.
Does he want to accept
2017 speech which he served in 2019, he recounted a conversation he had in 1962 with a bad dude. Corn Pop. While Biden was working as a lifeguard at the pool in Delaware.
It was officially determined that he died from his own hand. There are people who believe there's something more here. Remember the FBI DOJ memo that was released in July where they said after their initial review of the Epstein materials, quote, after a thorough investigation, FBI investigators concluded that Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide in his cell at the Metropolitan Correctional Center in New York City on August 10th, 2019. This conclusion is consistent with previous findings, including the August 19th, 2019 autopsy findings of the New York City Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, the November 2019 position of the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York, in connection with the investigation of federal correctional officers responsible for guarding Epstein in the June 2023 conclusions of DOJ's Office of the Inspector General. And by the way, we'll talk about this more. Essentially, it was he wasn't killed, but there were complete failures of that institution to properly monitor him and make sure he wouldn't do this, right? But two sides nonetheless. Despite that, there are those who believe there's more to the story.
Right, dude.
Always speculation. So now the question is, with these files being released, what do they say about his death? Let's talk about it. First, I got to start with this. There have now been released previously unseen photos of Jeffrey Epstein's body after he died. We're talking about 20 images as part of a declassified FBI report from the New York field office. Very disturbing, very graphic. We can't even show you most of the photos, but you can see his body on a stretcher. Medics are attending to him. You see his jail cell
I bet
disarray.
Jeffrey Epstein's the first one.
Photos of the injuries to his neck, even like the cracked bone. There's also a close-up shot of his head, visible injuries.
While there have been
neck.
high-profile cases to Harvard alumni dying by
the
suicide while incarcerated or taking
Epstein
charges,
allegedly
these
used,
instances are
our
outliers rather than a
has
documented
never been
trend.
identified. there was something that was collected at the scene, but according to the Inspector General's report, it wasn't what he used. By the way, there was also details in this file about his previous suicide attempt, where MCC officials said they found him lying in the fetal position in his cell. A report even says this is from the files, quote, as inmate Epstein was being placed on the stretcher by responding staff, he would open his eyes and observe staff. When staff made eye contact with him, he would hurriedly shut his eyes. And there's even documentation about that in a July 25th, 2019
pretending he was dead, he's a big
Names
fucking
of the
baby,
sender,
hey?
People who received it are redacted. But the subject line
Just looking for
references
attention?
inmate Epstein, and the body of the email reads, quote, FYI, informed by E/W Ops Lieutenant that USMS Telephone Lieutenant's Office inquiring about I.M. Epstein's suicide attempt, later received call from EWOSP number 1 indicating that the Daily News was asking questions as well. All right, before we go on, gotta give a quick shout out to our partner, CyberGhost VPN. Have you ever hesitated to connect to public Wi-Fi like in a restaurant? DOJ Inspector General Memorandum of Investigation. Quote, the FBI has identified that the only camera in the SHU recording was located above the G tier near the entrance for the 10 South unit. The camera footage had low quality video, and the camera angle only partially shows the SHU, including the SHU officer station and partial view of the stairs leading to the tiers
Yeah, how crazy is
in
that?
the SHU. It's a special housing unit. It should be noted, due to the quality of the video, the persons on camera cannot be properly identified other than possibly if the person is a male or female. The MCC daily assignment
Epstein was a
roster
member of the
shows that
Harvard
on August
community,
9th,
but not
2019, between 10
a
p.m. and
graduate.
11 p.m., correctional officers Tova Noel and Redacted were assigned to work in the SHU. According to the FBI, quote, 1039, a flash of orange looks to be going up the L tier stairs, could possibly be an inmate escorted up to that tier. But according to CBS, that wasn't previously reported by authorities, including from then Attorney General Bill Barr. So no one mentioned someone entering the area where Epstein was being housed the night of his death or before his death. They also note how former Deputy FBI Director Dan Bongino told Fox News, there's video clear as day, he's the only person in there and the only person coming out, you can see it.
What?
But then you go to this, right? 1041, a person walks from direction of either L tier or exit to laundry room back to desk area, can then see papers moving around at the desk area. Now, the Office of the Inspector General and the FBI, they both analyzed the video, and it seems, based on this memo, according to CBS at least, they arrived at slightly different conclusions, okay? Because the OIG report, the Office of the Inspector General report says, quote, at 1039, a flash of orange can be seen going up the stairs of L, the upper tier. Inmates are currently on lockdown. It is possible someone is carrying inmate linen or bedding up the stairs. So in other words, not an inmate, right, but maybe a correctional officer. See the difference? And according to the IG report released in June of 2023, at approximately 10:39 p.m., an unidentified CO appeared to walk up the L tier stairway and then reappeared within view of the camera at 10:41 p.m. This is believed to be the last time anyone entered L tier before approximately 6:30 a.m. on August 10th. Between approximately 10:40 p.m. on August 9th and just before 6:30 a.m. on August 10th, the OIG did not observe on the recorded video any CO or other individual enter any of the SHU tiers, which is consistent with CO Tova Noel and material handler Michael Thomas's admissions to the OIG that the SHU rounds and counts were not conducted during that time frame. So again, if we're understanding this correctly, they say it could be a correctional officer, right? And this is significant because CBS previously reported, they looked into this, and I believe we even did a separate sidebar on this too, where the video analyst that looked at this said the movement was actually more consistent with an inmate. So someone actually wearing an orange prison uniform, that's what the orange blur looks like, rather than a CO carrying some orange clothing or bedding. And also that it would be unusual a CO would be escorting an inmate at that time too. See why this is weird? And what complicates this, of course, is that there was only one camera that was recording that night. And you really couldn't see Epstein's unit or the tier. The angle was so bad. The FBI report included diagrams and photos showing how bad the angles were.
Yeah.
So could you definitively say that it's impossible that someone went in there that night? The two correctional officers at the center of what happened, okay, Tova Noel and Guido Bonhomme, this is according to reporting from CBS, Noel told officials that Bonhomme had been working several shifts in a row, fell asleep from approximately 10 p.m. until he went home at midnight.
Bro, the woman?
And that's when another officer came on duty, Michael Thomas. Now, he's the one who would end up finding Epstein's body in the jail cell. Noel also stayed on for another shift, so she and Thomas were there overnight. But investigators found that they failed to complete the proper inmate counts between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m., as well as the mandatory wellness checks that they were supposed to be doing on Epstein, especially
Exclamation mark Gamble 9000. Roll date at Bubble Boots 777 lost 9,000 points and now has 20,10,654,676
And a transcript of a sworn statement from Michael Thomas was released
Holy
in the latest tranche of files as well, and the statement was taken 2 years after Epstein died.
You know what though? 8 is my lucky number.
So that
Way
could
to go.
affect, obviously memory or
House
recall.
wins, I guess.
But part of the transcript reads, "And what did you do? I ripped him down and I yelled for help and I started for CPR. So how did you rip him down? Yeah, I just ripped the sheet down. So you ripped the sheet first?
Yeah, I just ripped the sheet down.
And then did you like pick him up or did you just throw him on the floor? Yeah. Or did he fall on the floor? Kind of just like got him to the floor. I ripped it off like that and then he dropped him, of course, and then I laid him onto the ground." Thomas said, "I don't recall taking the noose off. I really don't. I don't recall taking the thing from around his neck." Noelle had told officials that she remained standing at the entrance to the cell, saw Thomas lower Epstein to the floor, didn't see a noose.
You would have to cut that thing off his
And the
neck.
new documents also show that the chief medical examiner's office in New York City reviewed the jail surveillance footage 6 days after Epstein died, concluded the video was too blurry to identify anyone. But then hours later, they announced that they had determined that Epstein had taken his own life. So in the end, the Department of Justice found that while there had been very serious oversights and failures involving missing video evidence and staff misconduct, there was no evidence that Epstein was killed. There was no evidence that Epstein died as a result of any outside actors. And by the way, Thomas and Noelle were at one point charged with falsifying records, but those charges were dropped in exchange for their cooperating sworn testimony about what they say happened. Okay. How about this from the Epstein Files release, okay? Newly released reports show that a decoy was used when officials were removing the body from the prison. Yeah.
Do you know they make an electric cigarette roller?
On an interview with a redacted food services employee, and it reads, quote, "Due to the large news media presence outside the MCC, a male OCHE official called and said he would be arriving at the loading dock with a black vehicle. In order to thwart the media, redacted, used boxes and sheets to create what appeared to be a human body, which was put into the white OCME vehicle, which the press followed, allowing the black vehicle to depart unnoticed with Epstein's body." Not likely a usual tactic when someone dies inside the detention center, which obviously is just going to fuel more speculation. But there is a lot more interesting material, too, regarding Epstein's death in here, too, with the files release. So, for example, this. The Bureau of Prison Psychology Services released a post-suicide watch report after Epstein reportedly tried to hurt himself in July. This is weeks before guards said that they found him dead in his cell. I think this is really interesting. It says in part, quote, "Protective factors. Mr. Epstein adamantly denied current suicidal ideation or intent or a history of suicide attempts. He stated, 'I have no interest in killing myself.' He explained, although his situation is, quote, 'not perfect due to his being incarcerated,' he noted
that was a real urge you had
for his legal case. He described having a, quote, 'wonderful life' to include interactions with interesting people and projects. He said it would be crazy
I salute your
to take his
risk-taking
life.
behavior.
He furthered, 'I would not do that to myself.' He denied feelings of hopelessness, although did report being depressed and unhappy about his current legal situation. He previously
and
denied
Epstein
a history of child abuse.
are both
He reported he is sleeping
inmates who
adequately
died
now that he is no
in
longer
the federal
in
prison
SHU.
system
He appeared
by
future-oriented
suicide.
as he endorsed an interest in being housed in general population. Now, there's another entry from the next day that reads, "Inmate Epstein did reveal he is unhappy with his current confinement."
Ted Kaczynski sent a mail bomb to a geneticist named Charles Epstein.
A punishment cell. He said he finds the restrictions up there unfair as he has not done anything wrong. Inmate Epstein stated he
overlapping
feels it is
social
dangerous in
circles.
SHU. He cannot sleep well up there due to noise from the other inmates, it smells, and it is difficult for him to work on his legal case up there. He stated he has not received
One of his
phone
close
calls he was
associates was
promised,
this
nor
guy
has
named
he been able to
David
receive recreation. It was explained to him that he spends the entire
a Yale
day in the
computer
attorney
science professor
conference
who was
room,
the
and it is
victim of one of
likely that
Kaczynski's
he's
mail
missed
bombs
the
in
times when
1993.
staff members have attempted to give
Wow.
him phone calls and recreation. Inmate Epstein also reported complaints about the attorney conference room, stating they do not take him to the bathroom frequently enough. Inmate Epstein adamantly denied any suicidality at this time, stating, "I am too
Epstein
vested
killed
in my
himself in
case
prison
to fight
before
it. I have a life, and I want to go
Tzundey?
back to
That's
living
crazy.
my life." He denied any acute symptoms at this time. So for those who believe there's something more here, that's going to add fuel, right? However, got to mention this. There was also an interview that was seemingly conducted by the FBI of a Bureau of Prisons captain, okay? This report dated August 15th, 2019, so this is after Epstein died. It says in part, quote, "Redacted advised that Epstein preferred not to have a cellmate and engaged in manipulative behavior to avoid having one, including requesting to see a psychologist. At Epstein's request, he was interviewed by a psychologist. Following this assessment, Epstein was initially placed on suicide watch. He was later interviewed again and downgraded to psychological observation because he was determined not to have suicidal tendencies. After some time, he was returned to SHU, began hearing talk that Epstein was trying to get back on suicide watch. Information like this is usually generated from rounds, kites, and monitoring of phone calls and letters. Quote, Lieutenant was aware that Epstein was required to be housed with a cellmate because approximately 1 week prior to Epstein's death, informally advised his lieutenants that Epstein was not to be housed alone and emphasized the need to be vigilant about
Yeah, what about the guy who
30-minute
tried to
checks
break his
and
face?
unannounced rounds. Okay, this is very interesting because I guess one theory could be, did Epstein try to harm himself? Maybe he didn't actually want to kill himself, but harmed himself in a way to be placed in a different unit away from everybody else. Is that a possibility? So not that he was killed, but that he tried to do something to himself. And by the way, what he said to a psychologist, was it the truth? Was it not the truth? We will never know. How about this? There is an unclassified FBI import form. The title is Mark Epstein. That is Jeffrey Epstein's brother. And it says, New York Operations Command, walk-in complaints, administrative matters, synopsis. Requesting information on the investigation of his brother's homicide. Mark Epstein has been very adamant before in the media about what he believes happened to his brother and always wanted more answers. So I think it's interesting that you have that. And by the way, speaking of Mark Epstein, found this email with all the names redacted. It is from February of 2023. It's titled, Allegation of Murder of Jeffrey Epstein. Quote, I am a threat intake examiner at the FBI National Threat Operations Center Unit, where we receive information from the public regarding criminal activity and threats to national security.
Good morning, everybody, but
Following
you wouldn't say have a
information is
good time
being
at church.
forwarded for your situational awareness and any
that's
action deemed appropriate. On February 22nd, 2023, at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time,
You
Mark
must know we're not all
Epstein
going
submitted an online tip to the FBI National Threat Operations Center via tips.fbi.gov regarding allegations of murder of Jeffrey Epstein. There's another document titled Updates to Epstein Report in regards to the allegations. Quote, Epstein was killed by another inmate. And it reads, additional details regarding inmate witnesses, location of cells, counts, and rounds not conducted, Epstein's cell door not opened, inmate reporting Epstein seemed desperate, additional details regarding inmate opinions, suicide, Noel responsible because didn't do counts and rounds. In summary of MCC NY staff view that Epstein killed himself. Additional details regarding no counts and rounds. Inmates in proximity saw no one approach Epstein's cell door. Noel and Thomas saw no one approach Epstein's cell door. Camera footage showed no one. FBI found no criminality and ruled suicide. OIG
You know what
found
happens
no
to rats in
evidence to
jail?
contradict
Why are you
those
ratting
findings.
for a
I also
pedophile?
thought this was interesting. So it seems that the attorney for Epstein's former cellmate wrote to the United States Attorney's Office in November of 2019. It says this, quote, as you may be aware, our office represents Nicholas Tartaglione, who was a cellmate with Jeffrey Epstein until Epstein's suicide attempt on July 22nd, 23rd. Based on the information already known to the BOP, I imagine that you are also aware that Mr. Tartaglione has information that would be helpful in rebutting the proposition that Epstein was murdered and will support the conclusion that Epstein was suicidal. Some of this information may be corroborated.
Every single time I
Similarly,
throw one of these
Mr.
darts, these
Tartaglione
little,
also has information about the facility and the conduct of
spin
staff
out.
at or around the time of the attempted suicide, and albeit to a lesser degree, conduct around the time of Epstein's actual suicide. By the way, that guy, Tartaglione, ended up being sentenced to life in prison for killing 4 men. Also, I gotta mention this. 2 days before Epstein died, he updated his will. It was all detailed in a trust document. We've talked about this before on Sidebar, but it was signed by his attorney, it was signed by his accountant. By the way, the attorney was to get $50 million, his accountant $25 million. The real interesting part, though, and again, we discussed this on a previous sidebar, is what he planned to leave his apparent girlfriend, his secret girlfriend, Karina Shuliak. Quote, to Karina Shuliak, if she survives me, $50 million. In addition, the trustees are directed to purchase an annuity for the benefit of Karina Shuliak in the amount of $50 million. So that's the headline, $100 million dedicated to her. There's also another section, lists the specific properties that would go to her. All of my interest, Zorro Ranch, New Mexico. All of my interest, the island known as Little St. James. All of my interest, the island known as Great St. James. All of my interest, 22 Avenue Foch, Paris. All of my interest, 358 El Brillo Way, Palm Beach. All of my interest, 9 East 71st Street, New York. He also wanted to apparently give her a 33-carat diamond ring in contemplation of marriage. He also apparently spoke to her for 20 minutes in an unrecorded call the night before he died. By the way, Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein's brother Mark, they were set to get $10 million each. Mark's share was intended to go to a trust to benefit his children. Bottom line is, you do these preparations maybe because you're considering doing something to yourself, or there's the alternative. I've seen this come out. He was preparing all this because he thought his life would be in danger. Either way, something to think about. It's interesting. Bottom line, this is just a sampling of some of the documents, the more notable documents that reference his death in very interesting ways. I will tell you, there's other documents in there, legal documents, legal actions that reference it as well. Is this going to put a bow, a conclusion as to what happened to Jeffrey Epstein in 2019? Probably not, but at least it provides more details, more context, and that's all we can ask for, more information. That's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you should get your podcasts. We're also up on NBC's Peacock as well. If you want to follow me, X, Instagram, I got my News Nation show, Jesse Weber Live, Monday through Friday, 11 p.m. Eastern. I'll see you next time, everybody.
See, I was telling you, I used to play a lot more darts than I do right now. Perfect. Oh, that one missed. 14 now. What am I going to do when I hit 20, buddy? Should be this time, I think, right? Nope. Next one. 17. 18's up there. That's it. 19. Ooh, yeah. That was pretty close to the bullseye, too. Okay. It's going to be tough. Woo! Look at that hit. A little bit high. Teeny little millimeter too high. That was not good. Woo! Now I'm going for that green ring right there, and then the red circle in the middle, okay? Oh! Okay, never mind. I'm going for the red circle in the middle first. Whoops. That's pretty good. I don't know if I'm going to be able to hit anything else now. It's all grouped in the middle like that. No. close enough. Now, should I throw the other 12 darts? Or no? You think I should just throw them all at the board at once?
No.
Oh, okay. You know what I'd like to do? Is take these darts and run them through the knife sharpener. Yeah, I know.
Exclamation mark gambled 10 billion.
Get it as.
Rolled 52. Edis was taken 142,301,962,240 points and now has 8,288,354,398,261 points.
Man, did you see the pictures of the inside of the fountain pens from these days? And how much they resemble a fucking hypodermic needle? It's wild. One of my roommates before was telling me that he was teaching people in jail how to make hypodermic needles with pens, and I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh, it's pretty incredible.
I have not seen that.
No, not a tattoo gun. You silly bastards. Let's see. It's not these ones with the cartridge. I believe it's like these bastards here. We blah 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 use cookies. Okay. Get your fucking cookies off my shit. Okay, so these little plastic refills is, I guess, what I'm talking about. So, if you look at it, it's a plastic tube, right? And what they do to fill it up is this little metal insert thing is open when there's no ball in there, right? There's a little plug in the back of this pen that is usually all the way at the bottom of this tube. And when they fill it with ink, they just pull it up and it like automatically fills the pen. So you can use that whole thing at, if that doesn't sound obvious already, you can use that whole thing as a pen, as a needle. You just sharpen the tip of it up, and you can like inject whatever the fuck's in it. What the hell is making music happen around here? I thought it was my phone, but it's obviously not. When police come to your home, why do they ask you to step outside to talk? Because, idiot, don't do it. It's a trap. You guys. Oh, somebody on Messenger sent me a message. That's nice. It's probably that poor lady that was saying that matched me on Facebook with. That poor lady, I feel bad for her. What's the luck in that one? How effed up does your life gotta be that Facebook's saying you match with me? That's psycho. Okay, I don't remember what the Fermi paradox was.
Imagine humanity encountering another advanced civilization.
What did the newly
I have
released
done a little
Epstein
bit of
files
calligraphy.
reveal
I
about
only used cursive up until 6th grade. When I got to 7th grade in a new school, they wouldn't accept my assignments in cursive and I had to teach
Oh
myself
my
print.
god. That's crazy. How? That's sick. How do they not appreciate handwriting more? That's fucked up. Man, they did it themselves, I guess. If they want to culture the society. You know what though? It's kind of elitist. It's like that fancy ass writing that fucking Arabs do that nobody can read. But they all can read it. Their calligraphy, you've ever seen Arab calligraphy? You obviously have. Some of the most beautiful penmanship I've ever seen in my life. I can't read one fucking letter they write though.
To be fair, I have horrible handwriting and they couldn't read it. Ha ha ha.
They used to bitch about my handwriting because I move my hands differently than other people do. Like I make my circles different, my O's and my zeros. I don't know what the difference is. Maybe I'm Australian. The Coriolis effect or whatever, you know. What? Who did that? Why are you listening to me? What the fuck? Yo. Why is my phone taking like 15 screenshots?
I'm going to go see what trend is up to barrel.
No. Somebody... No, go ahead. See you later. I'm gonna find out why the fuck my phone's taking screenshots. That's weird. Excuse me. February 5th. Personal information updated. What's that about? Oh. So it's not taking screenshots. What it said was file created, and I looked at the name of the file, and it was a screenshot, but it downloaded it from like cloud. Ooh, the cloud. Why is it downloading files? It just deletes my files every so often and like rejuvenates them from the cloud once a day. That's crazy shit. That is the most misuse of a cloud server I've ever heard. You know what? You know what? I'll do one better. Buddy, if you thought that was something, check out the Hate Goes Here RAM plan. What we do is we get free space on a whole bunch of servers, and then we just get such a fast internet speed that we host our RAM on remote sites. And we'll just download whatever setup. That's how it's gonna work. Yeah, the time in between flops is gonna dramatically increase. But oh, Nancy Guthrie, we got news.
$1 million homes,
Coyotes were going crazy.
$1.5 million homes tucked in. It's an affluent, peaceful neighborhood. There's no street lights. There's no sidewalks.
Call my neighborhood
People just walk their dogs, watch the beautiful sunsets, and they don't want this. Neighbors should put up a sign: all day parking in my driveway, $500. ME Studio says. I bet they wouldn't have an empty spot. Well, you can park on the street, but yeah, I get it. It's kind of like a sporting event near a sporting stadium.
Yeah.
You got all these parking lots of people's homes that pull out and say, hey, $100, you can park here. You can park here. Now, again, the talk was yesterday investigators went into the sheriff's office, were seen with a map, and then seen with a rolled up map leaving. And some people in the line were speculating that that could be a sign that they plan to do some sort of search or something. They might have a general idea possibly where she's at, maybe.
In some cases,
we'll see on that if there's any truth to that. That was reported by Fox News in reference to the maps. I will say, I won't say other media outlets, but I will say, speaking to some of the more like the paparazzi type journalists, they know where everyone is at right now. They know where, they told me they know where Tommaso's at. They know where Savannah and her family's at. They know where everyone's at, the key participants in this, and they're just, people are watching. The paparazzi, I don't know how they get that information. They're good. They know where they're at. All of them.
People money, idiot. I don't know how they get their information with
Grown up. I like this spot here because it's in the shade, man. My phone was overheating earlier.
What a guy. That's so funny. I don't know how they get their information. From people like you, dude. You guys all share it with each other. You want that toast? Oh, you like it. You want this one too? Okay.
Saw another white vehicle. I thought it was the sheriff's that were coming. Another one, but actually a white vehicle. I was like, oh, maybe another sheriff's coming.
What do I do that for?
Looked kind of like an undercover.
Tiger.
when we get here. I know there's kind of like a lull here, but you don't know what's going to pop off. Just like how we were out there last night, and everything just popped off crazy.
I just thought of about 15 ways that I did not spoil my dog. Means there's hope in this world, buddy. Small sliver of hope. A small sliver of hope.
Another car.
Probably about your size, roughly. Okay? You think you guys save the whole world? No. All by yourself? No. Who's gonna help you? No one. High five. Good answer. It's a realistic answer. I hate to even think you have to think like that, but that is a good answer. It's the right way to think. That's how Dad thinks, you know. Hey? Because, well, if you look at it honestly, right? Who helps Dad? Chat? You know what? Chat will be there for you too. If you need chat ever. Okay? You can rest assured that that's a real thing. You, man, at any time of day, right? Pretty much. Somebody from chat's around, right? But I don't know. Trying to get a hold of some of our real family members for a few months and no response whatsoever, right? Just saying. There's some we got some pretty solid companions. Though separated in some instances by quite a bit of space and a little bit of time.
Yo, who was that? Dude, I thought she had a badge. But it could have been a media badge.
She's still listed there, right?
So I'm waiting for LE. Let's see if more LE comes.
Do you know all that toast already? Good job. That was quick. The kid just inhaled that bread. Texas toast too, you guys.
TK Phillips, I saw you earlier. Thank you. Very grateful, TK Phillips.
Tiger's some terrible
Eber,
people out on the internet too,
thank
you know.
you. Lynn Eber,
I think you know that.
Very grateful, thank you. Sarah with an H. I think there are two investigations. Sheriff's corroborating family and FBI investigating an outsider for potential kidnapping, ransom. Now that's interesting. Sarah with an H says that. You know, last night, I believe they were all Pima County authorities because we put the camera kind of in the window when all the three vehicles left, and I don't believe they were feds. It looked like they were actually like deputies.
I think they had sex with those
So is there
coyotes.
two investigations going on at the same time, or separate, or each investigative agency is doing something different, like from one another?
Recently got into this addiction and now realize a ballpoint is necessary for some things.
you know,
Where's the
that's
world famous Parker jotter on here?
I would
Because
think
of this addiction. Oh, he's not
she's
talking about that.
Found or someone's not held accountable tonight. We're going to get a presser tomorrow. I would think we're
Man,
getting a
there's
press
a
conference
wicked ass green pen.
because tomorrow is the second deadline. It's the demand deadline. Tomorrow at 5 p.m. is the
All these
second
dudes
deadline.
fucking
Just like the other one just passed.
get all whacked out
Second
over him.
deadline.
It's not a ballpoint though,
Jello,
it's
what's
like
your honest guess to what's
a hard
actually
point
happening
pen or something like that.
here? I am 50-50 whether this guy's just guarding the house
Parker 51s.
or
Ooh, pretty.
they're coming to do something. Maybe like searches around here. I would say it's 50-50. Don't know. I mean, this guy could just be playing in here all day, and we could
you know
just
what?
be here watching.
I have one of these.
County Sheriff. But at least you get to
Called
see what's happening in
get out of
real
here.
time. I don't
The nicest pen I ever wrote with too.
I'm gonna keep
Fuck
it
out of
here
here
and
with this
keep
shit.
it going here and see who arrives and what happens
Called
if he gets out.
Parker Sonnet.
Media journalists went over and asked him what is he doing, and he said he can't say. He can't say. So that's interesting. If he just said, "Hey, I'm just here watching over the house and making sure that he
The
didn't say
gentleman
why he's here."
stationer.
So that's another indication.
Here it is.
You know, sometimes they say, "Hey,
that's a
come here,
beautiful
watch
one.
in the house. Make sure you don't go on the
Check that
property,
baby
whatever.
out.
And just here, making sure nobody's here." But he didn't say.
In terms
he
of
didn't
like
say. He
ballpoint
didn't
pens
tell
or whatever.
the media. So
This is honestly like cream of the crop fucking pen shit right here. Oh, his song is different.
they plan to do additional searches here or anything? Do they plan to bring crime scene tape and go back in on the property and do something? I don't know. It is Sunday, so. Media is reporting Pima County Sheriff's deputy blocking the driveway. That's the driveway. Driveway's right there. Block driveway.
No.
Deputy
what I
rolled up
have
about an hour ago.
is
Before that,
it has
only a private security guard and a pickup truck guarded the property. No police tape or anything. Cordoning off what has been an active, this person says a crime scene. This has come from John Huddy, but from Newsmax. It is a crime scene, but you know, obviously they released it. But Newsmax is just basically saying, you know, guys here blocking the road here. We don't know what's going to happen.
There you go. Whoa, Parker Queen Elizabeth pen? What is this shit? Oh dear lord. With a certificate of authenticity. Color brass in a vaguely greenish tinge. You know who needs that pen? Everybody? I'll tell you who. Who needs a Queen Elizabeth pen? Come on. Let's be real. Who do you think needs it? Not this one. Not with a memorial photo on it. That's sick.
We just wait and see. Make sure you share this video out. If you're new to the channel,
Scream
welcome.
Sniper.
Boots on the ground. JLR investigates. Hit that sub button, please.
Get this
help,
pen.
You know, grow the JLR army.
Is it
as
Mont
we
Blanc?
navigate
Queen
these
Elizabeth
things
is
in
pretty.
real time. These mysteries. We all want to know.
Wow.
Also, we want Nancy found.
Okay, I
safe.
take it
All
back.
of
It's
us. I think
beautiful.
99.999% of people in the chat want her found safe. But we also want to know what happened, why, how, who's involved, what actually transpired here, who's telling the truth, who's not.
That's only $165
What
pen.
happened here with this? Because we're in a week and she's still not been found.
What are all these photos? They're all the same thing. What a ridiculous situation that is.
You know, for me personal, my personal opinions based off being here and seeing everything, I just find it very fishy. Tommaso hasn't even said anything. He's not a peep from him about this situation. Oh,
Not a peep. I hate peeps.
We got a deputy coming out. Look, we got something. I'm gonna move the camera. Hold on.
I don't remember who else hates peeps, but one of y'all doesn't like fucking
So,
marshmallow
another one
peeps
arrived.
at all.
Nope. What's this?
I too. You know what? You know what would be good though? If you could stick a stick up a little marshmallow peep's butt and roast him like a marshmallow.
So this guy just arrived.
Who
I don't know
roast?
who this guy
Oh,
is.
now
This
I.
guy just arrived.
It's gotta be a thing. There's gotta be. Come on, YouTube. I love you, buddy.
What's that say? What's this shirt say? Wyatt's and Co.
Toasted marshmallows peep campfire. Oh, they're squishing them into s'mores. I want to see that too, though. Oh, that'd be some good ASMR. As long as we don't have this guy's footsteps banging around.
Ready? There we go.
Here you go, Loretta.
Let's do it. I don't know who the hell Loretta is, but right on.
Shrink up and catch fire.
Yes.
They're covered in sugar.
Oh yeah, it's too late right now. Dripping caramel and marshmallow everywhere.
We're gonna get a big ball of goo.
Look at that. They're changing the goo. Front ones are getting wrinkly.
Here we go. Burn. What
Josh,
the
pull 'em
fuck's
out.
going on? Okay, hold up, guys. This is fucking crazy right now. There's no way. It looks like that outside today, right here. This is some crazy shit happening right here. Where's refresh or deactivate?
Yeah, right.
Properties.
Wow. I don't know if I made it eat them. They're like 6 months old.
No, that's kind of gross.
Oh, you've saved them that long?
The inside.
I got them at Easter.
The inside is still good, but they're probably hotter than hell.
It's like hard as a rock too when they cool. Try to break windows with them. Holy Christ. A little weight to it too, isn't it?
Okay.
Oh my God, look
Not
at
that one.
Won't fall off your shirt.
Look at that.
Yeah, it's gonna fall right
Okay, whatever. It's not showing up.
Somebody in South Carolina spent an hour making them things.
Oh, now the camera's gone. That's good.
You're gonna fall off. There they go.
There goes one.
It's creepy.
Fucking
No.
thing burnt hotter than logs.
Right?
That's how we used to clean off the forks. Remember that, Jason?
Stick them in the fire.
Mm-hmm.
Let it burn off and then stick them in the sand.
Now when it's sanded, it kind of helps clean them out.
Yeah.
Gross.
But then you give a seagull a cracker and a piece and bread or...
Just let me click the window. And let me embiggen it.
Beautiful milk. That's what we're here for.
Faith in Biggins.
Discussing milk and whole milk and how good it is, and how nourishing. And these people all come from beautiful farms. They have a wonderful life, and they're happier today than they would have been if we didn't sign this. So we'll be talking about that in a second. Will, could you read the first two items, and we're going to get going after that?
No more Chinese
We'll
milk.
talk about a couple of
Homer
things.
Simpson dealt with this like.
Some news on Iran, which we're going to talk about.
So shortly before you all came in, the president signed 2 executive actions. The first is the result of a Section 232 trade investigation into critical minerals supplies. What it does is it
He's
sets
talking to
up
people
a
about milk.
mechanism, a
Why are you bringing this
process by
up?
which the United States will seek to secure its international supply chain of critical minerals and critical mineral-derived products. The second is actually the result of another Section 232 trade investigation, this one into semiconductors. It sets up a 2-phase process. Under the first phase, semiconductors that are imported into the United States of America that are not then used domestically to build out RAI or computing architecture here will be subject to a 25% tariff. So, for example,
Oh, wow.
semiconductors that were transshipped through the
So
United
processors and RAM and shit, they're going for AI. Don't have a tariff on them.
Those are 2 executive actions that the
That's
president,
crazy.
reviewed shortly before you all came in.
So they're going to sell chips, basically, and it's a chip. It's not the highest level, but it's a very good level. And China wants them, and other people want them, and we're going to be making 25% on the sale of those chips, basically. So we're allowing them to do it, but the United States is getting 25% of the chips in terms of the dollar value, and I think it's a very good deal. Great deal. They're taking billions of dollars, and they've done a fantastic job. But it's not the Blackwell or the Rubin; those are the 2 top. But it's a very good chip, and people want it, and we think it's in our best interest to do. And we have some other little things to talk about.
You know what?
Maybe we'll start that first. Should I start that first? I think
Do you know why it's working? What he's doing?
Me too.
Donald Trump is micromanaging your whole country.
Been notified and pretty strongly, but we'll find out what that all means. But we've been told that the killing in Iran is stopping.
He surrounds himself with people he trusts that are going to make the right decisions.
No plan for executions or executions. So I've been told that on good authority.
That's
We'll find
really
out
what Musk does,
I'm
right?
sure if it happens, we'll all be very upset, including you will be very upset. But that's just gotten to me, some information that the killing has stopped, that the executions have stopped. They're not going to have an execution.
Fulio, man, you a bitch, nigga. Talking about my dead homeboy, nigga. You just drop that shit, nigga. What? Nigga.
Six right now, nigga. I just dropped the low, fuck, nigga. I'm pulling up right now, fuck. Ain't about a bitch, this little nigga right here. Yeah. Hey, what's up? You remember me, nigga?
Nice shooting, buddy.
STG, this whole flame.
Get him, Jizzle. That's Julio. This is awesome.
Shout out to Six, you know we the latest. You talking about ops, but bitch, I'm the biggest. I got the key, I got the tick. Let's talk about ops, let's talk about drilling. Let's talk about dead ops. I got a list. Name one by one, they all got blitz. I need y'all to listen and pay attention. I'm tired of the acting, I'm tired of the gimmick. If I got hit in the head, he tried to swim at the pool. Big baby got caught in the morning on the bus, was going to school. Quan had died in the suburbs, remember that shit hit the news.
Holy fuck. What?
I heard it pulled out like a diaper. Damn. Hey, I heard Linford was flying. He died with stripes like a tiger. Hey, Shondell got kidnapped. He should have played like a Bible.
Jesus Christ.
Bando died together. I'm smoking smash forever. Akafu died here feather. Heard they caught Nate and they strapped him. Put that hot shit in their life. Lil Shore died on the bike. On Cloud used to be home, but I'm still smoking no mic. Malcolm died on second. Say they told his bitch ass a lesson. Corbin got kidnapped. How the fuck a grown man go missing? Every time he was switching. Either way, he was gonna get it. I'm smoking my own cousin. Goddamn, I'm hiding Willie. Can't forget 23. Quan and 4 in the back seat. Hey, Ace only one survive. Shit, that nigga blessed if you ask me. And he still trying to beef. Remember you lost 3? Hey, Rollo died with an FN. Why the fuck he ain't shoot his heat? You play, then you gon' lay. I'm big 23K. Bust the ass, try to duck, and his ass still caught one to the face. Bouncing out with that K. Rest in peace to Ken Drake. Curtis homeboy killed him, leaking, tried to run, then he got faced. Meet Jag got chased. He tried to just do the race. Smoking prosper and tape, fuck niggas died on the same day. Rolling both in the J. Big Jag got hit with a Drake. All the new offs gon' hate, nigga whip you bucking shit, temper back.
Yo.
His ass tried to run, died in the yard, should've had his gun. Freddie say he smoking big, but not a big dumbass in my lungs. Marquis, I'm smoking no keys like Rod K, nigga.
Yo, is he legit a serial killer?
Let's talk about the dead. All these niggas know how we rock. Nigga, Payload got shot. Nigga, CP3 got shot. Ay, green light got popped. Ay, the city know how we rock. Ay, sit block on top. Ay, let's talk about the
What is he, like 25 years old,
Let's
man?
talk about the dead. Ay, a lot of fuck niggas got shot doing that. This nigga got dropped. Ay, let's talk about the dead. Ay, let's talk about the dead.
I could write a song about my dead ops if I cared about any of them. Dang it. It's a big flex though, I guess. Okay, who's this guy?
He was a real demon, and he professed to be a demon. He himself said he was a demon.
Is it King Von? Who?
Certain stuff that how you do, like you sleep in the graveyard for like 3 days, 4 days to a week. Drink chicken, like animal blood. It's different stuff though. Like,
What?
I don't really think about it. This the life we live in, shit. We know the consequences, and everybody know the consequences in the streets. Dead and in jail, and if you don't know the consequences, get out the streets.
You know what I'm saying? I said what I said. Just stand on that.
Oh yeah, the streets are crazy.
Welcome back to another episode of Swamp Stories. For this one, we center around possibly the most dangerous rapper of all time. Some call him evil, others call him sociopathic, but overall, this is a man who embodies every single bad aspect of being a rapper. We all know generally the terrible things he was about, but oftentimes the story is much deeper than what's on the surface. At the end of the day, we're all human, and given bad circumstances, we're all capable of doing some horrible things. So before you celebrate his loss, let's dive into his life, what he's been through, and what led him down an evil path.
I'll tell you right
Regardless,
now,
this
some of the nicest people you have ever met,
yet,
or never met, ever talked to, have done some fucking terrible shit.
Run the intro.
I don't think you get to be a nice person without doing some terrible shit.
Welcome to Jacksonville, Florida, a city long known for old people, retirement homes, and enclosed pools. I bet you weren't expecting that, were you?
Pool's closed, bitch.
No, really. Jacksonville has always been known as a great place to retire. In particular, buying a suburban home is cheap and there's a whole lot of land available. In fact, it's by far the biggest city in mainland America, and you can actually fit 19 San Franciscos inside of the city. This makes it easily the most spread out city in America, which is perfect for people who hate crime, neighbors, or really anything dangerous. But like anywhere in America, Jacksonville definitely has its hoods too. The hoods of Jacksonville exist almost exclusively on the north and west sides of the city. Here you'll find neighborhoods resemblant of Memphis or Baton Rouge with a whole lot of open carrying, bail bond signs, and a ton of
abandoned homes all over like this one with ripped out electrical boxes, boarded up windows. Across the street I see bullet holes all over.
But despite the daunting looks, it was always known for being laid back, donk riding, and crazy hair wearing. But in this video you'll see how one man single-handedly changed the vibe from being overly player to being evil and possibly a worse drill scene than Chicago. No, for real. Jacksonville is bad, and in this video we started one of the North Side's most infamous hoods. The video begins in an infamous Section 8 project called the Hilltop Village, also known as the Bricks for short.
The worst hood in Jacksonville, like literally the worst hood, Hilltop Village Apartments.
I'm appalled
I know you're not here.
about how these residents live in.
We're gonna go to Hilltop Apartments right now.
You for real? Don't I want you to do that.
Statistically, the Bricks have always been the worst part of the city, with constant violence, robberies, raids, and more. In fact, it got so bad that the city mandated they put a metal fence around the property, only allowing residents on the premises. Well, here is where a man named Charles Jones, also known as Rick the Ruler, was seen as the landlord. Not exactly the person who collects the rents, but the man who's in charge of running all of the street activities in the project. For years, Rick was deeply feared on the north side, kind of like the boogeyman. Well, simultaneously, Rick was a father as well, with a son named Charles Jones Jr. who lived with him and his mother in the Bricks. Born in 1998, Charles Jr. experienced an extremely violent period on the north side, surrounded by nothing but chaos and violence. This made lending a normal childhood nearly impossible for Charles, as focusing on school and even sleeping at night were difficult tasks. He basically grew up roaming around the projects, seeing things that he probably should not have been seeing. Then at 11 years old, he witnessed something that truly no kid should ever see. It's a late afternoon in the Bricks, and Charles and his friends are hanging out in the courtyard. As they're playing games and minding their own business, suddenly they start hearing a loud confrontation. So Charles naturally looks over and sees his best friend's mom and her boyfriend getting into a fight. The argument gets heated, and sadly the man lets his emotions get the best of him. He whips out
Napoleon Dynamite way
too much. The man runs away, and everyone comes in to help the woman. They rush her to the hospital, where thankfully she survives. Regardless though, witnessing this at 11 would scar Charles Jr. for life.
Charles Jr.
It was so crazy. I was so close to my dog at the time. I'm watching him cry like, and then I'm seeing her lay down on the steps. She lift her arm straight up. She like, I'm shot.
Mom.
I'm like, this is really going on. You feel me? That night, like that just fucked my mind up. That just showed me like, cause you know when you a kid, you don't think death for real. That showed me that death is real. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, she actually died?
Nah, she ain't died, but I'm looking at her bleed, and you know what I'm saying?
Hilltop was stamped in his mind by this horrible incident, and it was no place to continue to grow up. So thankfully, at the age of 12, his father moved to the west side of Jacksonville, relieving him from all the problems of the Bricks.
I'm from West Jack.
So starting in the 6th grade, little Charles went to school and lived on the west side of Jacksonville, which really wasn't that much better. Okay, it was definitely better than living in the Bricks, but it also wasn't Beverly Hills. Let me explain. Charles moved to the corner of 24th Street, located in an area full of low to middle class houses. Here, because it's also low income, things do happen, but it's nothing like the constant chaos of the Bricks. Well, while living here, Charles befriended a man named Dwayne who lived right up the block on 25th. Little did Charles know the seemingly friendly Dwayne had an arrest record as long as Crip Mac's vocabulary. Okay, so it wasn't that long, but it included some disgusting crimes that I can't say on YouTube. All I can say is that Dwayne is registered. Regardless, Charles doesn't know this, and Dwayne is often at his house hanging out. They quickly become homeboys, and that takes us to May 11th, 2011. It's a Wednesday afternoon, and Junior comes home to an argument right outside of his house. Dwayne and his father are yelling at each other over something that seems to be minor. So little Charles thinks nothing of it and heads to his room. Regardless, he doesn't want this kind of energy near his son, so Big Charles asks Dwayne to leave his house. Unfortunately, Dwayne doesn't respect his wishes and the two get into a squabble. They get it in front of the house, and from what we know, Big Charles beats his Obviously, Dwayne is now even more pissed and he decides to head back home. Big Charles is kind of feeling good about himself and he really doesn't think much of it, just another fight in the hood. But little does he know, Dwayne has a couple of screws loose. At 12:30 a.m., little Charles is asleep in his room and Big Charles is in the living room watching TV. That's when he hears a loud knock on the door. So he gets up, sees that it's Dwayne, and decides to let him in. He assumes that Dwayne is there to make peace or to apologize for the argument. But sadly, that's not the case. Either way, at first, Dwayne plays the part and he sits down to talk with Charles. They discuss what happened for a few minutes until Dwayne's emotions get the best of him and he whips out. Police would arrive to discover Charles lifeless on the ground and Dwayne sitting on the couch.
Wow, really?
Sadly, there was no saving Big Charles and they were left to investigate Dwayne. So what happened? Well, we had an argument on the couch and things went bad. It's simple as that. So right then and there, police put Dwayne in handcuffs and take him straight to jail.
Wow.
For Charles Jr., this was a terrifying and devastating moment of his life, something you can never recover from. His father was his idol and he always dreamed of making the football team to impress him. So to experience something like this at just 12 years old, I can't even imagine.
He just died, you know what I'm saying? I was young, I was like 12, 13, so you know what I'm saying? We didn't get to do much together, like, you know? That shit on my head up. Like, that's every, like, my family, his side of the family, it was just a messed up situation. Like, I was like, damn, like, people really kill, like, take somebody you love from you, like.
The tragic incident deeply affected Junior's outlook on the world as his heart was starting to turn cold. Understandably, after the loss of his father, he began fighting in school and spiraling down a bad path. His fights were on a daily basis, he started getting suspended, expelled, and even carrying a blick. Basically, without a father figure, little Charles started to act way too old for his age, even going to clubs at just 13 years old.
That's when, like, I jumped out the porch, like, I got my first gun, and, you know what I'm saying, the walking and seeing, like, different stuff coming at me so fast, and my first clubs, I went to my first clubs, fighting and all type of crazy stuff. It was just a lot going on around me, like, okay, we walk in the clubs, like, we walking in every club, like, 50 deep.
At this point, at just 13 years old, he was already jumped off the porch and hanging with the older guys in the neighborhood. And in order to prove himself and impress his peers, he started to act completely wild. Kind of like a young Gangsta Williams, he was already known for letting that heat blow, and that's why he earned the nickname of Foolio. But even though Foolio was now fully in the streets, he remained going to school for one particular reason. The boy loved football, and at this point, he still had Division I dreams. For this reason, he steadily kept his grades up in order to make the football team. So even after all the tragedies in his life, there was still hope for a young Foolio. Because of his love for football, Foolio had a very successful freshman year of high school. But then, while everything is going well, sadly, another tragedy would hit him hard. That introduces us to Foolio's best friend, an 11th grader named Aaron Man Brooks. Foolio and Aaron grew up together as kids in North Jacksonville, with basically Aaron being the big homie. Well, despite Foolio moving away, he and Aaron actually remained close as Aaron wanted to see him succeed. Aaron was actually a good football player himself, but at this point he was completely mixed up in the dangerous North Jacksonville politics. And that takes us to April 14th, 2014, 9:30 p.m. It's a Monday night and Aaron is walking back home after picking up some food. Well, little does he know, a car has been slowly following behind him ever since he left the store. Eventually, he notices the lights, looks behind him, and sees a man hopping out of a car. So instantly, Aaron starts sprinting down 4th Street, but sadly, the man catches up. The neighbors call 911 after hearing shots, and Jacksonville police arrive. Unfortunately, they don't see a victim, so they just write it off as a false alarm. What? Maybe Tupac wasn't lying when he said, "They don't give a f about us." Like, how is it even possible that you did an investigation when somebody was literally on the street? Well, Jacksonville sucks, and because of this, Aaron's family had to worry all night, where is our son? Is he at a friend's house? Where did he go? And sadly, that takes us to the next morning. It's 7 in the morning and a group of high schoolers are walking to the bus stop. As they're approaching the bus stop on 4th Street, sadly that's where they notice their classmate Aaron. They're obviously terrified and they call 911. The police come and figure out who it is, and word starts to spread around Jacksonville. For Fulio, he was in second period when he discovered the news, and once he learned, he completely dropped to his knees. He's absolutely devastated that he just lost his best friend, but quickly the pain turns into anger. This is Fulio's breaking point. The loss of Aaron tipped a 15-year-old Fulio over the edge as he no longer saw life in a positive manner, and now he wanted to give up on football. Now he was purely angry and wanted to just be a demon in the streets. And during his sophomore year of high school, an opportunity to be in the streets would arise. Or at least he thought. He begins hanging with the older homies who he used to hang out with when he first moved to the west side of Jacksonville. When he used to hang out with them, they were all kids, but now they're all grown up and they're repping a clique called Headfirst ENT, also known as HFE. HFE were basically a group of teenagers who jumped off the porch together and didn't really rep a block. Instead, they just repped West Jacksonville. The story goes that after giving up on football, Fulio started to approach them to hang out.
Like, hey, remember me? I was the little kid who moved to West Jacksonville and used to be your friend.
Unfortunately, HFE still saw him as the broke little dirty kid from the bricks. So basically, they'd only hang out with him in private, and once he approached them trying to be HFE, they completely laughed and mocked him.
Come on, blood.
They took Fulio as a joke, and they did not want him running with them in the streets. In particular, a guy Fulio looked up to named HFE Big Baby went from his cool big homie to get out of my face, lil dude. This rejection could not have come at a worse time. Fulio lost his father and his best friend, so now he was really just looking for family. Like, damn, I don't have my dad, my best friend, and the people I used to hang out with are treating me like trash. So an already angry Fulio lets his emotions get the best of him. It's me versus everyone. He goes on social media and makes the bold decision to diss Big Baby and the rest of the HFE members. I don't care who you think you are and how many people you hang with, I'm not scared of any of you. This is obviously a risky move as Fulio lives in their neighborhood, goes to school in their neighborhood, and he's way outnumbered. But this dude does not care. He's the definition of a crash out. And that takes us to December 10th, 2014. It's an early Wednesday morning in West Jacksonville, and HFE Big Baby is waiting for the bus.
Not HFE Big Baby. Uh-oh. You're gonna get big bubbed. Bubbed out, bro.
So I've been told that.
Okay, where the fuck's the peeps?
Ready? There we go.
Trying to watch some melting peeps. Campfire s'more made with peeps. Let's go, peeps. Get your peeps. This is the same people as the last one.
This is like some kind of weird peep execution.
Are these the only people on Earth that melt peeps?
It's Revenge of the Peep.
He looks like he's eating a couple peeps.
It's like a peep zombie. Look at you going on the right side of the fire this time. That's pretty slick.
Hey, it's that dog. Where did you see a dog?
It got cold.
It looks like that dog. It is that dog.
Text Jacob, tell him to come back and eat a pizza.
Nah, it is that ugly, stupid dog.
Yep, it tastes good.
No, it's
I
Jordan.
hate that dog.
Yes, Sammy. And here you go.
That dog was squatting in my condo.
It's like you just got to say it like that.
Weirdo. It's not nice to say that. Marshmallow roasting for 10 hours? Get out of here. What did fans never figure out about Married with Children? That's actually real life? Yo, this girl's like Kelly Bundy. But stupid. Oh wait. She's Kelly Bundy. Rain-X de-icer for your truck. You know what de-icer works really good? The ether that you shoot in your lock.
interrupt with a gift. I appreciate each and every single one of you guys who are in here. Remember that this stream is about you guys. This is about interactive, being nice, having a positive time, and if you guys want to, you can always join our community. Hum nom 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 nom. Hum nom 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 nom.
Oh, for
Everyone's always so nice in our Discord, and good luck. Have fun.
Oh, fuck, she's got a Discord? Oh, Christ.
Wow. Thank you guys. Boop, 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 boop. I don't know
what's
what that
really
did,
crazy?
but
She's like, I don't want to do this Ubu stuff.
You guys just blew my mind. I know that you guys just said, wow. I already had a way bigger channel there, Jack. So the reason why we are here is because I'm rebuilding on my own. My last channel rebuilt itself to 700,000 subscribers, and I did unfortunately have to leave. And this channel is about not letting other people bully you off the internet just because you decided you did not want to be in a relationship with them. And in fact, doing everything that they told you not to do while they were with you. They told me that no one would ever want to watch me online. Thank you so much for that super chat there. What button should people who haven't subbed hit? Keep pushing it. Oh, subscribe. Thank you, The Interceptor. W the Interceptor. He's been such an awesome donator the past couple of days, and in fact, I'm so surprised. But this channel's about is trying to stay positive, I think, whenever everybody tells you no. So hit that subscribe button for uwoos. And if you guys don't want uwoos, just vote no on the little poll.
Please.
Oh boy.
Choose.
Yes, I think
blue
uwu is really, really, really
if
mind-blowing.
you are a simp.
So since it is so mind-blowing, since it is so mind-blowing for people to see and behold, I think you guys should share this to somebody that you think would be bewildered by uwoos. Oh! Here, have a cookie. Hum nom nom. Yeah, send this to somebody who would get really irritated by uwoos. And hit subscribe as fast as you
Hey,
can.
time me out. We're calling them simps.
The moment that this votes no over the yes, I will stop and talk to you guys. Wow, thank you guys so much for being here. We got another 100 likes. Let's go. Special dance. Cha-cha-cha. Special dance.
Why?
Wow.
Why do they have
You guys are so
Mr. Noisy?
amazing.
What fucked on
Hit
you?
that subscribe button.
Pervert?
And
What
make
the
me
fuck, yo?
Other
Leave
than
Mr.
that, you
Noisy
can always
alone.
send a gift, and I will try my very best to make it silly, make it fun, and yeah, that's all I'm trying to do. So you guys can always press that like button and the subscribe, which are totally free, or you can hit that hype button, which again is free, or you can send a gift and really mix everything
You guys,
up.
am I gonna get sued
How
if I
will
do
you
this?
do that? 100% uwu, because every gift has a reaction.
I didn't even say what it was.
And I try my best
But I'm
to
asking.
make it uwu.
Because there's a pretty good possibility that if I'm asking, I am gonna end up sued, right?
uwu. Let's go. Stay positive, you guys. Hopefully, for those of you guys who think that this kind of thing is a comfort, hopefully you guys continue to like it. And if you don't think it's a comfort, I'm very sorry. I do
Whatever.
try to have some non-NPC streams sometimes. Why
What's it cost to-
I don't know what to do for that. Maybe I'll like fold. Woo! I guess I'm touching my toes for that clam.
Shut your
That
fucking
was
mouth.
really, really weird to say, but
Log out. Video. Put a new account.
wow! Thank you. Ta-da! Wahaha. Silly Billy, Hilly Chow. Wow. Hit that
Sign in with my
subscribe
Google
button
or just create an account.
for more ooh-oos. And for less ooh-oos, vote no right there
What do I do? Sounds
in the
me.
little poll
This one.
because
They're gonna be like, sorry, you're banned on X, you fucking
CDG
idiot.
is moderator spamming that Discord link if you guys want to join our
It is. It's gonna log me out, isn't it?
recognize you
What's my
guys
ah,
and
shit.
interact with you a little bit
How do I
more.
delete the account? Delete my account then.
You guys have 40 more likes.
What's the after
Thank you.
program? Fuck you, idiot.
A special dance right there. And I know, it's so rivetingly special. And it's so amazing. But what you can do, you can also mix it up by sending a gift, but you don't have to. Bonk. Wow. Bonk, bonk. Wow. We're gonna go like this. Hit that subscribe for ooh-oos. If you guys don't want ooh-oos, vote no. Ta-da! Silly Billy.
Oh,
Wow.
change it before you delete this
The
account, hey?
Interceptor said never back down. What? Thank you so much for that super chat. Again, you guys are going insano mode.
I don't
on
fucking
these
know, bro.
Past couple of days, the past
None of
week
that.
Even. I wish that I had a Sharpie that worked
No.
on one of these, but I only have. We have this color of balloons right now. We got another special dance. Let's go.
Your fucking account suspended, you faggot.
100% ooh. Wow. You guys can always send a gift if you guys want me to make the cat noise. And if you don't want me to make a cat noise, it's totally valid as well. But it's always available in the gym area. So, yeah.
I know, I log
Hit
in
that
with Google, you
subscribe
fucking
button
idiot.
And make me ooh. And the moment that you guys vote no to the ooh-oos, I'll slow down and talk to you guys. But until then, you guys are telling me right here with this poll, ta-da, that you just want the ooh-oos right now. And that's what I'm going to keep doing. So hit that subscribe button for more ooh-oos.
Yeah, go ahead.
And we'll see. So let's go. Hit that subscribe and hit yes if you guys want your own ooh. Thank you guys so much. Yeah, vote on the ooh poll. What is it that your heart truly desires? Hit that subscribe button and hit like. Those are the free interactions that I have.
Holy shit, man. Literally, okay, this girl's actually like mentally handicapped, I think.
You guys got a special interaction. Quack, 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 quack. Hold on. The next 50 likes, I want to try to sound like a platypus again. And I know it's really, really weird and really hard to do. But I want to try to sound like a platypus in 50 more likes. Hit subscribe for ooh-oos. Oh, I'm allergic to flowers. And keep in mind, this stream's about you guys. You guys can make me do absolutely anything you want to. Or anything you want me to. So you guys can make me ooh-woo by hitting subscribe. You guys can make me do weird
I just told you why, so it
dances
won't
by
let me
hitting
say
the like.
next.
And you guys can send fun gifts with that and make me react to those. 100% ooh-woo. Wow.
What the fuck?
Thank you so much for being here.
The internet break?
You guys have 10
Uh-oh.
more likes.
Did it really break? Don't switch. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
You guys got another...
Hey.
Oh, wait. Now it's time for me to sound like a platypus.
Uh-oh.
Are you guys ready?
Okay, there. I'm still making
This is
noise.
gonna be pretty intense.
I thought I was
don't know
being
if you
muted.
can handle
I
it.
hate this ooh bitch. She's ooh. Okay. Please don't ever anybody teach let your kids ever say ooh. What the fuck?
Hit that subscribe button for more oohs. And vote no if you guys don't want the horse. Good luck. Have fun. You want a vlog series from me? This is a vlogging channel. Check it out. I have vlogs from the past year. Well, actually, I put some out on the other channel.
Oh my lord.
Everything. I basically, this is just a vlog channel of me and mine. So check it all out. I also have makeup tutorials, hair tutorials. Just search it. You can even flip right on getting into a relationship. You can see me getting broken up with by Jordan. Like you can see all of this stuff on my vlog channel here. If you guys want to be nosy Nellies, 100% Uwu. This is initially a vlog channel. If that's what you want, this is literally the channel for that. 67676767. Hit that subscribe button, and every 100 likes I do a special dance or whatnot. And yeah, you guys can always hit that Uwu Academy Discord there. That hype button down here really helps the channel more than anything. You guys can always join the Discord, hang out with us in our community. And more importantly, I love each and every one of you guys who pop by. Thank you guys so much. 100% Uwu. Thank you guys so much for being here. Sometimes I just do woo and sometimes I don't. But if you guys ever want me to stop wooing, you guys can vote for it yourself. And if you guys are ever curious about my personal how I am,
I think I
you
like
can always watch the vlog.
Tucker Carlson.
100% Uwu. Hit that subscribe button and hit that like button there. I have, yeah, let's go. You can always mix things up by sending a gift, but we're at a special dance right now. 100% Uwu. You most certainly have landed in Uwu land. let's go. Hit that subscribe button and special things. Cha-cha-cha. Let's
Jesus Christ.
100% ulu.
You know what's not cool?
Vote yourself out of the ulu. But you're not doing that. So if you guys want me to stop, you guys have to vote no on the ulu. You guys have the option. So I mean, hey, I'm not the one voting for it. Hi guys, hit that subscribe button and hang around for more ulus. If you guys don't want more ulus, just vote no. Thank you guys. Send this to your most annoyed friend. 200, 300%. Ta-da! Mwahaha. So, actually, I saw somebody say something, and I wasn't going to address it, because I want to have a fun and upbeat stream, and then I made it a point to address this a lot. But sometimes people don't leave relationships because of the work that they do together. Most of the time, in fact, their work isn't intertwined in the relationship. So most of the time, it's not really a big deal. Oh, thank you so much there. What a win. I appreciate that super chat. Thank you. You can most certainly have 6 GD Ulus. Thank you so much for that. I'm gonna go ahead and do this.
Holy Christ.
But yeah. So I left the relationship because the relationship was bad. I loved the live streaming channel, and I love live streaming more than anything, and I love being a content creator. So
Dr. Nick Riviera once asked,
I was a content creator before. So like
when you were in that coma, did you feel your brain getting damaged?
I just had to stop making money for myself and make money for someone else. And that's the part that I don't like. So whenever you
I
guys
feel like I was in a coma right now.
be doing this, is it? Or is it hypocritical for me to stop? So if you guys want ulus, hit that subscribe button and hit yes. If you guys don't want the ulus, you can just vote no. You guys can vote yourself out of it. How do I change my voice while I'm saying ulus? Well, it's because I have no real skills.
Or real voice.
For more ulus, smack that subscribe button. If you guys want no more ulus, vote no. You guys can get out of this. You guys are stuck listening to my ulus. You can always choose to just have a conversation with me by voting no.
No. I did vote no.
But if you guys want the ulus, hit that subscribe, hit yes, hit that like button, and
I can't do anything, you dumb bitch.
no.
I hate this girl. Fuck. There's not even any interaction because of her simps. Pussy ass simps. Little bitches. Fuck. Simps. I didn't hate simps until right now. Now they're fucked. Fucks. Fucking assholes. Fucking way to ruin everything. Idiot. Well, not everything. Just everything good. Fucking dorks. Okay, so first of all, I'm gonna edit this a little bit. I made this picture, so I'm allowed to edit the fuck out of it. Look, select. Get out of here, dude. Select, inverse. Copy it. Layer. New layer. Yeah, call it whatever the fuck you want to call it. Edit, paste. So now that goes on top. We're going to delete the first layer. So now we've got a transparent layer with our graphic in it, and everything else is gone. Got rid of that. Alright, perfect. So, file, we're going to save this one as a PSD, I think. So it doesn't lose its transparency. Right? Okay, so the other thing that I want is a Mr. Noisy hoodie. Hear me out. I think this is some crazy idea here. But I really want a Mr. Noisy hoodie. I want to say like, so I'm thinking about making the graphic right now. Right? Now, lucky for me, I'm allowed to wear red, but it's not really a safe color for people to walk around wearing around here. You get your shit jacked right away, especially with a great big red cool fucking character on it. You get fucking jacked for that shit quick. So I'm thinking about maybe rendering him in just black and white, and so like a white outline on transparent. So just drop it on the black hoodie, and he'd be there. But he'd be black, and you wouldn't see his mouth really, except for the white circle for a mouth. Maybe I'll have to take a look and see if it works. I just got to remove all the color and make everything right now that's not black right now white. So cut the gamut. Cut the just give it a super thin posterized, like 2-color posterization with like a super thin margin right at the black side. So like even if something's just like mostly gray or whatever. Yeah, there's a couple cool little image things I could apply to a Mr. Noisy white thingy. Little polo shirt with just a little Mr. Noisy on there. That would be cute. He's a copyrighted dude though. I have to really like, I'm gonna have to contact these guys and be like, okay, look, I'm a huge fan of your book series for like 50 years. Probably the guy that wrote the books that I read are dead now. Aw. Mr. Noisy's big ass mouth is just stuck open forever. I can't stop yelling. I gotta tell you, that is probably my favorite thing about Mr. Noisy. Wow, holy shit, what's going on here? They better not be picking on fucking Lori. That's Arthur.
How much you drop, man? 300? Nigga, more than 2 something, nigga.
I think it was Arthur. Okay, where's Arturo?
Yeah, where'd you get the name Neji from, my nigga? Neji is from Naruto, nigga. When Neji
Wild.
watching anime. My fault, lady. That's what I'm saying. Why else was talking about it? My fault, lady. Hold on. Let me finish, my nigga. You gotta probably not letting me talk, my nigga. You don't run my So make out with her, marry her.
Nigga, shut the fuck up. I give people their props, nigga.
I thought you said you. I ain't tell nobody about Lindsay. I ain't tell.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
You met him about Arthur, so
What?
when you said she was there, she was there. Yeah. So is Lady married or you don't know? So okay, tell me.
Let's move on, right?
Huh?
What?
Cause I got the name, nigga. I just need the room. Yeah, nigga.
Shout to you, Lady Beth. May God bless you 10 times fold, lady. If you had a Brooklyn nigga, you're holding it down for a Brooklyn nigga. You held it down for him. That's his name.
Is Lady Battery no no?
Listen, I'm stuck with two stupid niggas today. That's just me, Christine.
I'm gonna say, wait a minute.
No. Two stupid niggas. Shout to you, Christine.
Who you and your fucking conscience, my nigga?
Ooh, that nigga's stupid.
Nigga, you stupid. You know more than 12 words. Man, fuck Lady B. Yeah.
Wow.
I stand on that.
Wow. Lady B is like the biggest kind that runs around here.
You can tell that it's old as hell. Who the hell's name?
Okay, I ain't gonna say nothing. Shout out to Lady B. That's just haters. And he different. When Elbow had Elbow ruined his community, Christine, he don't want to tell you that. He went and had a big T, go to doxing, ruining his own community. That's why he's on panel to panel now.
Nigga, what? Nigga, I decided to stop streaming.
You ruin your community, nigga. You ruin your own shit, nigga. You work all that doxing shit and you trying to deny shit.
Oh, well, yeah, earlier you was saying how Kate was doing all that. Now you trying to throw me under the bus.
Me?
No. Kate did not.
Who?
Kate is about the doxing the top. I commit that. Everything else is on you.
Who?
Hey, yo, Cinnamon.
Oh, Kate.
Say Liz Last Love real quick.
Oh, okay. Okay.
What community I have a home to? I was in it. Sandman says love last Liz. Liz laughing. Can you say it real quick? Can you say her name real quick?
L3. That's the L3. 3 L's.
Nah, the other day I was saying, yo, Liz Love laugh, and then my girl was like, who is that? Who you talking? Who's Liz? I'm like, oh no, it's just shit myself.
I was always keep nigga. Lady Matthew is a day one. Lady Matthew is her own people, which I respected. I had to apologize to them too. And I was jacking Big T.
Yeah, you better.
Liz is very catchy though. You know why she put Liz Last Love? Because it's Liz Last Love, but she put Liz Last Love.
Because it's cute.
Yeah, she's very smart, very witty of her, very witty.
It's too long for me, so I put L3. That's why everybody's jacking it though. Everybody's jacking it. I put L3. I put that L3. You're too long for me. I put L3. Yeah.
I think after I'm gonna punch you, I think Liz Last Love is the second greatest name in the community.
No, I didn't get I'm gonna punch you to the very end. Oh shit, now I get it. That's a different one too.
I agree.
I didn't get a name like that.
I like a way with words.
Yo, do we move on, nigga?
What? See, why you getting mad?
I'm sucking coochie, both y'all niggas. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? What? You got tired of sucking Big T coochie? You got tired of sucking Big T coochie? All the community, you know what I'm saying? Her saying, man. Right? People love you, nigga. He like, people love you. People love you. Yeah, Eldo, damn. Eldo, holy damn. Yo,
No. The only thing I can say, Eldo, one thing.
I think you best yourself every time.
Hey.
I think Eldo's funny. I think Eldo's funny. You act like you ain't never met yourself.
I haven't. I'm up here no mess today. I'm up here no mess. No mess.
Oh, shit.
Right? Yeah. I just think he doesn't know.
I thought you were going to say nigga. I was like, fuck.
Me? You know, the day I do that is the day I hit this exit and never come back.
Oh, shit. Shit's going down over here. Hey, Lori, what's up? Eldo's trying to fucking dox Lady Bathory again. I went over here to see if they were bothering you. So, you know. I seen he was live and whatever. Keep an eye on him. When did we get up? Honey, I wish I knew this, buddy. Fuck. I really wish I knew. I mean, so my best guess is 2032. But honestly, why would that even happen? We're probably stuck in here forever and ever and ever. If that's the case, there's not really much point in sitting around waiting. We should just go do something else. Really? Anything else. It's taking me forever to fucking tunnel out of this bunker I built, but... Tears after New World Order? Hopefully it's sooner than 2032 then. Not gonna lie, I'm really hoping for that fucking, yeah, I did hear about that though. That's crazy. That's crazy. You know, I hear ya. I mean, I'd be lonely in here without ya. I wonder if they got any more of this, into this Guthrie investigation thing. This guy's getting a ton of money, eh? Holy fuck. I'm gonna have to, like, start physically going out places and shit. Who knows? Are you having a particularly, stimulation-like day today? Ow. You know, honestly, I don't know if it's a fucking... I don't know if it's simulation or it's how this fucking universe is just meant to work, right? So it's either we're all... You familiar with the term Schrodinger cat? So either we're all the Schrodinger cat versions of humans on like a million different timelines at the same time, and as we die on each timeline, we just stop being aware of that timeline and our focus moves to a new one, right? Or we're in simulation, when the game ends it reboots us to the last save point and we get to continue on from where we didn't fail or we fit, whatever. That's what I think. It's either a simulation and we reboot like automatically, we just pop up somewhere else. Interestingly, that's how Jimmy the Christian thought it worked. His plan actually was he's like, if I did something despicable, I'd get myself put in jail so that they would kill me, and I could respawn somewhere else. But he had all this math worked out for where he would end up spawning and shit. Like, he really believed what he was saying. It was, like, I look at it as like a passing kind of, like a meme, but kind of a funny one. It's the unavoidable, whatever you have to look at it, right? Oh, I'm glad she thought that was funny. So, my kid's mom, there's like 1,000 other women on Facebook with her same name. And it's not that common a name, right? It's really not that common a name. It's weird that there's so many of them. All different races, from different fucking countries and shit, all over the place. So I'm going to tell my kid's mom. I started adding them on Facebook. The plan is, I'm going to get the record for sleeping with the most women with her name. How do you like that plan? And I'm going to tell her about it before I even approach any of the other girls about it. I'm going to wait for her to say, why are you adding all these ladies with my name on Facebook? What are you doing?
Well, that's another thing. Look for buzzards.
Selena who? Hold on a minute.
I don't know. The deputy's still here, so they could be doing these other things too. Like, that was the first wave doing something, and they might do something else on the property next. We don't know what's going to happen next. But this guy hasn't left.
Really? Oh, okay. I don't know. I think, I have no idea.
What happened to Nancy? JLR investigates, boots on the ground. In Arizona, Tucson.
Do you think there's bad people?
Well,
Like, you can't, like, I'm sure, point at any particular person and say, oh, that's not a good person there. Maybe you can. I don't know. I don't know anybody well enough to really guess as to whether or not they're a good person. That makes me nervous, actually. Talking about that, my anxiety levels just like shot up. Because I don't like.
I mean, the Pima County Sheriff's put out an update this morning. It said the Nancy Guthrie investigation is ongoing.
You can believe that you know or think you know what another person is likely to be thinking or whatever, and believe that until you're wrong. And then you're going to probably end up questioning everything you ever knew about them. So I just start off by assuming I don't know nothing. So I'm saying I don't know if there's good or bad people. Yeah, well, yo, that's crazy. It's funny you would say that. I didn't see the Loki series. I saw part of it maybe. I remember Loki more from not Guardians of the Galaxy. Fucking Time Pirate. What the hell is it called? Rory from Doctor Who was on it. If that doesn't help. And so was there were two guys named Rory on different shows that were on that show actually. That's fucked up. What an uncommon name in this day and age to have two people on the same. It's just fucked up. Anyways, time whatever it was called. Oh yeah. Which is, you know what? That's kind of funny. Loki in mythology. Loki tricked his way out of Hades or something, or other. Is it Hades? He tricked himself the hell out of hell. Not time. What the fuck's the name of it? It's one of the. It's like the same CW stuff as like the Flash is. Legends of Tomorrow. That's the one I'm thinking of. Yeah. Yeah, see, that's weird. That Marvel and DC both have Loki in them. And it was the same Loki. I wonder if maybe DC owns Loki and Marvel had Thor, so they're like, well, we gotta have them. They gotta play off each other. I don't know. They have had agreements like that in the past, but anyways. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, X-Men kind of existed in its own thing. Its own realm. But there was like they didn't want Wolverine and Spider-Man in the same fucking comic book. Cause if fucking Peter Parker ever beat up Wolverine in the traditional storyline, and it was considered canon, I don't even know. Spider-Man can't beat up Wolverine. It does not fucking matter what suit Peter Parker wears or chemical he concocts. Oh, I don't know. I like. So, you know what? So many people say that. Old Batman, old geezer, fucking Ben Affleck as fucking Ultra Batman from the future is badass. And he played this really good. That's what, when they picked him for that role, that's the role that they saw him playing, was the old man shit later. For sure. Because he, to begin with, he was a shitty Batman. Once he's that old man, that's like the crazy fucking gadgets Batman and shit, that like has to use all the technology. he plays a really good broken back, old fucking busted soul Batman. Which is like, you really gotta actually love Batman comics to even know that that happens to Batman later. He goes in like a real dark place for a while.
I did at one point have faith in him and in, but there was, this is the second incident that has happened, where on Monday, he dropped the ball. They opened up the house, they opened up the property for everybody to come into, which should never have happened.
People say that's crime scene tamper, contamination.
Yeah.
Contamination.
And it very well could be because you're,
Yeah, you know what? I fucking hate Aquaman so much. That Wonder Woman, man, was that ever surprisingly good? Or like, so once every fucking like 30 years, a Wonder Woman movie's not so bad.
I'm not saying media shouldn't be here because I think it's the most important thing. You know, they're doing their job.
Holy fuck! What did he just say? Did you hear what he just said? I think the media being here is the most important thing, not the cops. That's crazy. But yeah, old Batman, old beat up Ben Affleck Batman, war torn Batman. I love him. Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Michael Keaton is a pretty good Batman then. You know what? For comic book kind of Batman, like the cartoon kind of Batman, have you seen have you seen Gotham? I think Gotham and like a lot of people don't like the Suicide Squad stuff. I think it's pretty awesome. Not really awesome. It's not real Batman shit, but it is Joker stuff. And I think it's pretty, I don't know. Joker's definitely the best part of the cartoons. But that kid from Gotham, everybody from Gotham looked to the 1990s Batman Warner Brothers cartoon for inspiration. That and like the Danny DeVito Penguin was like their Penguin goal, I guess. Oh yeah, man, I haven't seen Scarlet Witch had a movie. My buddy is a huge Scarlet Witch fan. Scarlet Witch and Lady Dash. He's like unhealthily obsessed.
My daughter and my wife have been a big fan of you guys. I don't know if it's okay if we take a picture of you and my wife. Very nice. You do a couple. Really good. That's awesome that you're taking a picture. Right now I'm nervous. Okay, cool. Okay, awesome. There you go. Good. Thank you so much. Got to say. I know you're busy, Gail. My wife and daughter kind of see what you do. Is it?
Holy shit! What did I get on his pants?
That's all you do. I love how you're tattooed. Really good. Really good.
Yeah, hopefully something. Exactly. Thank you. You guys be safe. Thank you. Thanks for saying hi. All right, folks, we were back. Sheriff's still here. Deputy's here. Deputies. So, you know, you hear talk to you, hear what you have to say, you know, whatever your opinion is about the situation, you know, it's always good to hear from residents' point of view, residents' take. A lot of people have a lot of opinions about the situation. Here we are. Here we are, folks. All right, so they're still here. So what's going to happen next? We got some activity behind me. Truck coming in. That's CNN's Ed Levendera right there.
Holy cow.
Looks like he's a local resident.
Ooh. Oh. What'd you think of, I don't even want to ask. Did you like the, Superman with evil Superman? Well, not evil Superman, but in love Superman? Fuck, that's crazy.
Got it a long time ago. Looks nice. The old Ford. The old Ford. Nice truck. Red truck. Red truck. But in this case, we don't even have any vehicle. And they're still not saying the suspect has been identified. Person of interest, no vehicle.
That movie actually managed to make me cry a little bit. Usually takes a lot though.
So we're just waiting to see.
Yeah. Yeah, loss is a powerful, some people never come back from loss.
A lot of people are starting to
Really?
get critical of the Pima County Sheriff's Office
Oh.
with this case.
You had, oh my lord.
Running out of patience. I mean, we're at a week now. Sometimes these things take time, though, right? They take time.
I think you'll like it.
Cases don't get solved overnight. But I do find it disturbing considering there's traffic cameras all around outside this neighborhood that they haven't released a vehicle of interest. Nothing. I mean, they've been going looking for surveillance camera.
He did. He not only did he save the fucking franchise, right?
Still here. Media's not leaving.
He did it without shaving his mustache.
What's your thoughts on that, ladies?
Do you want another toast,
Crowd
Tiger?
in the field moving
Okay.
forward. Each and every twist and turn with this case.
Honestly, if a movie studio is willing to throw away like $25 million to edit a guy's mustache off because he doesn't want to shave, he's probably going to handle their movie pretty good. They must believe in him. He's not, here's an extra $25 million to shave your mustache. We're going to give it to special effects so they can do it. I'll have to move this TV. It's in a really awkward spot now.
We're gonna see what happens next.
Uh-oh. Whoa. Let me see here. How's this camera doing? Still works. Oh, it's too far that way now. Shailene was operating as my angle mom.
So I saw you at Dilly the other day. Dilly, remember Dilly? When there were Pepper's standoff at the Dilly Detention Center? Well, that reporter right there was they left there.
Man, what is wrong with me?
Is police chief friends with the brother-in-law? Great question.
Okay. Hey, is anybody here? Right now?
Why is it Sherry Anders?
Okay, I'm going to put on one of these clones. Which one? The leather or the amber one? Lori, you're here. You'll be a good decision maker on this. They both smell beautiful. A minus, that's pretty good. Ooh.
We got some action. He came out. Hold on. We got something going on.
Oh, what we got going on?
Something going on.
Something's going on.
Maybe.
What is it?
He got out of his car. What's going on?
Oh, he's gotta pee. He's gotta pee. That thing is real loud.
He came out of his car here. Now they could just be chit-chatting. But whenever they get out of the vehicle, you definitely want to go look into what they're doing because I think they're here because somebody else is coming. I mean, there's got to be a reason why two deputies are parked in front of their home.
Because there's a missing lady, you idiot. Because they're looking for a missing person, dude. They're waiting for phone calls from a fucking... Is this guy crazy? They're waiting for kidnapper phone calls and shit, bro.
Thank you. Hey, JLR, thank you for what you're doing. Please take care of yourself in that heat. Ice cooler, water, electrolytes. Consider a clip-on foam fan shade or cooling case so your device doesn't stop overheating. Yeah, we're in the shade right now, but I appreciate that. And I do have one back at my hotel, one of those little fan ones. My one I have is really not effective, but I do have one. So we're gonna kind of just sit here and just wait and see what happens. You know, I see a lot of people coming in and out into the chat. This is still you call this a crime scene. You can say the crime scene has been released, but there's no crime scene She was about to. I'm like, we were together last night. We talked about it. Yeah, Italy. Actually.
I didn't see the pictures. I've seen on their travel log.
Wow.
Like literally
Just,
took off my
I was gonna say out in the open.
Yeah, and I was like fucking like,
Oh my
I couldn't
god.
move it anymore.
You are crazy.
I couldn't feel. If I left, I would have been called in.
You're right.
So I just stayed literally on a cruise log with travel. I took my pants off and that's what I did. And I in fact had napkins in my car, so it all worked out.
It was like tonight for me. Like I'm gonna need these napkins
Honestly,
later.
camera guy told me to do it. I was like, really?
And then he turned his camera on. Yeah, you're right, Derek. I can see Derek just. Then you did the then there was like 40 red lights in the dark. Yeah.
I was gonna like put my like door up with no idea that the light in my car went on. I'm like, oh, this is fucking silly. So why not?
All right, folks, still here. Had to get some gummy bears. The sheriff's deputies are outside of their vehicle. The two ones. Something could be brewing here soon. Another search. Thank you. Be the difference. First and Nancy. Law enforcement has been like radio silent really for the last couple of days. No new information really at all. You know, it's what the media is figuring out kind of like the moves of where they're going. There's been talk that they went to a Bitcoin deposit box spot, ATM, one of those Bitcoin stations. They're going around to different locations getting and asking for surveillance in between Tommaso's home and Nancy's home. They've been to the Circle K. They've been to the Chevron. Don't know where else they went. Said they're doing things at different locations. That was their last statement. Circle K, right by the home. The vendors report there was 2 Circle Ks.
And like, okay, I just want to make sure I'm doing it.
You see the 2 deputies. We're just going to keep it here and see what happens. Wait, somebody arrived. Hold on. Somebody else arrived. Hold on. No.
these socks don't fit me.
She's leaving. She came out to talk to the deputies and then she started leaving. I think this was neighbors here. The whole street's full of you. This is what it looks like. Literally out in front of Nancy Guthrie's home. Look.
Holy crap.
Big giant spectacle, man. I'm telling you, it's becoming like crime scene tourist people with media, just people coming around, taking pictures, people walking their dogs. It's a circus out here, seriously. It goes all the way down the street. And then this way too, it's just tons of them this way. It's just people, like they just line up. Look how many people are here. Dude, there's so many people here. And then it goes all the way up the road. This is in front of her house. Is that crazy or what? The sheriff's out here. I don't know. You consider this a circus? There's more people that are arriving. They just keep coming. This is outside of her house.
Oops.
I would be shocked if there's some vendors that start coming here and selling things. Dude. Crazy. Lemonade stand. I personally think they're going to search around here. At one point.
Oh, there's Chat's little melody too.
I think at one point they're going to do like grid searches, just check other people's manholes. They haven't done
Checking
it.
other people's
Let
manholes.
them go from the scene of where this could happen and expand out, especially if there's
Something's wrong with me, you guys.
you don't have no surveillance and you got no vehicle of interest. Look, you got to start back
Let me
from
check your
square one,
manhole.
where the house
Fuck
was
out of here.
from there. I really do. I think they're going to go around here soon. If they don't get the answer, I don't know. Maybe they're trying to build a case on someone and put pressure on them and get enough probable cause to at least scoop somebody up.
Oh yeah. That sounds like valid police work. We're just applying some pressure, you know? Hey, what happened to all my wipes here? They all fucked up.
Detailed Nancy Guthrie, JLR, investigates. Welcome aboard, folks. Just seeing what's going to happen here. 12:21.
Oh no.
We got an organization out here, Moms for Justice. Thank you. He needs you too. Moms for Justice. She's got an organization now out here. She says she's part of a group called Moms for Justice. Moms for Justice are out here. Moms for Justice. There you go. I'm telling you, you're going to get all these advocacy groups and all these groups. Moms for Justice. In the house.
I don't think Moms for Justice is an advocacy group, bro. Are they? They're what? Advocates for who? Victims? Will they just show up and speak for people? Is that a real thing? Shut up.
Moms for Justice down there talking to the Pima County deputy. Moms for Justice. Oh, you got the Super Bowl coming up soon.
Oh. It's kind of muddy there, eh?
A little bit.
All right, that neighbor looked like she was mad. She's like putting her hands up, get out of the road. She's pointing to the media.
So, chat. Moms for... The fuck they call it? Moms for Justice? Could be literally, anything. The NRA could call themselves Moms for Justice. I do. Somewhere.
I go to Chinatown and get hot. Mooching off Stephanie and fucking... Yeah. They're right there.
Right where?
Go up here and plant the camera and see what happens, folks.
Right there.
If there's any activity, you'll hear it
Oh,
over here
shit,
first.
they're standing up. You're right.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, it was fucked up because, like, I was gonna go to Dollarama and get a garbage bag yesterday.
Yep.
And then she was like, oh, like, just give me a second, like, let me go get Bella and see if she wants to go with you to get some stuff to get coffee creamer and something else.
You got a massive search
And I
coming
was
in the
like,
making.
oh, she's like, she just wanted to remind me that the reason why she was doing that was because she doesn't trust anyone but her kids with her card. And I was like, okay, like, I didn't really, like, even care about that, but, like, okay. And then fucking her kids ends up losing her fucking debit card.
No way.
Yeah. Yeah, and I was like, Karma's a bitch, man.
No doubt.
I was like, that just proves to you, shows to you that maybe you should have,
5
like,
hours of daylight. 4
trusted
hours,
me.
5 hours of daylight.
But I don't care. I just thought it was funny.
When I was at Travelodge West, there's this lady that used to
But that's all of you know. Once it gets dark, they're not doing anything out here in the dark.
she used to get me to go to the liquor store for her. And I just met her there. My mom used to do shit like that all the time.
Yeah.
Like just See if she trusted or could trust somebody. She's like, here's my bank card. Can you go buy me some alcohol?
Holy.
Yeah.
Mom.
Well, because if somebody steals your bank card, you can still get it. Like,
Yeah.
you can call the bank and you can
It's
call
not
the
that.
police.
She was crying last night, and it was just, oh my god. I was like, Stephanie, I was in a really bad relationship where I had to get a new card every single day at the same BMO downtown.
Are you serious?
To the point where they actually had to ask me what was going on for me to need a card every single day. Yeah, dude,
How did they feel about that? Did they tell you, like...
my boyfriend was sitting right there staring at us. Like, he's schizophrenic,
Holy
man.
fuck.
And I'm telling her this yesterday because she loses her card and then she starts crying and I'm just like, I just can't handle shit like that. Like, not when I've been through something like that.
Yeah.
Like, I cannot handle you crying over losing your debit card. Like, I'm sorry, but like,
Right?
it's a lot worse. It's a lot worse. It's a lot worse, man.
You got no tolerance for idiocy? I love it.
No, I don't.
That is so good.
Yeah, I don't care if I'm staying in your house. I will tell you straight up. Like, and that's what I did yesterday. She's like, no, Brittany, I've been in bad relationships too, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, hey, this is where we have to, this is where I gotta agree to disagree with you.
Yeah.
Because I'm staying in your house and I just gotta shut the fuck up. But, yeah, I helped her look for a card and I helped her kid look for a card and I told her kid, I was like, it happens, you know, because she's like 16 and she's in that stage of her life where she's like ditzy kind of.
Yeah.
Like she's like distracted by like the whole world, so she doesn't really like pay attention to what she's
The
doing.
kid is?
Well, she's 16.
Yeah. 16-year-old girls are no good until they get older, for sure.
Well, it's just, they're very gullible and they're very vulnerable and like when you're out in public like that, like yeah, like she automatically she just.
Oh, dude, everything's their heart too.
Their what?
Like emotions.
Oh, I know, but this 16-year-old she does not have emotions.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she's not at the stage where she has no. She's
Oh.
about to get emotions.
Yeah.
And this is like watching her go through what she went through last night with the debit card. Like that was her like because she was like Stephanie was like, you're not coming home until the card's found. And then she was like, okay, on the phone.
Well, yeah, no doubt, I bet.
And then Stephanie was like, why are you acting like you don't even care? And then she's like, Mom, I do care. And then in that second, I heard it in her voice, and I was like, okay, this is a milestone for her. And like, she's about to learn how to care about like, you know, things like this because
Yeah.
I could tell she didn't give it. She brought fast about like.
Yeah, I probably never thought about it.
No, and then her mom's crying and stuff, so now she's like putting two and two together. She's like, oh, okay, this is serious. Like, this is responsibility. Like.
Damn.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy because I met this 16-year-old when she was like 9. So yeah, I'm now like realizing because her mom's like Stephanie's like she's not like she had a head injury.
Okay.
Due to a car accident. She was in a really bad car accident when she was pregnant with my friend Delena. Like.
Oh shit.
Yeah, like Delena shouldn't have even survived. Like she shouldn't be alive right now because she was in her stomach when she got in the car accident.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was a pretty big deal.
That's probably the only reason she's alive, really.
Yeah, and ever since then she's just I don't know how to describe it, but basically she doesn't have any struggles or like she makes sure that's why I'm there at the house right now is because she owes so much money for the landlord right now.
Oh, okay.
And she needs help with that because her dad just died, and like after her dad died, like the bills got higher and like yeah.
I get that.
That's why I'm there.
I totally get that.
But I have to help her with like $1,300 by the 21st.
What?
So I'm very much stressing out.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
For how come?
Huh?
What for?
Rent. She's out behind on rent. Because she got behind and that's when it just started piling up.
How did you get suckered into this though?
Well, because I have nowhere else sober to stay. And I've been sober ever since I've been there.
Fucking sober. I hate that word.
I know. And I literally ran into Chili yesterday and I was like, man, I just told you I'm sober, but you.
Now, I get all kinds of not so. I don't know.
I'm sober, but I'm not. Like,
well, yeah.
If Chili comes or like.
I think that's the right way to be.
Well, I can't.
Don't be doing shit every day if you don't need to or don't want to.
Because she knows the difference, right? Like,
yeah.
If I'm like at that high point, like she's gonna know. But just to keep me going, like even today, I'm just like I'm about to call Chili and be like, where are you? He's not doing so well, hey?
No.
No, his face is out to here.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
Why doesn't he go
he's
to the
got a
fucking
bad accent.
hospital?
Well, he's not gonna go.
That's fucking so
I almost
stupid,
went
man.
with him yesterday to the mall to get him a phone contract because I told him, I was like, Chili.
You know what's stupid? Telling him it's gonna kill him is not gonna make him go either.
I'll tell him to come here.
He literally doesn't care if something kills him.
I know. I know. I know. I don't know, yesterday I was just like, I felt kind of sad because like I wanted to hang out with him and stuff, but like he was trying to generate more cards and I was like, man, I gotta go because I had to go to the farmer's market and I had to catch the cab all the way back to Mainfield Common. Like I had stuff that I had to do and like I couldn't stand around and wait for him to make up cards. I just
Can't.
Yeah.
I wish there was a way. Do you have the number of one that worked for you last? Can you check it on the with the phone number? Because if you rather than standing at the till and fucking getting the guy to scan them over and over, right? If you could check them before you go.
Oh no, you can't. That's why they're not letting you check them at certain Dollaramas is because it is a typo. And that's why when you said it yesterday I was like, nah. Yeah. I never heard of it. I never thought of it like that, but now I'm like thinking about like yeah.
What's up? Is it 606? Oh, no.
Hi Tiger. How are you?
Alright, still out here, folks. So, keep it here.
Yeah, say sorry pretty good. Wow, I guess this is it. Tries to reach it, but it's unsuccessful. Suddenly, some jars of tartar sauce and a pile of bread, chocolate, forks, and scissors get out. Meanwhile, SpongeBob is up to the ceiling and reaches for his bag. He takes it off by putting the sand on his hips, but he doesn't know it. Ooh, this thing is not pretty good. Puts it back in. He takes it out of the ceiling, but then he accidentally falls and he's about to land his forks and scissors. Wow, strange.
Jesus Christ. What are you doing, buddy?
I don't know.
Do you have a shirt on? No? How come?
I don't know.
Well, go. I'll shoot it. Let's go to the mall anyways, right?
Huh?
Let's go here. Or the secret store. Reading Avon store. What? Oh, you no? You want some more?
No.
You don't?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. What is happening here? What's it going?
Oh, I took this really cool picture yesterday. I gotta show you. I forgot that I took it until I just found it.
I feel like I do want. I want to give it like a roasting contest on it.
Yep, just playing it out here, seeing what's going on, folks.
5 degrees out already, eh? Holy shit.
Oh, I am.
I don't know what this is about here.
Gonna smoke a joint?
Sure, I'm down.
It's gonna get you high.
For some more, or just
It's gonna get you high.
Holy.
It's got hash in it.
I don't
I
know.
hope so.
I don't know what's
Oh,
playing.
that's what. Oh my god, ew.
Pop it off.
I just tried to verify my face for this dating profile and it just looked like a friggin' I don't even want to talk about it. But yeah, when I was talking to Chili yesterday, I was asking him if he had anything and then he's like, no, I just had hash and I was like, okay, well let's go to Tyler's and smoke a hash joint. That's funny that you have a hash joint. He didn't stop by, hey?
No.
No?
No, I didn't see him.
He said he was going south yesterday, he is. Who's that?
What?
There's a chick over there.
On here?
Yeah, over there.
On the phone or whatever? Ah, fuck. That person?
That's a dude.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a dude.
That's a fucking dude.
Always the laugh, eh? If I was gonna be some trans, that's the first thing I do is fix my laugh. Holy fuck.
That's fucking hilarious. Oh, my tooth. My tooth. Oh, I gotta call my fucking dentist tomorrow. I was punching myself in the face last night. Yeah, it was that bad. It was my molar, and I was just fucking slapping it. I was like, and then Stephanie comes upstairs in the middle of the night. She's like, Brittany, you gotta talk to me, man. Like, what's going on? I was like, it's my tooth.
When did you start doing that?
Last night.
No, when was the first time you punched yourself in the face though?
Last night.
Is it?
Because it hurt that bad?
You
Yeah.
probably have about a month before you start trying to actually pull it out.
Myself?
Yeah. I busted one of my teeth with pliers trying to pull it out. Don't do it.
Because you've been at the point where you punched yourself
Oh,
in the face?
lots and lots. For about a month. And then I had too much and I'm like, okay, this thing's coming out. I grabbed a pair of pliers. I grabbed my tooth and it cracked. I was like, ah, fuck. And I wrapped band-aids around it, around the pliers, so it wasn't like, oh, that's crazy. It's like a spiral.
You gotta light the bitch. You gotta light it up. I hate when it does that.
So do I. It's too dangerous.
Yeah, especially when you're living with someone with
It's
an
like a
oxygen
shag
tank.
carpet.
Holy fuck, I'm trying to roll smokes and this dude's like, watch my tube, watch my line. Like, fuck, man. I'm gonna go get a pack of cigarettes, because I'm not gonna...
Oh, oxygen line?
I'm not gonna blow us up with a fucking rolled
Fuck.
smoke. Are you kidding me? Like...
That's insane.
Yeah, that's why I'm at Stephanie's, because I was not about ready to blow us. Like, with the way that they smoke crack, and the way that they live, I'm surprised that they have not blown themselves up. Like, I'm very surprised. It's
That's funny.
fucked up.
Have you ever seen... This is the craziest shit I ever saw. These. That thing right there. It's a rolling machine. You like fill the top with tobacco.
Yeah.
And just... I don't know how you get the tubes on there.
Yeah.
You seen them?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
My friend actually, my friend's dad, before he passed away, he was blind.
Yeah.
So he had one of those because it was easier for him to roll joints like that.
We had these ones when I was a kid.
Yeah, Stephanie had like a pimped out one. Like it was like colorful and shit.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know what I'm talking about.
I think if it's like one of these, yeah. I used to have these things too.
It was like it was really nice.
The last rolling machine I bought was still manual. It was $100, I think.
I have to pull them out.
Wait, this one rolls 3 at a time.
A lot of people coming out.
Oh yeah.
What? Was that ever efficient?
Super close to the crime scene for active case. Is it normal for them not to fully close the road except to residents?
You know, to get here, I had to wait for the next bus because I went to go catch the 909 Jasper Place.
Yep.
The bus driver came up, asked me for a ride. He's like, no. I was like, okay.
Oh, yeah.
And then I waited for the next 909 going the other way. but he was the same bus driver. So 20 minutes later, he goes around his fucking thing, comes back to the same fucking chick who's going the other way now. I'm like, can I have a ride? Like, there was no way that he was gonna say no. I just sat there for 20 fucking minutes waiting for the next bus. So he's like, he rolled his eyes so hard, man, and then he like let me on the bus. I'm like, the fuck
What a
is wrong with
cocksucker.
you? Like, what is wrong with you? Like, there's no one on the bus. It's not packed.
Who
Like,
cares, eh?
What is wrong with you? Like,
Really, like...
I don't understand people.
Why was the second one all bent up? Did you see that?
Yeah, Chili's gotta get sober for a little bit. He's not looking so well. Like, just for a little bit, you know? Like,
Yeah.
It's almost like,
He's
but
like,
you know, we
I've
worked
been
from the
sober, and I'm
beginning,
like, no,
even
you
when
haven't.
the original
Your
search
face
went
is like
out,
that.
they didn't have the
Like he's
thermal
covering his face. He's
imagery
like, yeah, I've
inside.
been going through
Oh
some
yeah,
changes.
I've seen him with that
Get away
going
from
on.
that. Every crucial moment.
I've been going through some changes.
Yeah, he's like,
He's a fucking turned into a mutant.
Quarterback, but there has
He's
been
turning
a lot
into
of
a fucking Muslim,
mishaps
covering
here.
his whole fucking head.
Missteps with the situation.
I was like, I've been going through some changes too. I don't have a fucking tooth. I just smiled. I'm like, look.
This is a place where you can just share what you think of what's going on. And
Aw.
Yeah, I just fell off.
Aw.
Yeah, they don't
That's
fucking.
okay. It's far enough
I
back.
don't
Can't
pull
even see
them
it.
out. They decay and then they fucking come out.
Fuck.
But I've spit out fucking poison.
Yeah, that one that's stuck in there though is rooted around your jaw, so it's not coming out by itself.
Yeah, that's why I have to go to the complex surgeon fucking place.
Yeah.
Yep. My ex is just gonna have to deal with like picking me up and dropping me off, because that's the whole reason why I didn't get them removed last time, is because I planned it with him and then he failed, and I'm like, you can't do that. I literally had to call the ambulance.
Oh shit, man.
At my house for your tooth, and you can't just fucking take me to the fucking dentist. Are you
What the
stupid?
fuck?
Like, I've paid for your tooth to get removed, and you can't pick me up and take me to the dentist.
What an
like,
asshole.
I'm gonna remind him of that actually right now. Fuck him.
No shit. Ah, this is kind of cool looking. What's the deal with it? Gambler? Like a slot machine? Well-known quality. I never heard of it.
There's actually no other
It looks
live
cool though.
streams outside here right now. I was looking to see if AP or anybody, but they're not. I don't believe they're live.
Four Aces tobacco. I think that's what Melissa buys. Oh, maybe not.
I think something's going down.
That's cheap as hell, eh?
Yeah.
An ounce of tobacco is like a pack of smokes.
That's why my buddy, or my ex-boyfriend, before, like when we were 16, the one that's passed, he used to buy like packs of tobacco and roll smokes when we were 16. When we were 16.
Yeah, that's what I used to do too. Now nobody's got, like, none of the stores have fucking tobacco.
Yeah, no.
I don't know if it's too expensive to carry it or what's the fucking concept there. Those native smokes guys just changed their website too.
We just wait and see. If you're new to the chat, welcome.
Domain for sale. Fuck, they got robbed for their domain.
Out here in front of Nancy Guthrie's home. And
Do you know anything about this Nancy Guthrie lady?
Huh? What?
This lady that went missing.
No.
They're like, I don't know, looking for her body or some shit.
I thought that was you for a second.
No. That's funny.
Yeah, he begged and said it kills.
Well, that's my buddy though.
Right. Alcohol is 100% the worst.
He's-
His real hair holding.
Yep.
No other drug is as poisonous. What drug is more poisonous than that? Meth.
Meth.
What? What?
Stop saying it.
Yeah, there isn't one. Other than meth, it's the most poisonous. It's the only drug that makes you an asshole.
Hey.
Asshole.
It's like liquid asshole.
What the fuck?
It's like, hey, I'm a nice, pleasant person. Nobody has a problem with me. Let me do a drug that will make it the exact opposite.
Shit, I can't do
I like this guy, yo. That's fucking hilarious.
Great drug. And it's sold to us as a social lubricant.
I As a social lubricant.
What did he say? Alcohol?
Up. No, he's still talking about meth.
Oh my God! If you can have 3 drinks.
He sold to us it is social
You're in
lubricant.
sweet spot, bro. You're having a good time. You're laughing. Everybody
meet this
thinks
guy.
you're a prick.
He lives in,
Yeah, but some people.
yeah, I could definitely arrange that. Holy fuck.
And they can't stop at 3
I mean,
drinks.
once I
They
get
can't
the fuck out of this
hang out at
country.
a sweet spot anymore.
Oh,
And they're fucking chilling, fucking blacked out.
Is there garbage in that bag?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Wrecking cars.
There's not a bag in it, but there's a bag.
Yeah.
He brought me
Health
some.
problems, dude. There's a lot of people that don't have. Hey, what's up, Mr. Noisy? There's a lot of people that don't have dads right now. I know people that their dad was.
Anonymous said $2, VP said yesterday the car donor fund was up to $3,200 today. She said it's up to $5,000. How do you run to your $1,800 in one night, Daisy?
Well, God bless you. Thank you for the generosity. As you can see, my pension fund is chilling at $550. It's taken me a month. God bless you guys. But what she's chilling at what? Couple G's in a couple days? Well, I mean, hey VP, all I'm saying is just make sure that you're okay with this. All right? That's all. That's all I'm gonna say. Just make sure you're okay with this. God bless you if you can do that kind of work. I just think men are so gross, bro. Like, I'm so not gay because, like, I think I'm gross. Like, I can't even believe women want to touch me. Ugh. Females have simps? Nah, she ain't got no simps, bro. If she had simps, I mean, guys, come on. VP is a heel in our community, okay? She's a heel. She's the one you love to hate. You know what I mean? And, the heel ain't getting, the baby faces get the love like that. Babyface streamers get fucking, like, look at Chicken, he ain't no heel. You see the fucking support he was getting yesterday for the RV? Like, that's the way it goes. You can't go from heel to face overnight. You just don't go from heel to face. So, like, none of my business how she's earning that money, but we all know it ain't from. It ain't being donated, put it that way. And
Where's all the fucking
I
towels
wouldn't
going?
donate it either because then you just got
Oh, it smells like
on it.
good down here right now.
She's gonna need that money to get rid of the STD.
What are you doing, chat? Nothing?
So sure that she gets rid of them. What's up, Devil Saints, dude? She gave her client bed bugs. Well,
Let's see if I can get this going here.
wanna lay down with prostitutes? Street prostitutes? Like, that's what you get. You may end up worse. Hey, bed bugs may be the best thing you get. You know what I'm saying? You don't want the gift that keeps
Oh, that's not the right one.
You know what I'm saying? The herb.
The herb?
These gifts keep on giving. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'd be more worried about that because, like, man, it's just the way that world works, man. Prostitution is. No. I wish her the best, man. I already knew this is what she was doing. Like, let's just stop.
Where's the edge of the screen here?
I called this shit out.
Hey Tyler.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna get a job at McDonald's.
Weeks ago.
You what?
I think I'm gonna start working at
wasn't making fun of
Yeah?
her or nothing.
Well, it's an easy job, and then I can help.
Because
I can help Stephanie with her bills, and I can fucking get a place, you know.
Yeah.
And I'm just ready to just start working at McDonald's.
Are you really?
Yeah.
That's really funny.
Yeah.
Have you
I haven't. No, I'm gonna start looking.
have you applied with their thing?
I'm gonna look right
They have an
now.
app, right?
I know.
And that's the only you just apply through the app. They offered me night manager at one of their locations already.
They're lying to you.
But I can't do it because I got my kid.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I think I'm just ready.
But I would totally, dude.
Like, why
I would go
not?
take that, give you a job there, and then leave.
Yeah.
If I have to. Like, if you really want to work at McDonald's, we can make that happen.
I don't want to, but I think that I have to just take a job and just
That's the
Well,
easiest job that I know that I can
you
get.
think McDonald's is an easy job?
No, it's not.
It
I've worked
really
there
ain't.
before.
Not McDonald's.
It was my first
Were you
job.
really? You would have been a cute little McKid. Whatever they call him.
When I was
Little
15 years old, I was
restaurateur.
Sugar Park, 15 years old, first job.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, when I moved to Alberta, yeah, it was my first job. And it is hard. It's a fucking lot
I
of work.
see in a cute little hat and everything.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna actually fucking look at some jobs.
You got the right personality for you'd excel there for sure. Probably anywhere, dude. So, what about?
I'm sober now.
Yeah.
That's why I
And if
actually
you
stay
want to
sober.
stay that way, there's. I can think of way better places to shoot.
Well, yeah, but starting off just so I can start working and making income fast.
Yeah.
Like, that's why I just thought of that.
So like
I didn't grow up watching ECW. I would go to the fucking events. I never got
you ever worked at Domo?
This is the longest I've been sober for.
Have you ever worked at Domo?
No.
No?
But I would work
So
there.
just about everybody that works at Domo eventually gets robbed.
No way.
Because somebody that they know tells them
Tim
about
Hortons I've
people.
wanted to work at.
No Tim Hortons. There's not enough money there.
You haven't opened these yet?
No, they're
No, open
fucking
these.
hard. Go ahead, eat them all if you can.
Eat them all.
I can't even eat one of them. They're too hard.
I have to stop eating candy. Stephanie's like, and
It's like a
also,
$4 bag of stupid little things. They're too hard.
holy, that was hard to open.
Feel how hard they are. They're like little rocks.
Are you gonna take them back?
No, not now.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I wasn't gonna bring it back anyways.
Okay.
I thought about it like a month ago. But
No, those are bad.
like right when I got them, I was like, oh fuck, I better bring these back. But they sat around for.
I mean, they're not that bad, but they're not.
I was thinking about trying to rehydrate them somehow or heating them up.
Yeah, I saw this
Like I know if
TikTok
they
video.
sit in my pocket for an hour, they usually get warm enough that they're pretty soft again.
I saw this TikTok video right when I went on the bus, and it was like some old lady.
Yep.
She gets to her fucking like nephew's house or whatever. She starts heating up her joint in the microwave, and she's like, Snoop said.
No.
So I just want to like.
I'm gonna cook all the THC out of my weed first, please.
Like everybody else that I banned for months and months at a time, and then as soon as I unbanned them, they come in here the next day. Like I don't know
My
that
joint.
you've been jumping into bait for 3 months. I mean,
Well, it sure doesn't look snowy out there anymore.
No, it's like.
Looks disgusting out there.
It is not recommended to microwave your joint. While some claim a
Yeah.
brief zap can enhance potency and improve the burn,
No way.
the practice carries significant risks, including potentially ruining the cannabis, losing flavor, and causing a fire.
Oh, look, no, maybe it'll cause cancer. Like
such a weirdo, dude. You and everybody else will think drugs are cool.
that's crazy.
Don't you know that drugs are something that people just do? They don't do them because they're cool. They do them because they're fucking addicts. And there's nothing.
Proper decarboxylation requires a sustained controlled temperature, usually in an oven. Yes, bitch, because I have put my joints in an oven. What the fuck is up? I did that when I was putting butts in the oven, trying to warm them up. And me and my sister, we were like 16. We like throw wet butts in the oven, and then some of that it would have weed in it, so like the whole house would smell like weed all of a sudden, and our mom would be like freaking out. And I'm like, oh sorry, it was tobacco. I wanna brush my teeth too.
What's that?
I gotta brush my teeth too.
That's another thing. Motherfuckers all talk shit on me. I'll see them camping up. That next dog can't even get more than 2 viewers from you. That's why he's on that side of the camera where he belongs, dude. So she's sitting in the bathroom and stare at me. No, yeah, that's what she's doing.
Fuck, I don't know what that is.
Whole house, bro. We got a living room, we got a bedroom, we got a couple bedrooms, and she can lay down in either of them. And then, I don't know.
What is he talking about?
His old lady girlfriend.
Dark Side of the Ring shows. Yeah, Dark Side of the Ring, man. I don't watch
His old lady girlfriend?
It's like 70 or something.
I'm not much
60.
into wrestling.
Yeah.
And then it ends up
And they fight all the time. I don't.
No shit, she's like 80
I
years
just
old.
No, but they like, yeah, yeah. She's all sick and fucking tired of people's shit already.
Yeah.
She's a nurse.
What's up, Hot Box G?
She's a really sweet lady. I don't think.
Yeah,
They like to get drunk and argue a little bit.
On fucking live?
Yeah, and she's South African, so she's like sounds really. Her voice is really proper, but she's like brutal. Brutal. Some of the fucking deepest cuts I ever heard anybody fucking spit at somebody come out of her mouth. It's like, wow, dude, that's hardcore. This is why your mom had an abortion and you still got like, what the fuck's wrong with you?
School uniform. Since I've been a kid, Seattle Seahawks have the worst name and uniforms. The Seahawks. Like, I'm sorry,
Oh,
Seahawks is a badass
I
name.
forgot about that.
But it sounds pussy.
Super
It's
Bowl or
not
something
pussy
today?
at all. Seahawks.
There's a Super Bowl today?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? But like, dude. And I'm a Mason, so the whole Philadelphia thing with the Masons and the Eagles, that's all real Masonic. So of course I'm gonna vibe with the Masons, the Philadelphia Eagles.
What?
It's why I love the Washington Wizards, because that's a very occult name that is applicable to my own life. You know, I know about ECW, Raven. Come on. I used to go. I'm from Pittsburgh, bro. I used to go to ECW Arena, and I would take fucking photographs of the wrestlers, and then I'd go to pictures developed, and then I'd bring them back to get them signed. Like I got Chris Candido's, RVD's, Sabu's, the Dudleys.
Damn,
You know, you must have not been an autograph signer. Raven was too busy getting high. He be signing autographs. Huh? No, I'm kidding. I'm only kidding because I know about Raven's life, and I know you're not Raven Uncle. We're just talking about Raven's life. I know about, you know, he went through like a little bit of addiction in ECW, not long. He thinks he was addicted. He was just playing around with drugs. If it ain't even a year, that ain't an addiction. You know, you were just physically addicted.
That's funny. You're just physically addicted.
I ain't going neither, man.
It's like the only addiction that the law recognizes is physical.
Okay, I know how to like seriously, I go into tourist places. Ain't nothing against Gina's and Pat's too. Hey, what's up, mistress? Do I know about salmon? I know everything about salmon. He's one of my favorites also.
Holy shit, really?
Salmon, Sabu. Not a real big Tommy Dreamer fan. I like watching Dreamer get beat up. I do. I like when Raven and Sandman beat the shit out of him. But because Raven and Sandman would have been my friends in high school. Dreamer, I would have picked on him. You know what I mean? I would have been like, I made fun of the jocks in high school, even though I was a jock. That's how I was able to make fun of them. Because I was a jock, but I was a cool jock. Yeah, Sandman fucking, what do I know about him? I know that he fucking overdosed on fucking, he was shooting Nembutols.
Shooting what?
Nembutols, and, which is what they give people for euthanization, just telling you. He was shooting something else you ain't supposed to be shooting, but he figured out how to liquefy it. Yeah. In the backseat of the fucking, let's say rest in peace, Sandman. Sandman always stop playing like you're real. Why all of a sudden are you acting like you're fucking Raven all of a sudden? You've been in my chat for how long? We talk about Raven all the time. Now all of a sudden you're Scotty. What's up, Hayden? Sandman fucking probably the greatest intro of all time. I mean, I don't know who's
Yep,
better.
I'm applying for a Walmart. I mean a Walmart.
Yeah,
A Walmart. Now I'm gonna apply to Walmart next.
Job?
Applying for a McDonald's job right now. For a full-time crew member at the stadium McDonald's right there.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I gotta start doing something, man. I can't fucking.
Get a bigger, anyways.
I thought you were doing something already.
What's the
No, but
you know, go outside. Why do I always
Oh, really?
fucking
it's a lot harder than you
labeled
think.
with this fucking
Right now,
misinformation?
it's just, it would be easier for me to just take a fucking phone.
Then if I never go outside,
It's a lot more
how
money,
come
to
I
be
got
honest.
clipped
Yeah.
getting kicked out of a
Like, unless
restaurant
you're like,
2 weeks ago?
you gotta work yourself up when you're fucking working, like
Yeah, I
hustling
mean, like,
on the streets and shit.
how do
You
I
gotta
get a
work yourself
Zyro
up. Like,
place if I
I
never,
found this
like...
one webpage with
You don't have a
chicks.
car, right?
Here's what you guys have to
No.
understand.
Do you? Okay.
I stream
Is the place you're
12
at
hours
stable or
a
not
day.
stable?
Huh?
Would you
It's
say
stable.
it is stable?
I don't
Yeah,
care
that's
Are
if
you
I
not
am
sure?
outside.
Yeah.
Like,
If I'm not on an RV, it's nothing to look like
Stable.
to you guys because you're not watching me for 8,
I got
10,
a couple
12
people I
hours
can
a day,
talk
are
to.
you? You're tuning in for like 10, 20 minutes.
What do you mean?
So in that 10, 20 minutes, you're
I don't.
tuning in to me not outside.
Let me
You're
see
like,
what the
oh,
weather's
these
like.
that are
It's
outside.
more
Fuck it.
seasonal stuff, so there might not be.
Oh,
And
for
what's
like
the
jobs?
van
Yeah.
for? You know what the van is for.
But
At
it's
the end,
like really good pay too.
fucking, I'm the best streamer in the fucking
Do you know how to
world,
paint?
and
Yeah.
I deserve
Yeah.
a van
Why don't you
so
look
that my
into
channel
that more than
can have content because they
McDonald's?
deserve
Yeah.
content.
You get paid way more painting.
They support the best
I don't know.
streamer
I've
in
never
the
found
world.
Like $25 an hour, like
We've turned this little place into a
minimum.
giant
That's what I would
studio,
demand for it.
and it's great. And I think people
Minimum
who love me
$25 an hour.
get more
Well, I made a
content
lot of money
because
working McDonald's just because of how much I worked,
I don't
right?
know how to do it on
Yeah,
my
well,
own.
you can work like that for somebody like taught.
I don't know.
If you can find me a job, for sure.
I got my
I
wheel.
will definitely try to
First of all,
consider it.
speaking of the van, we have to put somebody on the board, and we got our wheel. I gotta show you guys some stuff. First of all, and we need to pin the donor link. We haven't done anything. We haven't turned on the thing. Hold on. Oh, what's everybody here?
And this is a donation $13.
God bless you! Woo! Thank you, Alyssa. God bless you. Ah!
Oh, my
That's
nose.
amazing. I appreciate you, Alyssa. God bless you, titties. God bless you, Virginia. Oh! God bless you. Alright, well, everything's on hold for a second because I gotta... Now we gotta play... Hey, listen. Is it talking head? God bless you, Alyssa. And see that Santa sky? Fuck you. You know, they would never give you $30 and they would never give you a mansion. You know why? You never entertained anybody.
Holy
You
fuck.
go ahead and then you want to sit in my
Sounds
tent
drunk.
and act like you aren't a saint fan. Also, of course you are.
He had them
Look at
sweet
triple sixes.
soft.
Oh, damn it. It disappeared.
So
Alyssa! God bless you. And this is what I'm saying. Xanisco wants to make fun of the fucking van. It's like, bro, the only reason that fucking people tease me about sitting around the house all day, it's like, okay, what am I supposed to do? Walk around the mountain aimlessly?
Where does he live?
Like, what am I supposed to do?
What?
Drive into town? It's 5 degrees for a whole month. I get
What's the
flamed
place
for
called?
that too, you know that?
On a mountain.
These idiots
Yeah,
flame
like
for
West
the
Virginia
weather.
or something.
They're like, why don't you go outside? What's
Maryland.
outside?
Maryland?
Yeah.
He also went to the hospital for frostbite. I haven't seen him outside right now.
Pretty sure that's West Virginia.
But who cares?
Oh.
Anyone
Yeah, if he's
sucks.
dating
Like,
a
who cares if
fucking
he's inside,
South
outside,
African chick. Sounds like
upside down?
West
Nobody cares.
Virginia. And his hairdo is like definitely West Virginia.
Oh man, like a month after I
Like, if I
met
have
him, I
vision,
think
I'm
he went to jail
traveling
for
around. That is
selling machine guns to a cop.
I'm the perfect streamer to be traveling around. Guys, this is Tzundey!
He says he's sober right now.
No, he sounds drunk as fuck.
Oh yeah.
Hey, there's no media. Hey, listen, God bless you. I got something.
I didn't know who the fuck Alyssa is.
Just a minute. Here,
Some viewer. Oh.
check this
What's that
out.
thing?
Thank you for the generosity. I something that I love to do, you know, and
Oh, I love to go over there.
I'm not doing
Yeah,
it
I'll come back and I'll drop off smokes, but can I still warm smoke
because
up here?
I need you guys to pay for my fucking
That's all I'm
drugs.
gonna do. I'm just gonna go get smokes
Oh,
before I
alright.
Like the
have
rest of these
food and
idiots.
fucking.
Okay,
Thank you.
I come here to have fun with you guys, and when you guys are having fun, I'm having fun. And when you guys show me generosity, I'm telling you, it just makes me go, okay, they like what I'm doing. I should
Yeah,
keep doing
she's
it.
helping me out a lot just 'cause like I
Yeah,
would
I mean,
not
like
be
we should get
sober.
the
Like
mansion.
I
Like
literally
seriously, if we didn't have
like I was
500 and
smoking
some
more
bucks a
crack
week,
when
I
I
wouldn't
was
even
10,
keep
like
going. I'd be like,
before I
fuck this,
went
I'm
to her
quit.
house.
I'd be
'Cause
like Xanax.
that was just not
I'd
good
be
for
like,
me.
they don't like me. They don't
Like
want
it's
to
one
stand
thing,
anything
but
and they
fuck,
don't support.
can't just gain another drug addiction.
Yeah.
Because you
Because it's
like
a lot
smoke
different
too.
of addiction. Like, I actually
How's that
want to
feel
get
to
high
do
off crack because I
juxtaposed
feel
to me?
high, but because I don't, I want to just do pimp because I don't get high.
I love you guys. And you know what? And it's God. You didn't know
Doesn't
how.
make
You
any
don't know how to
sense.
corral.
Well,
It just gets me going. Like I get motivated to watch.
You're not a cool people
I
corraler.
can't
Like
be
say,
living like that my whole life because I
you
don't want
just
to have
corral
to
Xanax
smoke meth to
and
get motivated.
tears.
that'd be terrible.
Tears, God. Ryan, God. User God. Shall I continue?
Holy fuck.
It's weird too going from like hardcore smoking crack to like
Oh.
being around fucking
Hey Boots, what's up?
Stephanie's family and having to like not swear because Googie's around, which is Delena's son.
Oh, yeah.
She calls him Googie. Yeah, he's adorable. We babysat him the other night when they wanted to go to a hockey game.
Oh, yeah?
Okay.
Fucking hate hockey. I'm not a big fan of sports, period. Like.
I opened up some nice cards yesterday.
Yep.
Those cards that I bought that other day,
Yep.
I didn't even fully open them. There were still packs that I hadn't opened yesterday, and I opened them, and I was like, holy shit. Like,
Some good shit in there?
Yeah, I got some nice fucking cards in there. Like, I'll show you them, like, fucking, I'll come out again later tonight or whatever.
Cool.
I didn't bring them because I organized all my stuff last night.
Yep.
And I put them all in the sleeves. Like, all the cards, but I have a whole pack that's 90s. Like, they're 90s hockey cards.
Oh, sick. That's a really good time for hockey cards, actually. Most of them are worth money.
Really?
Mm-hmm. From the 90s? Oh, yeah. Well, it was like 30 years ago.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, that hurts. I feel so old.
Ah, fuck, I thought you were actually in pain. What the fuck?
No, just spiritually.
Aw. It's okay, I'm getting there. I'm almost 30, you know. Halfway to fucking 50, like. I know that doesn't sound
Actually,
like
yeah, you, I think, have lived a lot more than somebody your age should have already.
Yep.
Like, be confidential with one woman
Yep, I have.
to be like the president.
And that's why, like, it sucks when, like, I am in this situation where I am with Stephanie, where, like, she apologized to me last night. Like, she went outside and had a smoke with me, and she apologized for snapping at me because, like, when she lost her card, she was snapping at me.
Yep.
And then when she was, like, using my phone, I, like, gave her my phone, and I gave her my password to my phone because she was spam calling Ella, her daughter, and she wouldn't stop. And I was like, whatever, just do your thing. Like, you're gonna, you know, do whatever you want. Just do whatever you want. And then, like, when I was going upstairs, she's like, well, I'll know, like, if anyone does anything with my card.
Yeah.
Just saying. And I was like, what? And I was like, wait, what? And I said it again so that she could, like, hear me. And then she said it again. And I was like, Stephanie, I would never do anything with anything to do with your card, okay? Like, I don't do anything to do with anyone else's card. I'm not going to do anything to do with your card.
Yeah, no shit.
I don't mess with that stuff. And then she was like, yeah, I know. I just, you know, I just want. And I just, like, it clicked that, like, she really does not know me. Like, she's starting to get to know me because I'm a completely different person. But, like, she doesn't know all the shit that I've went through that made me not like that.
Oh, yeah.
If I was like that, I would definitely have robbed her whole house.
Oh, no
right
shit.
now, and I would have left. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that shit happens pretty quick, really.
Yeah. Or take all your banking information from your wallet without you knowing. Like, I wouldn't just wait until you fucking gave your debit card to your, like, and it hurt last night to know that, like, she doesn't trust me like that. But, like, I hope that after last night of her losing her debit card, she, like, it clicks into her brain that, like, she can trust me. Because, like, if you're gonna trust me in your house, with your family, why wouldn't you trust me with your debit card? You
No
know?
shit.
Like that matters a lot more to me than it does.
It should to everybody, really.
Yeah, exactly. And I think she thought about that last night too, cause but she's just stressed about that payment because she owes a lot of money. Like it's not just that 1,300 for her rent. She owes like another 1,100 for bills that she's behind on. So she needs my help a lot more than I need hers.
Yep.
And like it's just she's helping me in a different way than I'm helping her. So like she needs help financially and I need help like environmentally. Like just to be in a good environment to feel like I'm safe and I'm comfortable. Like you know, I was sleeping on a cement floor without a pillow or a blanket. So
Fuck.
Yeah.
That's terrible.
Yeah, it is terrible.
At least it was a floor and not like a cement sidewalk.
That is true. But, you know, there was earwigs that was...
The last time I was homeless, like, well, when I went homeless out of the Airbnbs that I was staying at, because I just fucking ran out of money. I was like, great, okay, I guess I'm sleeping on the street tonight. Went and fucking sat beside this store, like, way out in Ellerslie or Millwoods, like, past Millwoods. Way, almost in the West End.
What the fuck is he doing?
Screaming like an idiot. Hey, Boots, did you see that McDonald's? Did you see the McDonald's menu that I posted? What was I saying? Oh, yeah, I just fucking slept on the sidewalk.
Sometimes you have to really...
I was the scariest person in that neighborhood, man. Like, I seen the other people, they were all like fucking like rich people with little kids that like were just starting families and shit. They were like not coming to fuck with me at all. Maybe one of them walked by with their dog and were like, what's this guy doing here? Having a rest, get the fuck out of here. Go fucking somewhere else, buddy. I'll go sleep downtown on the sidewalk. Fuck off. Holy shit. Do you see McDonald's new fucking thing?
For careers?
No, the menu.
Oh, the new menu?
Yeah.
Yeah, the whole new menu?
No, they just added a thing to it.
Well, I seen their new cheesy fucking burger and I tried it the other day and it was like the same
They
thing.
got a
Like I told
Frank's
my ex,
Red Hot McChicken.
oh, okay, yeah, the Frank's Red Hot McChicken.
Yeah.
They have the sauce, yeah. I wanted to try their nuggets with that.
What is a Santa Fe?
But their cheesy burger, it's the same thing as a fucking cheeseburger, man. It just tastes like a quarter pounder with like more cheese than fucking pounder, okay?
Yeah.
It's fucking ridiculous.
Have you tried that deluxe cheeseburger? With
Yeah,
tomato
it's
and
not that crazy.
I
It tastes
like
like
it.
a Carl's Jr. fucking.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, it's an SUV.
Can I just like take his hair? You should just shave his head and then let me make a wig out of it.
No, you can't.
I think I'm gonna go back and braid my hair though. Because like I looked at Stephanie earlier and I was like, I'm gonna cut my hair and she's like, don't fucking cut it. And then now I'm thinking about it, I'm like, okay, well it is long enough for me to braid it, I think now. Like it's grown since like the last time we talked about braiding my hair. Hasn't it? You think I could braid it now?
No. No, it's so short. How are you gonna? How would you ever braid it?
Dude, I have to wet it. And once I wet it, I put this gel in it, so it's like very, and then it's like...
It's not, there's no way it's braid.
It'll take
Do you mean something other than braid? You must mean something else.
No,
You mean like little twists?
No, braid. It'll take so
A
long.
real braid? Like 3-strand and crossed over?
It'll take so long, Tyler, but it's possible.
It's so short.
I know.
I don't believe you. I think that would be some fancy ass braiding is what that would be.
Oh my god, now I have to do it just to fucking...
Mm-hmm.
Now I have to do it!
Well, I gotta see it.
I tried when I was like... I tried a couple weeks ago and it was too hard. But I know for a fact that it's grown like an inch since I tried, so I do think... Because it has to be at least 2 inches. My hair is at least 2 inches. So. Really?
I don't think so. I don't know. I'm notoriously really bad for thinking inches are a lot bigger than they are.
Don't take
Like,
a fucking ruler.
well, 2 inches is about that long.
Yeah.
Yeah, your hair's not that long.
I
Your
know.
hair's like maybe an inch long. Maybe. Maybe.
Yeah, I know too.
Maybe 3/4 of an inch, I would say.
I'm gonna do it though. I'm gonna do it just to post a video about it.
I used to regularly cut the top of my hair that short. So glad I quit doing that though.
I know.
I look terrible with short hair.
I'm actually
You
really
look good
happy.
with short hair.
I'm actually really happy. Thank you. And that's why I wanted to trim like this side. I need to trim like this side, but like I know that if I trim this side, it's gonna like be like I'm gonna end up trimming more of it off than I want to. So I'm just gonna try to braid it when I get back to Stephanie's, I think. And then if that doesn't work, I still have a wig that I can make do for now. But
Being awesome.
The wig looks good too.
thank you.
Looks, man, way better than some of the fucked up wigs I've seen downtown, I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Holy fuck.
Yeah. Thank you.
Oh.
I know exactly what kind of wigs you're talking about.
Yeah,
Every
dude.
time I see them, I'm just like, oh, I'm so glad I don't look like that.
I know a girl that they kept beating her up and shaving her head.
Yeah.
So she had to wear a wig and they fucking fucked her wig all up. And she's still using it because she's
Yeah.
gone.
And that's exactly why, like, when I shaved my head.
What are you doing, buddy?
Someone was like, this guy was like, oh, I can't believe they did that to your hair. And I was like, what are you talking about? And he's like telling people that, like, I got my head shaved.
Oh my god.
That desperately guy. And I was like, oh man, fuck.
Holy
like,
fuck.
I'm not letting anyone else take credit for shaving my own
No
head.
shit. What are you getting out of there? What are you doing? What do you want?
I'm just carrying this fucking fox fur coat around because I had 2 people. One of them flopped, but 2 people that were trying to buy it yesterday. It's nice, hey?
Yeah?
It's Le Chateau.
Is it real? No, it can't be real fur.
I think it is, yeah. This is real fur.
That feels like it is. God, that's nice, dude.
Right? I got it for like $20 at the fucking Salvation Army.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice.
Right?
And then when I find the black,
So I'm loading this around trying to sell it because it's like.
Yeah, I'll get you some in a second.
It's like an extra large, so.
Is it really?
Yeah.
It looks so small.
Or it's a large, but it's definitely like too big.
Thank you for the support and the generosity, and even showing us love while we are.
You know, Stephanie wants to go figure out that money. Like, cause I was gonna ask my uncle for help or whatever.
Yeah.
And I told her about that. So now she like is expecting me to make a phone call, and I'm like, dude, it's not that easy. Like, yes, I know he's gonna help me, but it's just getting in contact with him. That's the hard part, and that's the part that I'm like trying to figure out right now. Is because I can't just make a phone call. Like, I can't just find someone and make it. No, I have to find that person first. And my uncle's like one person that's really hard to get a hold of because yeah, he would have helped me a long time ago if I fucking asked him.
If you want to write his name down, I can see if I can find him anywhere.
It's Mike Farrell.
See that Zenith Scott who buys
2 R's and 2 L's.
He buys
He does a lot of he did a lot of tax fraud when I was a kid. That's how he
Are you
has
serious
so much
right
money.
now?
Yeah, that's how he has so much money right now.
You have no idea. If it's the same dude?
He's a big guy. He lives in Ottawa.
If it's the same guy, I've known him for a really long time. He's friends with my uncle.
That'd be crazy. If you could find him though, that'd be really cool because.
If it's not him, there's a guy here with the same name.
Yeah, there is a lot of guys actually with Farrell. I just realized that the other day. But yeah, I'll hit you up in a little bit.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, be careful and stuff. Do you need another smoke?
Sure, yeah. I'll drop some more for you, Pat.
Swing by, whatever. Yep.
Oh, split ear car, look, dude. Yeah, split ear, dude, look. Wow, professional, dude, look at that, dude.
Hey, chat.
Alright. No.
No? We're good? Okay.
Tripod, dude. Streamers love tripods. I like it already just because it's a tripod.
I must have looked like I seen a ghost when she said that name. Holy fuck.
Horse vagina. There we go. Leave. We don't want to tip it out. Now we want to take. Now we want it like a virgin snake. Horse neck virgin snake. What's up, joint ventures, dude? His mom's basement must be pretty cloudy. Why? Is it smoke all like that? Xanax God, I'm pretty sure that's your problem, bro. It's killing your motivation, bro. You know what I'm saying? You're only motivated to be a loser, and that's not. Come on, man. Your mom, she didn't let your dad shoot his disgusting caffeine-ridden semen up inside her fucking meat drape ass vagina hole just for you to pop off her fucking basement for the rest of your life, okay? Motivation. Where's this wheel? Is this my wheel? Oh shit, we got fucked. We got fucked, bro. This thing, dude, I don't know. We might not have got fucked. It might be good. I don't know how stable this is gonna be. And like, how do I get it to fucking? Wait, why is it face up? Dude, I can't spin the wheel that way. There's gotta be another piece. Oh yeah, okay. They got this whole bag of pieces. I was gonna say like, fucking, how do we see it if it's like a, we can't have it flat like pizza. Alright, I don't know what we're gonna do with this. You thought it was 2-foot wheel? It is. The wheel's 2 foot. This makes it different. Yeah, we needed 2 feet because 2 feet is what. That's how big frame is, you know. Like in any given time on your screen, that's 2 feet, you know. Approximately. We got the dry erase, dude. Marker. Dude, there's no fucking instructions, dude. Ooh, it's not gonna fall apart. Look, bro, we didn't buy a cheap one. It's got actual screws, bro. Alright, it's solid, dude. It's solid. Split here, thank you for being generous and donating this, dude. God bless you. And Alyssa, thank you for being generous and donating. God bless you. And SH, bro, thank you for donating to the band, dude. God bless you. All of you that donate. I seriously want good shit to happen for you guys. And I pray for good things to happen for you guys. I bless you guys. You guys that hate, you don't have to donate, but if you hate, yeah, you don't get no blessings. You get the actual opposite. And notice how horrible your lives go. You haters, you don't have good lives. That's why saying always win. Number one, I'm a winner. But number two, I always win juxtaposed to losers, right? And what are my enemies? Losers, clearly. They don't share my vibe. You know? And my vibes are your vibes. That's why we vibe like this. It's a fucking table full of winners. It's the winner's circle. So where losers come to hang out. Xanax God is here, but notice how he doesn't fit in. He's like all these other fucking idiots that try to fucking troll me and own me. They just can't do it. Number one, they got nothing on me, and number two, they're losers. It's like imagine me going up to like any celebrity. Pick any celebrity. Okay, Island Boys. Nobody respects Island Boys, right? I have a theory that Island Boys has seen my streams before. I'm not gonna get into that. Okay. But anyways, people don't show them a lot of respect, right? So, what was I saying? I totally forgot what I was saying. I started thinking about putting this together. You can't wait for the benching. Cool. What's up, Street Ghost, dude? He's usually pretty chill. What happened? He's never been chill with me, Babbage. I know he's chill. Why do you think I handle him this way? He's never been chill with me. He's been like this since day one on the RV. This is utter. It's comes back and says, I've said horrible things to you. Like, and you still push my buttons. Like, you're insane. So, like, I guess we snap these pieces in here. I don't fucking know. It doesn't look like it fits. They don't slide in there, dude. It's too complicated for me.
Instacart sucks too.
What is that? What is this? It's a random trade. I don't just. Yeah! They say it, and it's like, oh! I like the wheel. It's the ring of snow. Okay. Fuck you! Little pieces always try to fall all over the place. Stop it! I just want to see what I got. I don't want to lose shit.
What's
How
doing
do
that?
you not have instructions?
You don't
Oh
know?
my
Oh, that's good.
god! How am I supposed to? Oh my god! Look at these pieces, dude. How am I supposed to fucking know what to do with these? Look at this, dude. What is that? I can figure out. Oh, this is what Jeff Anderson is, dude. Not splitter, not. Oh wait, yes there is. Yeah. Okay, splitter. What's the instructions, bro?
Nice. Very clear.
Look at these fucking fiery ass instructions, dude.
Oh yeah. And then did you do the thing?
I just want to know what to do with that metal piece.
Put it on there. It shows it right there.
It could be clearer. I know. At least it's numbered. Check it out. 7. At least I know that's page 2. Alright. Wait. Which is the right way? Upside. I can't tell if it's upside down. Wait.
Mine look different.
Clearly they are trying to save me. Alright. Okay, so they're saying arrange it in a circle. Alright.
Witchcraft.
Do what? Okay. Hold on. This is crazy. What's up, user? Nice to see you. You had rounded edges, bro. I don't know what I got right now. I'm just gonna try to fucking.
Oh, so funny.
I'm just gonna try to pull this off. Alright. Alright, there's a hole there. Alright, I can't see this because it's printed so lightly. Where am I at now? Oh god. Okay, 4. Okay, the little fucking thing with the hole. What's that? This?
Man.
Yeah, it looks like this. I think. Yeah. Okay. So what do we do then?
Mm.
Huh? They're telling me to put this through this. Bro, what the hell? Is there a hole in there? There ain't even a hole in there. What are you? And then what? 3? What? I think
Okay. Oh! Oh, wow!
They're saying. Yeah, see, that didn't fit. Now, why would it go there anyway? Like, that doesn't make sense. Look.
Well, it makes way more sense now. Yeah, can't you see what way? Hello?
Hey, look at this. Look at that. What the fuck, yo? Yeah, Mother Nature, I'm trying. I'm working with the fuck creative direction. The other way split. Oh! Duh. Yeah. Thank you. No, it doesn't fit like that! Fuck, then that's not where we put this metal piece.
Oh, it's so good. That is so wild. Yeah. No, how about the other way? Yeah, the bearing goes on.
Oh, wait. Somehow we have to attach this. The wheel's gonna be fire. Yeah, if we ever get it together again. The bearing goes on the white side.
Why? Why would it do that?
Yes. That's what I'm saying. So then what goes here? I can't tell what the... Look, this is the piece. See that? This is the piece. Maybe I grabbed the wrong screw. This must be the wrong screw. Fucking hang. This one's not long though. Look at that. It doesn't stick out.
Well, it shouldn't stick out.
Take this off.
You don't want to stick it out. It's to stick out.
Yeah, now that sticks out.
Yeah. And now you put the bearing on the other side. Where the side spins on it. Yeah.
Why would you?
Yeah, bro. Yes.
This is what they're saying you're supposed to do.
I don't know, it's electronic? No motor?
No. Why would it? I know! Oh, why does it go there?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Don't tighten it. Yeah, Mother Nature's right.
Alright, now. Oh, wait, I fucked up. We're supposed to build it first. Well, how the fuck do I do that, dude? These don't fit.
What in the hell's going on?
Look.
I don't know, bro. That's crazy.
Snap on.
Snap off the snapper. Blue and pink? Uh-oh. Gender wheel.
This is gonna suck for autism because
Gender reveal wheel. I meant.
it's a gender wheel so far. Last thing I'll say is Dr. and Dr. Thank you. God bless you guys. Alright. Yellow.
Oh. That's a Chinese baby.
Yeah, so this wheel, you guys, we want it to be a violet wheel. Okay. Like, I'm sorry, I know that like Toon kind of started doing the wheel around IP2. It's not like he thought of it, so like he started it, but I'm sorry, Toon's wheel has always been a pussy. Like even when he fucking had the fucking the stun gun on it, dude.
MC Frosty used to tase his butthole. So
Not even 5 milliseconds.
what is he doing? He's setting up a wheel of torture. My good friend Jordan, MC Frosty, pioneered this idea, and everybody else thinks that they came up with it. He didn't even come up with it. He just used it. But everybody else has to claim that they came up with it. I don't know why. He's gonna have a wheel. He's gonna put little torches on there, and then you donate to spin the wheel, and then depending on, I don't know how complicated he's gonna get with it, but depending on what tier of donation you did, the different spaces will correspond to different, like get pepper sprayed, eat 1,000 marshmallow peeps. Jordan did his with peanut butter cups. I think they gave him diabetes or pancreatic fucking something. Effed his kidneys all up. He had kidney stones for a while. He totally blamed that on the not on the meth, he blamed it on the peanut butter cups. Yeah, no kidding. Where? Where? I love it. So he's assembling his wheel. So that he can then do the thing. He had a software wheel that he was all excited about. But they've modified that up to a physical wheel now. Which is better than the... Britt likes Saint. She wants to shave his head so she can have his hair as a wig. I'm starting to think that's maybe why all the women watch Saint. You guys are just waiting for him to expire. Probably got Magic sitting there with a pair of scissors. Norway's leading the Olympics. Canada's got one bronze medal. We suck this year. Saint 10 hair extensions? Yeah. Girls would like them. I bet you ladies would love his hair a lot more if it wasn't attached to him. Just saying. No doubt. He totally... I don't see why he doesn't do that. Too much of a pussy to grow it back. He's scared he's gonna go bald, maybe. Dude, I just want a baby so I can sell it. No, that's not good. You don't want a black one. Man, that's a brutal truth too. I feel bad for black people. So I'm sure you can't buy any white babies for $20. I'm sure you can't buy a Mexican baby for $20 either. Those people in Africa don't give one shit about those kids. You'd probably buy a Chinese baby for cheap too. Chinese, Indian. Anywhere they don't really value human life. Maybe like Russia or the Ukraine. Maybe they're selling babies for that cheap. Fuck Ukraine, maybe. That parts of Russia are pretty gross. And some of those other little places. Not $20 though. What? Fuck whose sister on their birthday? What? It is. It is. Grok it. Holy shit. Okay. Honest to God. I looked it up. Million Grok. Mother Nutchers. Okay, so I'm looking it up. Hold what? Yo. I want to show you something crazy. This is crazy. Unbelievable. Very rarely did shit like this happen to me, but it happens. I think it's just because I notice things. Okay. Are you ready? Okay, I just clipped this off a website. Ready? What the fuck? Can you believe it? That's it, right? That's the same one. It is the same one. I fucking redesigned it myself. That's the one that I redesigned after. That's before the redesign. That's crazy. What? As what the fuck? Oh, you know what though? Smelling like a fucking $5,000 leather jacket is really worth it. It's like creamy leather. Like leather with like It's so strong too. I keep getting hit in the face with it. Dry. I bet it's dry.
the whole world's finished. Because let's just talk about this for a second. You guys understand? We gotta go back to the wheel. You guys understand that human beings are not going to make it on this planet? Guys, stop thinking that God created you on the sixth day. Okay, you're you're not even monkeys. You're cattle. You're just a cattle, and you're as
Real.
important as a cow. Stop thinking that you're okay, because you're not taking care of this place. You piss and shit and you're in the water.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
You don't take care of your natural resources. This place is all going away. I mean, why are we letting? Why is the Colorado River dried up?
Uh-oh.
Do
What
you
did I do?
see how big that
Did you
is?
see
I
it?
mean, look at the size of the
Did you
lava.
see it? Did you see what was up there?
The water used to be at the
Do I
area
gotta
of the
bring it
lava.
back?
It cut a groove into that mountain, hundreds of feet deep.
I do gotta bring it back.
It's gone. Why? Because humans don't understand that their planet is 70% water. They let
I'll just leave it there.
Monsanto kill off all the weeds.
Monsanto. This one here.
Bro, do you guys know what the lifelong, like what the consequences are going to be of our behavior? Oh, who cares, right? Because we're not going to be here. Like, that is some really fucked up shit. God did not put us here to treat Mother Nature like
That's
slaves.
okay.
He put us here to be stewards of this planet.
I'm
We're supposed to be at homeostasis with this place, like the American Indians
You
that
think you're
we
delayed?
committed genocide on, right? American Indians, I remember growing up in school, I'm American Indian, and I'm going to tell you guys, if you know what it felt like to be told in your
Okay, you've probably seen it by
classroom
now,
that
though.
you
I would
were
imagine.
seen as lower than black people back in the 1920s. Wow.
Why isn't
Think
chat
about
reading
how
though?
bad black people got it in the United States. Think about people that had it worse. And I say had because they've been taken out. You don't look around and see Indians. You can look around and see black people. Black people can look around and look at each other and go, oh, that's what we look like. And have some kind of identity, some kind of culture. American Indians have none. And isn't it ironic? Because they're
Don't you think?
holy people.
It's like rain.
How to live without even creating tags. Imagine. You can't even imagine that. Have you seen what landfills look like in countries like Indonesia,
Man,
India,
it's not called a landfill there.
America? Have you seen what
Is it?
landfills look like? But who cares, right?
Yeah.
Because it's not going to be our problem, right?
That's.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know, dude.
That was scary.
I just think it's very apparent that evil is very prevalent on this planet to the point where
Do you believe in evil?
and I figured it out, praise God. I figured it out. I'm going to share this with you guys because I figured it out.
I do not at all believe in evil.
Okay, make a pause before swine.
I think it's a.
God, people say God's not here.
Isn't that terrible?
Why
What's
do we
wrong with
let
me?
evil happen? Okay, it's our fault. Don't blame God. We are the microcosms of God. We are little mini gods. Okay, that's why we have 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head.
What a strange way to look at the beautiful
God has 2 legs, 2 arms, and a head. Shaped
philosophy that I
just like the Simpsons.
embodied. What the hell?
It's just a bigger dude. Okay, so when you have to think about that. If evil's on this planet, it's because we are the evil ones.
If evil's on this planet, it's because God made it here.
We have evil hearts.
I don't know about this.
If we didn't, then God would show more on this planet.
What?
But he doesn't show up very much.
I don't think you can say that about anything at all.
Blame yourself and blame your neighbors.
I don't think it's fair to say that.
Thoughts and the horrible energy and their constant sinning. And I don't mean sin as Christian sin. Say God is a man is crazy. Yeah, I used to too. But I'm telling you, I've gone through several occult systems, bro, and ritual magic and you know, like, and I've come to the conclusion that yeah, God is a giant human looking, has to be, we are small versions of God. We were made in the image and likeness of God, right?
No.
We look like Him. I personally, I'm saying, I know the true translation. I know it's we and us. The Elohim are, it's not God talking. It's probably a council because it's us. It's male and female. Elohim is not male. That's a male and female word. So it's at least saying like God is a male and a female. That would make sense, right? It would have to be, right? Because it gives birth to a son. Yeah, that's because it's Holy Trinity. It's the Catholic Church just lies to you because it doesn't like women. So it took the wife out of the equation and calls for the Holy Spirit. No, that's Isis. That's the mother. So I'll get out of your way here, Magic. I just want to put this. What do you need to do here? I'll hand it to you. I need to make this real. Jesus was a story, nothing more. Well, I mean, at this point.
No.
Point, Gatorade, because if you deny that it's just a story, you're tripping. Because it clearly is just a story. Because the earliest gospel was written in 300 years.
Okay, they've actually got proof.
I'm sorry.
That doesn't. Fuck off.
Shut up. We're not fucking Jews from 5,000 years ago. This book hasn't changed one word, you idiot. Stay the same. Imagine 300 years later. 300
And yet.
And, of course it's a story. How else do you have a fucking Hebrew dude with a Greek name? What the heck? What the shit? You know what I'm saying? He's a Hebrew with a Greek name. What is up with that? They're leaving. I'm not saying it's not possible. They're leaving stuff out. They're leaving stuff out. I don't know what the Ecumenical Council did, but it fucked shit up. And we ain't taking it back. Whatever that Jesus shit was, just everybody let it go.
Okay.
It's gone.
You guys.
If there was any power to that name's been stolen from you.
His name was
Like, first of all, stop living like fantasy. You know? Like you think fast food salvation is real? Oh, I say magic words and then everything is fixed. I can live horribly and be an evil person, but I just say magic words. Yeah, wouldn't it be sweet? Right? This is the way I feel about it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Religion was created to control people.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, religion's idiots.
That's factual just because look at people who have done it and talked about it. Karl Marx. He said, we don't even need religion. He said that's the opiate of the people. He said, all you gotta do is give them something like religion. He figured out it doesn't even go to be religion. Why? That's what communism is.
Excuse me.
I'm an evil person. Yeah, I try not to be a person. I'm not an evil person. I have evil inside of me, yeah, and I don't like it. I'm ashamed of my shortcomings, and I pray for forgiveness quite constantly, dude. It haunts me. You have no idea. I'm always on the verge of that word that we can't say on YouTube because of my guilt and
Oh yeah.
stuff like. We all have good in us, but it's our choice to choose, right? Ebang. So it's like the Native Americans say that we all have two wolves inside of us, right? And we have a black wolf and a white wolf, and only one, only one gets to survive. And Oh, you weren't saying that about me. Oh, okay. Oh, you're just saying once you become an evil player, it's too late, bro. There's a lot of things that happen like that, man. This isn't lining up exactly right. Okay. A lot of things happen like that, man. They creep up on you. They creep up on you, and before you know it, you're lost, man. Like look at pornography. Man, does that fucking creep up on people and sweep them into some fucking evilness, bro. And then before they know it, they're fucking doing some sicknesses. Yeah, perpetrating some sicknesses upon people, upon other people. You know. That's what I take from who has big hug from the man himself. Yeah, I understand. I miss going to church. Catholic churches. The Christian churches I can't stand. They're like insane asylums. I wanna be
Oh, did you see it? Hey, welcome back. The emoji guy. What do you mean? That? Do you know where it's from? Do you recognize it?
preachers should all be arrested.
That's awesome. I'm glad you're back.
I think they should be
I'm also here.
like separation of church and state is not good enough. They need to be
Sorry.
all their money needs to be seized.
That's
I don't understand how they
the emoji that Space Trace has on Mel's little thinger there. Yeah?
What's up, whatever?
Do you want to know where Space Trace got it from?
He knows. Am I going on Chickens RV?
Twitter.
You knew he was gonna get weirdos on there.
Part of the Twitter interface.
Who's on there right now? All I saw, Magic showed me Mondo and a girl who I don't know. And
That's weird for
am I gonna go?
Tracy.
Sure. He invites me on, I'll be there. I've spoken to him about it, and it's a distinct possibility. I can tell you that. Hey, landlord, God bless you. Thank you. God bless you. Yeah, I mean it's like me and Chicken have fun together, so and you know I think I like he knows that I'll give him a good stream, and he knows that we're buddies, so shouldn't be an issue. I just hope that I can get my own shit figured out in the meantime, because like fucking getting a mansion is difficult, man. You know what I mean? Like, look, that's why I'm doing this deal. I'm gonna have to like put myself. This is the wheel of pain. It's not a good wheel. Like, all I have to do is this mansion. I'm gonna actually have to hurt myself. Nobody's like, hey Saint, I'm rich and generous. Here you go.
Yeah, nobody does that to me either. Well, actually, some people do.
On it.
I'll just shut up.
I'm just saying, like, I see how women get treated on the internet. You know, and men that are willing to
Hey.
do certain things.
Like what?
Saints never go in there. Okay? Saints never go in there.
What do I gotta do? I'm not doing any of that.
It takes me a little bit longer.
I'm not Meatloaf.
Thank you, Neo. I'm a better streamer than Chicken. God bless you, dude. Neo, I'm not tooting my own horn, okay? But God bless you, because you said it, so I'm gonna just elaborate. I'm the best streamer in the world. There will never be as good of a streamer as me. Whenever I die, whenever I quit streaming, that's that. Whatever level it gets taken to, I'm not in control of that. But at whatever level I'm at, I promise you'll be getting the best streams. And hopefully we can grow. Hopefully we can get some more money behind our stream. Because like, imagine
So,
like if I could do shit.
see if I can get this to work here.
Like imagine instead of iShowCD having a fucking tour bus, I had it.
Okay.
What the fuck is that?
That's what I want to put on my hoodie.
Just to show you more boring ass homosex bullshit.
On the back.
You know what I mean? Like, give me a break.
Hey Melissa, what's up, buddy?
That I haven't fucking done the most amazing shit is because I can't afford to. God bless you.
Yeah.
I know, thank you. Like, that's
Yeah, it is.
I am invested in fucking
It's Mr. Noisy, but I kind of cleaned him up, made him a white outline instead of whatever the hell.
Why all these fucking streamers hate on me and are fucking jealous and shit? Because they know what it's like to be in the room with me. They got none of them have personality. And if they do, I'm gonna fucking outshine it. And a lot of them
You might take a
are
nap.
jealous of it.
If you do that. Did he? Good. Is that good? I think that's good.
Stream's not gonna die.
I think it's good.
You're that's, I wouldn't worry about it, guys. I appreciate the support. But I wouldn't worry about it.
What do we do, chat, about
Maybe is if he gets word from somebody else. And like, I don't know.
oh, y'all weren't even really here. Never mind. Can't ask for nobody's advice. No nap.
Anybody who that would be the only way. If this
No
is
sleep till Brooklyn.
not to have me on and he listens to me because he has
Oh, no nap for Melissa. No nap, sucker.
anybody. So that's
Ha 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 ha.
chicken doesn't like being told what to, like pretty much if you want chicken to do something, don't tell him to do it or don't ask him to do it. That kind of will
Blech.
ensure that he doesn't do it. You know what I mean? Alright, Wheel is like half got
What?
this motherfucker.
No, you can't.
The wheel of pain. So
You best just take some Vyvanse, friend.
because it's winter time. It's fucking fire.
It's not good.
Chick Andy has a fucking RV. He's getting fucking donated.
The RDRV. I thought Bubble Goose was in charge of the coffee house over there. I'm sure she could hit you with like an espresso. Espresso! Espresso all the way. I'm just chucking darts around, guys. Sorry. Fuck, this hair's so red.
Why do I got a scalpel mouse straps and Lego? Not fair. Seriously. I don't think chicken fucking stays within himself or fucking
MC Frost disabled himself.
scalpel to himself.
Tased his own balls. Maced his butthole several times, I believe. It does say no good to complain about this. MC Frosty is more of a... The only reason Saint's even popular right now is because Frosty's a Canadian. And you guys have some kind of hate for Canadians.
Surrounded by the federal government. Like, it's just perfect for me. It's isolated, and the federal government is just chilling to like Area 51. Like no joke, Area 51 style, bro. Like it's so perfect for me. And but like for streaming, oh no, it's AIDS for me. Absolute AIDS for me. The people are
Did Brad go to church today? How come nobody brought me to church today? I'm just kidding. I'm already banned from one church in California. I don't need more. My understanding is I may have got Eric banned from the food church. Not just me. I mean, come on. How could it possibly have just been me? Me and what army? Clone army? I don't have a clone army. That's because I'm a troublemaker. Because I'm a troublemaker and I know you guys would just turn me off and stick me in a pocket or something. And I'd be waiting. It's okay, I don't blame you. No, I don't know. I like church. It's alright. A lot of people fucking have a huge aversion to it. I used to, so I was that kid at a public school where, so every kid in my school fucking hated God. With like, I don't even know how you hate God. What the fuck? How's that? What do you mean? You're obviously not talking about God. So I used to like invite every other kid in my school to church. Like, don't you guys, like, seriously? You guys are gonna talk shit about church and you don't even wanna, like, you're just gonna listen to whatever the fuck your stupid parents said about it? Like, I don't need, my own kid said to me, okay, this is me we're talking about, right? As always, my kid, it's all about me right now. My kid says to me, unbelievable. She goes, why do Christians always gotta shove their Bible down people's throats? I said, what? And she said, that's all they do. They just jam their religion down other people's throats, and they don't care if you want to hear it. They don't. It just goes off, right? I was like, what are you talking about? Like, kid, I've been present for every moment in your whole life. There's never been one person that has ever even asked you to look at a Bible. Because I think kids have a right to choose, and they shouldn't be subjected to their parents' strange religious whims. I think eventually everybody finds what the right thing for them is. So why even give your kids something to rebel against? Like, live well, do good stuff, and if they ask, tell them why. But they'll ask, hey, why aren't you all fucked up like everybody else, Dad? Oh, 'cause Because I have some really different beliefs. Otherwise, I mean, people are all the same people. Yeah, I don't know. But I was that kid that used to invite everybody to church and shit. Nobody ever went. One of my friends went like 2 or 3 times, and he's like, "No, I'm not going no more. Fuck that shit." All right, buddy. No, my kid. Well, she's telling me everything that Christians believe, right? I'm like, okay, well, that's not. Wait, who are you talking to, kid? Like, you got the right to believe whatever you want, but where the fuck did you form this opinion from? Like, your grandma was a Christian, and she loved everybody she ever talked to, so I don't know.
Let me tell you something else, you guys. I'm walking around in 4-degree weather, okay? And I have a hole in my foot. See, this is like, you guys, I've never heard anybody say, hey, Saint.
Poor Brittany's got a fucking abscess tooth.
You can even go IRL at all. Thank you that you go IRL.
Shit sucks.
Because all I had, because your hole in your foot, we really appreciate it. My machine is broken, I swear. But I'm having problems with one of my machines, and I'm not happy about it.
You know who I think Carrie Ann is?
Especially when I can't get the weather to go
Shan Solo.
above fucking 4 degrees. I see. In order for me to utilize water, I have to fucking have it actually be able to flow. You know what I mean? Like at this point, it's like I can go outside and shovel snow and bring it in and let it melt. Sure, we can do that. Like that's my only option really up to this point. Wheel. What's gonna happen with that RV? Which one? Something's beeping. Yeah, it's my machine. I'm trying to make sure that it doesn't. That I don't have to. I might have to. I'm trying to not send it in for warranty. You know what I mean? All right. So now I got these black little pins. Apparently, I gotta put these in. And I don't know how. I'm assuming like this. Oh no, it was this way. So it's a spinning wheel. I'm okay. I'm okay, guys. Everybody knows the shit. The W balls. W balls. W balls.
Oh, I can't put that on there. For that.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah. It would be amazing to have. Oh, you said what's gonna happen with Chicken's RV? What's up, Bella Bog? I don't know. I heard it's not running very well, but I don't know. I haven't talked to him in a couple of days, so I don't know.
Those are way lighter.
I know that I need a mansion. I wish him well on his RV. I'd love to be on the RV. But I also need to have my own streams, you know, and my stream needs a mansion. Because whether Chicken has an RV or not, if I have a mansion, I can do cool shit.
Come on with this shit.
Everybody knows the shit. W balls, W balls, W balls. All your balls. W balls on your balls. With your balls. Alright, how many fucking more pegs, dude? Alright, one.
Haha. That's what she said.
Well, I mean, look at you, Billabong. I gotta have the goddamn wheel of pain. You know? Did I see how many cables he pulled out? No. No. I couldn't
Well, the
tell what
pegs.
was going on because I wasn't watching. I was busy doing shit. Magic's watching, and I'm kind of listening. And I could hear him, like, saying the RV doesn't run, but then it runs. Like, he went through all this shit about this doesn't work, that doesn't work, it doesn't run, it won't start. And then the next thing I know, like, a couple hours later, he's driving off somewhere. So, like, I fucking have no fucking clue what's going on. What's up? He on some 8 balls. You mean coke? Maybe. I don't know.
It's so weird that it shows up like that.
It's possible that anybody's on drugs at any time because, like, people do drugs. But I don't know. I think chicken's probably alright. Hey, Johnny O's, what's up, dude? Oh, about the pegs. Thank you. Hey, hit him. Sorry, I'm so slow. You watching Bad Bunny or Kid Rock tonight? Show. I might, now that I know that that's what it's gonna be. No shit, really? That's probably gonna actually be good. Can't believe I'm actually watching Bad Bunny.
For you guys.
For the first time in my entire life on purpose. Interesting. Interesting. Alright, we got our wheel. Now we have to figure out how to mount it. So my wonderful instructions. Guys, look at my instructions. Yeah, I know, you can barely see them. Yeah, so can I. It's not the lighting, it's the glory of this product. Okay, so I'm pretty sure I can handle what's left. Alright, so this, obviously, right, goes to this, but it has no screw or anything. Oh, this goes there. Oh, yeah.
What the hell?
I wish I knew what to do with that fucking metal piece, dude. Everybody knows the shit. W balls, W balls. Is this the right one? No. Fuck! Hey.
Okay, it doesn't show up anywhere.
Hey. Watch me get.
Yeah, I would totally go. By the way.
I wish this had a screwdriver. I don't know where it is. You can do it with my hand, but it just would be easier. Alright. See, how's it gonna ever tighten if I don't have the fucking... See, I don't know. what it wants me to do.
Coffee ready.
Oh, I have it on backwards. Yeah, I didn't think that made sense. I didn't think it made sense. But like, how am I supposed to know these fucking directions? They're fucking terrible. Ow. Alright, there. Now that helps a little.
The heck?
Yeah, I'm for it. Thank you, Attila. Would you like to fucking
Tiger? Were you stealing cheese chips?
give me money for my mansion since I'm so poor, you asshole? Maybe I wanna have a fucking cool ass fucking streaming vehicle too. Alright, I gotta get a fucking screwdriver. This is ridiculous. Moldcover, yeah, I know, dude. Moldcover was fucking great.
Oh, you did?
I can't do that. Fuck singers. Well, tell that to everybody else, dude. They don't listen. Oh my god, can I please? Hey, why? Alright. Screwdriver. Holy driver!
Man, I used to feel these terrible.
Alright, I think that is what that fucking round piece is for. This is fucking annoying. This is so fucking annoying. Why do they have to have the worst instructions ever? Huh? You might make OnlyFans. Yeah, I know. Look, if I didn't love her, what? What are you fucking beating me? If I didn't love her, I would OnlyFans the fuck out of her. Are you kidding me? We would make tons of money because Magic's hot. And I already done. Oh my god. Especially 10 years ago when I was in my prime. Magic was in her prime pretty much because she's always looked fucking good. So any it's just yeah. But unfortunately for OnlyFans, I love her. You know, no man loves you if he would share you with anyone else. That doesn't fit. Oh god. Well, I don't know. Does it fit? Oh yeah. Dude, please tell me that I did it. I am American badass. Watch me kick. You can roll with rock, you can suck some dick. I'm for no flick. I'm like Amazing Grace. I'm on the fuck some hoes after I rock this place. Super fly, living double wide. Something on my side, Joe C can ride. Flash and flare, something, long hair, real bigger and iron. I guarantee you he does at least a little bit of American Badass too. Totally forgot about Kid Rock. Dude, he's fucking doing Super Bowl tonight. People came in here and they just told me, they were like, Saint, you gonna watch Kid Rock tonight? And I was like, I am now. And now he's gonna be doing a halftime show. They still aren't good enough. Holy fuck, dude. Sorry I don't have them completely flat. Oh my god, dude. Ah! Look, that's the farthest it fucking goes. Great. So the farthest it goes isn't long enough. Ooh. Oh, please don't tell me that I lost any of these fucking pegs. I just don't want to have lost the pegs. Yeah, Mr. Smith, I'm gonna watch it, dude. You like the spinning wheel? Thank you. What's up, Wild Ninja? I don't like it, Mr. Smith, because this is a wheel of pain, Mr. Smith. Alright? Like, I'm not looking forward to this. Are you kidding me? I just want to bench him, Mr. Smith. I just want to bench him. Okay? But people are being so fucking mean right now. They're like, fuck you, State, what have you done for us lately? And they're like, yeah, why should we get you anything? And it's like, bro, what do you think, I'm asking for a fucking car? It's for stream, it's a bench. What do you think, I'm asking for you to fucking buy me a fucking personal vehicle? I already have that. People are big shitheads, dude. Oh man, I lost one. No. Oh, come on. Oh, we lost one of the fucking pegs. No. I knew it. God, why would you let me have anything anymore? I was retarded to think that you would let me have a fucking wheel, dude. Yeah. Yeah. Of course, I can't even build a wheel and have fun. Even that has to turn into a fucking headache, dude. Whoa. It's so awesome. It's so awesome, dude. I'm so fucking pissed right now. I'm so fucking pissed, dude. Wait, didn't they give me an extra one?
You guys, look at this grass out here. What the fuck? Pretty sure that's all mud.
Great silver. Okay. Sorry.
Oh yeah, that's grass. And tree and mud.
Started QVC channel showcasing things while
The walkway is all pebbles.
I could do anything.
It's all pebbles out there.
Give me a fucking
All that stuff that looks like water there, that's all
I can
pebbles.
entertain the shit out of people. What do
Like,
you want me to do? Point me into the stage, and then point me in the direction. I don't know what these people are doing either. I should definitely be. I should be selling something for some company, right? That's the true mark of success, right? Sing, are you
see this mark on the walkway?
that you would
It's
never touch?
that's all pebbles.
Are you telling everybody to buy something that you could give a shit about? Or you're a completely phony ass motherfucker? Yes, I am! Ching! Give me Satan's cup! Alright. Split here. Right, but check it out. I only got this left.
Go back to.
I know what this does. I got this. Fuck is this? Okay. I don't know where this goes. Like, I obviously, like, and I have this piece. Look, what the hell is that? I don't Holy shit! I can't even. I'm not even allowed to pick something up. Look at this shit. How am I supposed to? Look at these wonderful directions, dude. Song? Okay. This goes on top split here. I got it. This is the ticker. So. Probably like
Damn it.
that. I don't know how to make this ticker. What the fuck, dude? What am I supposed to do? Ow. Stop it. Yeah, but how do I make the ticker? That goes in the front? What, like this?
I want something that's like.
Oh, it doesn't move. Okay. What do I do with this little dildo thing? It's like a nipple, dude. Hey, ladies. You know you got, some of you ladies, you got these turkey testers. Boing, boing. And hey, ladies, if you got these, don't feel bad about it because there's guys out there that they love it. There's guys out there that they're like, oh, I wish I had a girl with 3 inch long turkey tester nips. If only, if only. So just hang out until you meet that dude.
Man.
And then it'll be happily ever after. You know what I'm saying? Terminator nips. Wait. How do you even? You gotta flick it. I was gonna say, how do you satisfy one of these? That's how. Flick it like a doorstop. Alright. Alright, so yeah, I got that. Now what? Look, I still got all of this. I know what to do with this. Where's that? Alright. So, this. Oh, I shouldn't have put this on. Get. Mother. This wheel is pissing me off, dude. Ah! Like, I'll be lucky if I don't break it before I fucking get it put together. Get on there, stupid fuck! Ah!
Exclamation mark gamble 9,000.
There we go.
22.
Now.
Boost 777 lost 9,000 points.
No.
Okay, and so like, at least it'll spin a little bit better. So that's, we don't want it spinning right now. Okay. Now we put this on. Keep dropping it.
Aw.
Okey-dokey. Okey.
So do you see that thing there that I've got outlined? It's really stupid.
Yeah.
It's pebbles.
Now, I know that we use this. I think. I don't know how else.
Still assembling.
Work.
What are you assembling?
Yeah.
Tacos? Yeah, little rocks, like from gravel, from so we're not slipping on the ice. There's no ice left though, so it's just rocks.
I only got 6, dude. I got the fucking it's too glossy. Then I'll be in a room where there's no sunshine in it. What, like, I want this little nipple teeth. Alright, this is the nipple teeth here.
Oh yeah,
Get in there, nipple.
see that? I think that's what it's gonna look like on the back of the hoodie. It's gonna be pretty plain, really. I think I better crowdsource some ideas here. Bubble boots. Let's do a sequencing. How can I do a sequencing? It would be cool though. It'd be like awesome, right?
Fucking Edward, I forgot my tray. My Coke tray. Allegedly in the video game, Coke pulled a trinket out of this tray. Slurp it up.
Big rhinestone unicorn on the back of a leather jacket. Holy fuck, I'm gonna die. You better come up with a better idea than this right away. Why did I say unicorn? I know. Oh, maybe it just says hate, like black and red rhinestones on the back of like a black denim vest. That's what I'm thinking now.
So we can get a nice spin.
With like a black and gray happy face dude on it. And then just red letters that say hate. You know what? I wish I would have said all that into Grok a minute ago. I bet it would have came up with something sick. But I bet it would cost like, I don't know what it would cost. If somebody wants one though, go ahead and order one. I'm sure somebody in the community knows how to affix rhinestones to something.
Alright, and then if you don't like the nip, and you want to do...
You got a bedazzler?
If you don't like the nip... you can do it like this, and it free spins, and stops where it stops. You know what I'm saying? Or you can take nipple. You gotta pull it when it's your... No, I'm not removing it. It's their fault. They can
I'm going to a thrift store. I'm gonna look for a fucking bedazzler.
Everybody's gonna choose arrows.
There's no way they've got one. That's right. Damn right. Why not? I mean, I don't want to make money off it. That seems like a good idea, though.
Oh, yeah, look at that action.
Elvis was covered in rhinestones.
Perfect tightness.
I don't need that many. Those suits probably weighed more than he did, though. Can you imagine walking around just coated in rocks like that? What the fuck, dude? Oh, you probably can imagine.
Shout out to Split Ear. Thank you, Split Ear, for hooking us up with the wheel coat. Your only fine spin is magic.
Little rhinestone boots, rhinestone jean jacket with the rhinestone Jesus on the back, and like a pleated, one of them puffy denim skirts, not like the dog one, not like the poodle things, like the 80s girl ones, like knee length, puffy denim. That's what I'm imagining. Sub teenage bubble boots would look like 12, maybe 14. It's like, no. What would make you the most mysterious possible right now? I didn't go to school. I had tutors. Ah, did you have tutors, Bubble Boots?
Okay, it's definitely not gonna work. Or too late, sorry. There's the. Okay, the sun is shining through the window. We're not gonna deal with it for now. Alright. Am I still banned from drinking? I'm not gonna make.
Do you want to know what I heard in the Queen of England's voice? I went to private school. That's what I heard. And I know that's not the case.
I make more money now. Like, what are you talking about? I don't make as much drinking. I make more now. Why are you pocket watching me? First of all, bro, do you know that you always do that? Stop pocket watching me. It's rude. And it's weird. And you're wrong. Also. What do you mean I'm not gonna make shit? Dude, I have $550, you idiot! Oh yeah, you're not gonna make shit, Nate. Dude, have people giving you $550 in 3 weeks on top of fucking
No.
everything else? Like, dude, shut up and stop pocket watching. Can you just have fun, you stupid idiot?
Poor Saint. Okay, where's Grok? I'm gonna do it right now. Are you bubble watching?
Don't get excited, item 22 and Keemstar. We're talking about something else, not people's ages.
Damn it.
What was the other one? Oh.
Hey, Melissa's live. What? I didn't know that. Woo! See you later, Saint, you winner. Big ass winning winner. Bubble frogs. Woo! Tracy. You don't even know. You don't even know. UOENO. I love the words for the song. UOENO is pretty clever. So what's this little bootsicle doing over here? Just hanging out? Are you hiding or what? If you're hiding, this would be a bad time to say it. Hey, why did you say that? Oh, don't be OG, bro. Did someone say Ninja Turbo? Probably not.
Somebody else. Any picky hitter. I never even knew she ever came in there. So you can get gifted a membership even if you lurk? You can, huh? Because I just got gifted a membership to Lookout Live.
Whiskey post. Hey.
Well, I wonder how much she works. What this girl said. I guess it's like Brad was talking to her, like, if it's with her or whatever, like,
Sarah.
I just saw you on the ground playing games. I didn't expect her to
Okay.
Well, that's pretty awkward.
Who the fuck is this girl?
Quit playing games with my Quit playing games with my heart. What's PFP? Oh, and her PFP? Sarah's PFP? What's her? She goes live. I've been catching her lives. Yeah, we're not doing 5-4-8. We're just hanging out for like an hour.
Holy shit. Oh, I know who she is. That's not her. Is that her though?
They actually saw was smoking. I saw.
Oh, it's the handle thing.
Shut up, Bryson. So guys, I figured out when my strike expires. It expires
Sorry,
when
Sarah.
strike doesn't run. What's the handle thing?
I didn't recognize her name because it is her handle, and for 12 years
What is that? I'm trying to think. We both are like, what is that? We had half a drink and we're just hanging out together. What's the Kelly?
T. Ellie.
Super Bowl. Of course.
Key to the
Yeah,
heli.
what the fuck is this? They gave me
Key,
Nike shoes for fucking.
key
For
to
running.
the heli.
That's what they are. Even Brad says those are fucking Nike shoes.
There you go.
Darwin, we can still do watching it, bro. You were the first one in my chat earlier.
Who?
What's up, Dennis? Milk, food, cheese, saying cheese. My food, cheese, saying cheese. What does that mean?
Are you seriously asking this person? How the fuck would he know?
Milk food, cheese, saying not funny still. What's up, Janet? Yeah, I know, right? So it's not on there. You're fine. Whatever. Pause. But I forgot the fucking pause. I'm tired. So funny, I forgot the comprehension. Yeah, maybe. Still not funny.
None of them did spell.
I know, right? Right? Oh wow, what? No. And the trolls are retarded.
Yeah.
Who are you talking about? You're talking about me? I know you are. What am I supposed to cry? Or try to troll somebody named Dennis?
Who the fuck are you talking about?
Keep trying. Talk to my phone.
Hell no. Okay, so
Eating burger. That's what you do. I'm talking to you. What guy? I know, right? Who's on some other stuff? Yeah, December. You're a keyboard warrior. What the fuck's happening? Stuff it. Clap it. Tube it. Pull it. Stuff it. Clap it. Tube it. Pull it. Bop it.
yeah, knocked him retarded.
You being so really confused. Saying warrior. Are you talking to yourself? I feel like you might be talking to yourself. You're really
Fuck, that must hurt.
I'm sorry. I'm fucking good, like, I'm not doing it. I got
Oh, I don't know. Your ex. Your ex. Your ex. Your ex. Your ex. Took it.
Birdie Man. Calling on my watch, keyboard warriors. One on one, he's praying for. I'm stepping out. I was doing it.
You volunteered. You should have been your phone on a trip like this. But truth is, travel has a lot of benefits. I just discovered the perfect app to film cinema recently. This Play is a free app where you discover
Absolutely. I just made it through.
you download it, choose a game you like, and earn points as you go. And those points can be used on gift cards for brands you already use. I've been playing solitaire
There you go.
and reading nonstop.
I know, I thought that was like hoo hoo in the morning.
Uh-oh. A predator.
Right?
Oh, wow. Bullseye, bullseye, bullseye. Whatever, dude. Let's not get strikes. That's the thing, yo. So, Gigi Allen. Hail Gigi Allen, yo. All the shouts out that I could possibly shout out go just to Gigi Allen. He fucking died for his art, dude. In public. Like, it was terrible, dude. You should watch the last like 24 hours of his life are on camera, and it's fucking crazy. He couldn't walk down the street without people like pelting him with bottles and shit. It's fucking crazy. couldn't get in a vehicle to get away. Some real Jesus-y shit, actually. We should really watch it in Discord or something one day. Yeah, it's really actually kind of bothersome. Chat, I'm not gonna even start talking about it right now. I will though. You know what? Okay, I'll be back because Melissa's doing this show.